Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Awakens Spirit of Akame. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A young boy with blonde hair, around 3 years old, walked through the streets of his village, his face filled with sadness and his eyes dim. He remembered the words of his father, Minato, who had told him he was not suited to be a ninja because he lacked chakra, which was essential for a ninja. This realization shattered him inside, especially since his brother and sister both possessed the 9 tails within them, granting them formidable chakra. His mother, Kushina, whom he admired for her skills and bravery during the ninja wars, had cruelly declared that he would never be her son, calling him weak and insisting he would only ever be Naruto. These memories weighed heavily on his young heart, and the villagers' laughter only added to his pain. The son of the great Hokage was seen as the weakest of them all. Naruto began to distance himself from his family and, feeling lost, wandered into the forest, turning back one last time to gaze at his home. He vowed that one day he would return stronger than ever, raising his fist as a thunderous sound echoed in the sky. With a broken heart and soul, he left his village behind. Searching for a place to rest, Naruto stumbled upon a cave. Driven by curiosity, he ventured deeper inside, where fate led him to trigger various traps. He ran through the narrow paths, narrowly escaping fiery dangers and the threat of being devoured by serpents. As he pressed on, fear gripped him, but he could not turn back. The path he had come from had collapsed. He lost track of time as the temperature dropped, feeling cold and hungry. After a while, he discovered a prison made of ice. With no other option, he sought a way to break through, but how? In his search, he found a katana with a message inscribed on it. "You are the warrior who will awaken Akame, the spirit of the sword. Change your destiny. You will be the most feared in the world." Naruto didn't think much of the message, but realizing he had to act quickly, he pulled the katana from its resting place. For a brief moment, a reddish aura emanated from him, and with all his strength, he began to shatter the icy prison. His body trembled from the cold, and every blow he struck seemed to dissipate into nothingness. He refused to accept defeat, determined not to die there. Finally, the katana sliced through the prison, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. As he entered the cell, he was met with a voice that surprised him. A figure appeared, a woman with an icy demeanor, who introduced herself as Isdeth, known as the Ice Queen. She noted that he was just a child, not the man she had expected. Naruto introduced himself, and Isdeth acknowledged his bravery, stating that to escape, he would have to defeat her. Naruto, feeling the weight of her cold gaze, realized he had no other choice. Isdeth commented on his desire to have her as his mentor, but her tone shifted when she noticed the tears on his face, prompting her to ask about his parents. Naruto shared his troubles, and as she listened, she saw potential in him. Isdeth instructed Naruto to step in front of her, and he complied, confused by her decision. She vowed to protect him and be his mentor, promising to guide him even to the gates of death. A golden thread connected them, symbolizing their bond. Naruto was bewildered by this connection, but Isdeth reassured him that they were united in body and soul forever. Guided by Isdeth, Naruto navigated through the prison, using the katana to overcome various traps. He joked about being used as a human shield, to which Isdeth laughed, reminding him that he was just a child. After enduring challenges together, they finally glimpsed a light ahead. Once outside, both felt a sense of joy. Isdeth was free, and Naruto had escaped the icy prison. Isdeth reminded him of their agreement. He had freed her, and now she would be his mentor. Naruto cheered in excitement, but when she mentioned traveling north to a desolate place, he protested. Nevertheless, Isdeth led him through the forest, dragging him along as he reluctantly followed, regretting his decision to leave home and travel with someone so unpredictable. Traveling with the Ice Queen without a fixed destination was an unusual experience. Isdeth sought information in a small village and discovered a map that helped her locate the only lifeless place, an island that could only be reached by crossing the Kiri. Isdeth and Naruto walked through the forest toward Kiri, Preparing to set sail for the island Isdeth sought. Along the way, she attempted to teach him how to wield a katana. It was frustrating for her to teach a child, but Naruto never gave up. He put great effort into his training, albeit slowly, which was acceptable to Isdeth. Isdeth encouraged Naruto to move faster, reminding him that he had not yet matched her speed. Naruto, feeling exhausted after their long journey since dawn, suggested they take a break. Isdeth pointed out that he couldn't last even 10 hours in battle, as enemies would not grant him any respite. Despite his fatigue, Naruto insisted he could push through. Eventually, Naruto collapsed from exhaustion. Isdeth took a deep breath to maintain her composure and prepared some food for both of them. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey, which felt like a grueling ordeal for Naruto. After a week of travel, they encountered a fierce storm. While Isdeth found it manageable, it was nearly impossible for Naruto. Nevertheless, he pressed on, and they searched for shelter to wait out the storm. After some time, they found a cave high up to escape the downpour. While Naruto gathered firewood, Isdeth changed out of her wet clothes, having secured supplies and fresh clothing for both of them. Naruto struggled with the firewood when he spotted a girl his age with a sad expression. He introduced himself and asked for her name. She replied that her name was Konan. Naruto invited her to join him in the cave. Although Konan was hesitant, she realized it was better to be with others than alone. Once they arrived at the cave, Isdeth did not inquire further. During dinner, Naruto broke the ice by introducing Isdeth as his mentor and Konan as a new friend. Isdeth asked Konan how she ended up alone in such a place. Konan explained that her companions had mocked her and pressured her into things she didn't want to do, leading her to leave in fear of being found and harmed. Isdeth acknowledged the seriousness of her situation. As Konan's eyes filled with tears, she felt a gentle touch on her cheek and looked into Naruto's captivating blue eyes. He reassured her not to cry, complimenting her beautiful eyes and inviting her to join them. Blushing, Konan accepted his offer. Noticing that she seemed unwell, Naruto offered her his jacket. Isdeth chuckled at Naruto's immaturity but suggested they all rest to prepare for their journey to Kiri the next day. The group settled in for the night, hoping to catch up on lost training. In the early morning, Konan felt cold and troubled by nightmares. Naruto woke up and embraced her, providing warmth and comfort. Gradually, she calmed down and fell into a peaceful sleep for the rest of the night. The next day began like any other for Naruto and his companions, until Isdeth noticed something unusual. She caught Naruto and Konan in a compromising position, with Naruto leaning against Konan. Startled, they both reacted loudly. Isdeth, having been awakened by their noise, decided to wake them up with a splash of cold water, telling them it was to cool their excitement. Confused, they wondered what they had done. As they resumed their journey, Isdeth kept a watchful eye on them. While walking through a path lined with cherry blossom trees, they encountered another girl. Isdeth asked who she was, and the girl, trembling, introduced herself as Mei, pleading not to be harmed. Naruto introduced himself and his companions. Mei explained that her home had been attacked by Kiri ninjas, forcing her to escape and leaving her orphaned. As she cried bitterly, she felt the warmth of Naruto's embrace, which she initially resisted but ultimately found comforting. Meanwhile, Konan sat on the ground, feeling a mix of emotions as she watched the scene unfold. For a while, they remained together until the situation calmed down a bit. Naruto suggested that Mei join them, noting that she had no one and no home. Konan asked Mei if she knew where they could find supplies and transportation for their journey across the sea. Mei informed them that there was an abandoned cabin 2 days away that had a small fishing boat. The group took a different path, with Mei leading them. Throughout the journey, she was quite affectionate towards Naruto, and Konan was the same. Isdeth merely shook her head, appearing more like a babysitter than a mentor. The journey continued without anything out of the ordinary. They eventually arrived at the small abandoned cabin, where they had to repair the fishing boat. Without wasting any time, they began to navigate toward their destination. Isdeth called for Naruto, who promptly obeyed. She explained that he needed to start his training anew, and then she playfully tossed him into the sea, urging him to swim for his life. Naruto glanced back and saw about 10 sharks eyeing him as their next meal. His death encouraged him to swim strong and fast, or he would become their food. The girls watched, wide-eyed, as Naruto questioned when it had become a good idea to have a sadistic mentor. His death laughed, telling the girls to be good learners and join Naruto in his training. Konan and Mei shared a single thought: they were doomed. Desperate, Naruto called out for help from Akame, who appeared in a temple of light, smiling and munching on popcorn. After reaching the boat, Naruto managed to climb aboard, his eyes spinning from the experience. During their journey, his death kindly taught each of them how to handle their swords. The girls were filled with fear and doubt about her teachings, which were quite intense. In the days that followed their departure, his death would toss them into the ocean to strengthen their muscles in the morning, and they would have sword classes in the afternoon. His death instructed Naruto to listen closely, explaining that his katana possessed a powerful spirit that he would need to awaken on his own. The day he became one with his weapon, he would be able to unleash its true identity. Without further ado, they began their training. After several months at sea, they finally reached a very strange island. Upon arrival, Konan, Mei, and Naruto joyfully exclaimed that they had finally found beautiful land. His death welcomed them to their new home for the duration of their stay. Mei asked where they were, and his death informed them that this place was known as Ghost Island, a location where strange things occurred. Konan gasped at the mention of ghosts, and his death reassured her that they would only serve as appetizers. The girls screamed in fright, but Naruto bravely declared that he would defend them, puffing out his chest and raising his fist. His death teased him, questioning who would defend the scared cat. Naruto clung to a palm tree like a frightened kitten, while Konan and Mei laughed at the scene. After that incident, they had to pull the small fishing boat out of the water and leave it on the shore. They ventured into the jungle, searching for shelter within the island. They discovered ancient ruins adorned with strange writings. As they explored further, they came across drawings that depicted a story. At the end of the tale, 3 women and a man were shown battling a strange creature. His death remarked that it seemed like an ancient prophecy. Konan expressed her fear of the creature, while Mei felt a mix of sadness for all the suffering people. His death reflected on her past, stating that she used to be like that until she was imprisoned in ice. Naruto noted that she was different now. After examining the mural's story, they continued their journey and found a chamber that housed the largest library they had ever seen. In the second chamber, they were taken aback to find gold, precious jewels, and treasure maps, realizing they were now wealthy. His death declared that this was the last chamber, and Konan agreed, feeling amazed. However, their minds suddenly went blank as they were entranced by something. Each of them instinctively reached for a pure energy sphere that emerged from the chamber, absorbing it into their bodies. Their forms transformed into light, each experiencing a unique sensation. His death felt an unprecedented cold, Konan felt light and energized, Mei experienced an overwhelming heat as if she were being cooked from the inside out, and Naruto struggled to describe his feelings as his head felt ready to explode, alternating between extreme heat and cold. After this incident, they collapsed to the ground. Konan wondered what had happened, and Naruto was relieved to see her awake. His death recalled only the energy and then nothing. Suddenly, a voice greeted them, startling Naruto and the others. A man with a large drop of sweat on his forehead introduced himself as Ryu, the unparalleled and all-powerful guardian of the island. Konan questioned his identity, and Ryu, kneeling with a somber aura, murmured about disrespectful girls. Mei suggested that Konan was being a bit harsh. Afterward, the guardian requested their attention and asked for no interruptions, especially from Konan. Ryu began to recount the history of the island. He explained that it was once a peaceful civilization that never harmed anyone until a giant creature with 10 tails attacked. Most of their warriors sacrificed themselves to allow the people to escape, but all seemed lost until supernatural beings appeared. They drove the beast away but perished in the process, giving their lives for the safety of the island's inhabitants. Time passed, and the people sought that same power, but their ambition led to destruction. As the guardian, Ryu awakened the spirits of the fallen warriors to prevent others from taking their power, but in doing so, the spirits destroyed the place. He had been tasked with protecting the temple. Mei questioned whether the warriors had been weak, to which the guardian replied that they were merely caught off guard. They were powerful apprentices, but they had to return home. He explained that they had the ability to transfer their power to someone of their choice. Ryu informed them that they were the new warriors of Yin and Yang, destined to possess unique abilities that they would need to master. He warned them that they held the fate of the world in their hands, and their choices would determine its salvation or destruction. After sharing this, Ryu found peace, and his spirit transformed into small particles of energy, illuminating the surroundings. Upon returning to reality, they noticed tattoos appearing on their shoulders, leaving them with many questions. That day felt strange, and they decided to rest. In their dreams, Conan, Mei, Istif, and Naruto witnessed a battle between a creature and 3 women alongside a man. Each warrior wielded elemental powers: water, earth, fire, and air, using pure energy swords to combat the creature. The women summoned meteorites of lava and ice from the sky, each warrior giving their all to fend off the creature momentarily. The warriors turned to face Naruto and his companions, revealing themselves as reflections of their past lives. One warrior warned that the creature would soon awaken, and a new war would begin. After this shared dream, they sought information about their abilities in the library. They discovered ancient knowledge predating chakra, telling tales of a type of energy that resides within oneself, representing the union of spirit and nature. They studied diligently, with this death assisting most, while Naruto, feeling exhausted, was sent out by the girls to gather supplies. After more than a month, thanks to the girls' efforts, they finally deciphered the complex history. Isdeath concluded that they could control the spirit of the elements, but to achieve such a feat, they needed to establish a bond with the spirit through meditation. Mei pointed out that the only place to forge this bond was in the same chamber where they had met the guardian. Conan agreed, while Naruto remained asleep. Suddenly, Conan called out to Naruto, waking him from his slumber. He groggily questioned what was happening, and the sound of knocks echoed within the library, leaving him with bumps on his head and a bruised eye. He lamented his misfortune. They entered the chamber, taking their previous positions, and after a day of meditation, they found themselves in an empty space. A voice inquired about their identities and intentions, revealing the spirit of nature, a beautiful woman. Conan introduced herself and her companions, Mei, Isdeth, and Naruto. Each of them simply raised their hands. Mei expressed their humble request for permission to regain their powers. Isdeth warned that the threat from the past would return, and the warriors would have to face it once more. The spirit agreed, stating there would be no problem and that they would each receive their animal spirit, which would greatly influence how far they could go and how well they could control it. The spirit explained that each of them had an element that would stand out among the others, and they also had the potential to give life as well as take it. Naruto thanked the spirit for its assistance. The spirit told Naruto that the day he let go of his past, he would become a formidable warrior, but first he would need to confront his inner demons and then face those who had caused him pain. Returning to reality, no one spoke, only Naruto would know when to address the topic. They searched for scrolls on elemental control, each choosing the one that caught their interest the most. Isdeth chose water, Conan chose wind, Mei chose fire, and Naruto picked an ancient scroll that looked different from the others, inscribed with the powers of light and darkness and how to master both energies. During this time, they also honed their swordsmanship, but Naruto struggled to awaken the spirit dormant within his katana. The girls faced challenges mastering their respective elements, but through effort and persistence, they managed to advance to the next level. The only one facing difficulties was Naruto, as something held him back. Months passed since their training with the elements. The girls made notable progress, while Naruto faced serious issues. For every step he took forward, he seemed to take 2 steps back. If he did not let go of his past, he would never move forward. Their attempts often ended in conflict, as some battles had to be fought alone. During the day, they practiced their elements, and in the afternoons, they trained with their elemental swords. Unable to sleep, Naruto took his katana and went outside to practice. He began to focus on each of his attacks until the sword glowed and released the spirit within. He acknowledged the spirit that had been sleeping inside his katana, Akatsuki. She revealed that he had trouble mastering her. Naruto confided that he had been experiencing issues with his team. Akame reminded him that the past could be painful, and many suffered in various ways, carrying the burden of their mistakes. Naruto questioned her understanding, and Akame explained that while some battles could be won with fists, others left marks within oneself. She pointed out that the wounds from his home had disturbed his spirit and hindered his progress. Akame emphasized that it was up to him to decide whether to stay down or rise stronger than ever. Fearful of failing again, Naruto expressed his concerns. Akame reassured him that their defeats would only make them stronger if they learned from their mistakes. He worried that she would abandon him like his family had, but Akame vowed she would never do such a thing. She considered him worthy of her weapon and instructed him to use it to eliminate those with evil hearts, stating that only he could wield it. Akame embraced Naruto, allowing him to release his pain through tears. He realized that to move forward, he needed to let go of the emotions holding him back. Akame consoled him like a protective older sister, promising to defend him against his enemies. She hoped he would be ready for her training. Naruto declared he was ready for the next level. They began their training, clashing their swords rapidly, creating sparks as they fought. Neither backed down, and Akame taught him about his weak points and openings. They moved in harmony, becoming one as Akame pushed Naruto to the limits of his potential throughout the night. As their training reached its climax, Akame prepared for her final strike, acknowledging Naruto as a worthy apprentice. He expressed his gratitude for her guidance. After their last attack, which was incredibly swift, Naruto fell, exhausted, while Akame wore a small smile, proud of his progress. She thanked him, assuring him he would become the best. The girls began to rise to prepare once more, concerned for Naruto, who had not made significant progress but always gave his all. They went to check on him and were surprised to find him on the floor with minor injuries, surrounded by a newly tended garden. Konan and Mei helped him back to his room to rest. Everything continued normally until dinner, when Naruto emerged from his room and ate heartily, nearly choking twice on his food. Thanks to Istetha's knowledge of first aid, she was able to assist him. After dinner, the atmosphere was tense. Mei asked what had happened to him, while Konan expressed concern for the scare he had given them. Istetha insisted he tell them what was wrong, questioning whether he trusted them. Realizing his actions had caused his companions to worry, Naruto decided to share his past so they could understand. He recounted his short life, explaining how the ignorance of his parents forced him to leave home. He did not want anyone's pity and promised to return stronger to silence those in his village. The girls listened, understanding how Naruto felt. They had always seen him as cheerful, perhaps because no one belittled him, and they got to know the true Naruto, the one who always extended a hand when others turned their backs or took advantage of the situation. Konan suggested they take a short break just this once, and everyone agreed. The next day, they enjoyed a little relaxation. Naruto gave the girls a gentle massage, and they joked that if they placed an apple on his face, he would win. They played on the beach, swimming nearby and building sandcastles. Mei won the competition, while Konan ended up in last place with what could only be described as a very imaginative sandcastle. Afterward, they watched the sunset, a unique view that allowed the girls to see Naruto looking serene and calm. Konan thought he looked beautiful, his eyes reminiscent of the sea. Mei thought he was so incredibly handsome that she wished he could be hers entirely. Istetha teased that if they waited a few more years, they would see what real fun was. The women exchanged glances, their eyes connecting in a moment of fierce determination, each thinking, "None of you will steal him from me." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the intensity of their gazes. He then asked them to close their eyes, and they complied. When he told them to open them, they found a special snack he had prepared. Their eyes lit up with delight as they tasted the delicious food. After this little break, the girls developed feelings for their blue-eyed blonde. During their training, everyone improved significantly, but Naruto, with the guidance of his friends, gradually caught up to them. In their free time, each girl tried to win his affection, but he remained blissfully unaware of their romantic intentions. As they mastered elemental techniques, they began to tap into their spirit animals. However, emotions ran high, causing chaos among them. For Konan, the scent of Naruto was intoxicating, making it hard for her to focus on her spiritual form. On more than one occasion she found herself kissing him, leaving him dazed. Mei became more protective, especially if Naruto was talking to Konan or his death, often clinging to him and leaving marks on his skin. Naruto found himself in some uncomfortable situations, often ending up with bruises. Istetha's intensity left him particularly shaken, as her actions at night were overwhelming. Naruto, realizing he was the only one unable to access his spirit animal, feared things might get worse. He sat in a lotus position to speak with Akame. He asked her what was happening with his companions. Akame explained that it was easy to see they had feelings for him, and their spirit animals were amplifying those emotions. Naruto, confused, wondered if they hated him for it. Akame, maintaining her calm demeanor, spent hours explaining their feelings to him. When he finally understood that they were in love with him, he was taken aback. He admitted that he liked all of them for their unique personalities and didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Akame suggested a solution: they could share him. Naruto was stunned by the idea and left to gather his thoughts. Akame hinted that he wasn't the only one who was loved. After contemplating for a day, he decided to address his companions. He explained that he understood their behavior was due to their feelings for him and proposed the idea of sharing him if they were willing. They all agreed. From that day on, they learned to control their spirit animals, and Naruto awakened his as well. They realized their spirits were tied to their emotions, and suppressing their true power led to chaos. By combining their spirits with their elemental abilities, they created a powerful force, almost overwhelming the island. They honed their skills and agility, becoming as swift as their sensei and as lethal as finely tuned weapons. However, they still needed experience in the battlefield. After years of training, Naruto and his companions decided to return to the elemental nations. They prepared for the journey, and Konan managed to seal all their books in a scroll, having studied ancient ninja seals. After a day of travel, they encountered a gigantic ship that seemed to swallow their transportation whole. Naruto asked where they were, and his death replied that they were inside a moving island. A mysterious voice greeted them, suggesting they were out of luck. Naruto demanded to know who the voice belonged to and where they were. Zen introduced herself, explaining that they were on a prison ship. The others were shocked by this revelation. Mei quickly introduced herself and her companions, Konan and Istetha, mentioning that her future husband, Naruto, was also with them. Zen expressed her relief at meeting others after being imprisoned for over 3 years. Istetha inquired why Zen hadn't attempted to escape. Zen explained that the only way to leave the cursed ship was to defeat the Black Demon, a foe no one had ever conquered. Istetha asked how they could find this demon, and Zen instructed them to follow her. As they walked, they encountered various challenges that required them to fight. They acknowledged each other's strength and cunning as they reached what appeared to be the central plaza, where they spotted the captain, the Black Demon. He taunted them, asking who else wanted to be free, but it seemed no one else dared to challenge him. Istetha boldly declared their challenge for control of the ship. The Black Demon laughed, dismissing her as a threat but accepted the challenge nonetheless. Both combatants took their positions, and the battle commenced with the sound of the sea breeze marking the start. They moved swiftly, their blades clashing and creating sparks. Istetha struggled to land a decisive blow, as did the demon. They both executed rapid spins to evade each other's attacks. Seizing an opportunity, Istetha performed an aerial maneuver, unleashing a slicing wind with her sword. The demon raised his sword as a shield, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Despite his speed, he attempted a dirty trick by throwing dust into Istetha's eyes, taking advantage of her momentary distraction. Naruto urged Istetha to stay calm, assuring her that she could overcome the challenge. Istetha fought valiantly but found herself taking more damage. Just when she thought all hope was lost, she heard Naruto's voice. Taking a deep breath, she focused her energy into her katana, waiting for the perfect moment. With a swift move, she defeated her enemy. Everyone watched in awe as the black demon was vanquished, split in two. The pirates, witnessing the defeat, pledged their loyalty to his death for the rest of their lives. Naruto carried his death in a bridal style to a room to tend to her wounds. The other girls felt a pang of jealousy over his attention, but it was understandable, as they were like sisters sharing the same affection for Naruto. After ensuring his death was recovering, Naruto noticed Mei looking troubled. Initially, he thought her concern was for his death, but as days passed, Mei showed no signs of improvement. He asked her what was wrong, and she revealed that her humble home had been destroyed by the actions of the Kiri ninjas, leaving her fearful of encountering the worst kinds of people. Naruto comforted Mei, understanding the pain of losing one's home, though their experiences were different. They shared a bond in their struggles with those who only saw them as burdens. Mei looked into Naruto's blue eyes, which somehow gave her confidence. She expressed her longing for a true home, where she could wake up surrounded by loved ones and not feel the emptiness inside her. Finding Naruto and the others had changed her life. She had initially feared they would harm her, but trust had blossomed, and they became her strength and future. Mei confessed her fear of waking from this dream and being orphaned again. Naruto gently held her face and leaned in for a kiss. At first, Mei was taken aback, her mind racing to process the moment. But soon, she pulled Naruto closer, deepening the kiss as they shared a dance of emotions. They were lost in their own paradise until they separated, both breathless and blushing from the experience. Naruto promised he would never leave any of them alone, no matter what the future held. Mei, with a hopeful smile, asked if he truly meant it. He reassured her with a promise. As they prepared to kiss again, Konan unexpectedly walked in, witnessing their NTMT moment. She reacted with a punch that sent Naruto to the ground, leaving him seeing multiple versions of Mei around him. Konan, feeling protective, scolded Naruto, suggesting he cool off with a cold shower. Mei playfully teased about Konan's jealousy over the kiss. Isteth, curious about the commotion, asked what was happening. A chilling aura filled the room, causing everyone to feel a sense of dread, even Konan. Konan stammered that Mei had kissed Naruto, prompting a shocked response from Isteth. The first kiss was meant for him. In his dreams, Naruto felt tormented by 3 beautiful witches and wished to awaken from his nightmare. Many knew that angering Isteth was unwise if one wished to live. The black demon seemed like an angel in comparison to her. In Konoha, a grand festival was underway, thanks to Minato Namikaze, the hero of the village. However, Minato wore a worried expression. To secure alliances, he needed to arrange marriages between his children and those from the villages of Iwa and Kumo. Unfortunately, his children had jeopardized the alliance, as his son Zed believed he was above it, and his daughter Zuli felt the same way. Minato's plans were falling apart, and he needed to act quickly. An idea sparked in his mind, but it was not a good one. Minato recalled a moment from the past. He had appeared at home, searching for his only son, the one he had not seen in over 11 years. Perhaps it was because his son was a hopeless slacker, and he had heard little about him. His other children were the best elite ninjas he had. He climbed the stairs and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Using his kunai, he forced the door open. He called out for Naruto, thinking it might be a cruel joke. As he opened the door, a cloud of dust fell over him. When he could see clearly, he was met with the biggest surprise of his life. Naruto's room was a complete disaster, covered in dust. Alarmed, Minato sought out his wife, Kushina, who was just as worried. They searched the village all day, even checking the orphanage, but their efforts yielded no promising results. Minato sent a letter to his mentor, Jiraiya, asking him to help find Naruto. Now, Minato was in serious trouble. His only hope rested on his son, but it had been months since their meeting with the Kages, and he felt he was losing ground. He paced his office repeatedly, questioning where he had gone wrong. He had provided Naruto with everything a child could desire, and yet he wondered what had led to this situation. A knock on the door interrupted Mina's thoughts. She was not in the right frame of mind for anything else. Standing before her was Tsunade, Naruto's godmother, renowned as the best medical ninja and notoriously unlucky in gambling. Tsunade informed Minato that Jiraiya had reported Naruto's disappearance. Minato expressed his concern, stating that he had given Naruto everything a child could wish for and asked where he had gone wrong. Tsunade replied that there were things that even gold could not buy and challenged Minato to discover what that was, hoping it wasn't too late for him to see the truth before him. She left, leaving Minato feeling lost, as if he were being taken by the Shinigami. He wondered where Naruto was. Meanwhile, his death had punished Naruto by hanging him over a pit of hungry sharks. He humorously pleaded for mercy, claiming it was unfair. His death silenced him, reminding him that his first kiss belonged to her, not to the other girls. She then pulled the lever, sending Naruto into the water. As he splashed down, his death hoped he would learn his lesson and not require a repeat of this punishment. Emerging from the water, Naruto was soaked and ragged, and he chose not to dwell on the incident further. The pirates around him trembled in fear. It was better to leave a jealous woman alone. After that day, Naruto developed a fear of the sea. Mei asked him what he planned to do once they reached their destination, while Konan noted that the people they were dealing with were not bad, just unfortunate. Naruto suggested they put an end to the tyranny of the Mizukage, who had initiated the blood purge. Mei questioned the purpose of such an action, but Naruto explained that they would gain access to the sea and a home with their crew. Isdeth agreed, stating that they deserved a new opportunity. Everyone supported Naruto's plan, and Isdeth briefed the pirate captains on their strategy. The group had gathered information before leaving Kirigakure and possessed maps of all the villages. Isdeth emphasized that their first target was the ninja village where the Mizukage resided. Once he was defeated, the others would either fall or surrender. Mei hoped to reclaim a piece of her former home, while Konan reassured her that they were now her new family. During the journey to Kirigakure, they reviewed critical battle points and practiced quickly, earning the respect of the pirate captains. Tension filled Naruto's group as it was their first battle. Isdeth expressed her pride in being their friend, mentor, and sister, while the others vowed never to give up because they were family and would prevail together. Upon reaching the shores of Kirigakure, the groups began to disembark. Naruto faced the most challenging task of infiltration, but he had faith in his comrades. The rest moved stealthily into the village, knowing it was all or nothing. Isdeth stayed on the ship, preparing to launch the first strike, catching everyone off guard with a maritime assault. Naruto infiltrated Kirigakure, feeling nervous as it was his first time. At 3 a.m., Isdeth ordered the cannons to fire. The ANBU had only a brief moment to react as Naruto searched for supplies, placing explosives at key points. The explosions rocked the village, catching the ANBU and shinobi by surprise. The chaos erupted as the ninjas were thrown by the blasts, and the patrols outside were swiftly dealt with by Konan and Mei's group. The pirates skillfully scaled the city walls. In the sea, Isdeth remained vigilant for any surprises. Yagura, awakened by the commotion, saw the chaos outside and confronted Naruto, demanding to know who he was and why he was attacking. Naruto introduced himself and declared that Yagura's crimes deserved punishment. Yagura laughed, but Naruto moved with incredible speed, striking with his katana. Yagura instinctively dodged but was still caught by Naruto's blade. As Yagura attempted to use a jutsu, he found himself unable to move, realizing he was in grave danger. In a mental space, Akame warned Naruto to be cautious, as Yagura was a formidable foe. Yagura transformed into a giant turtle, impressing Naruto with his power. The villagers felt Yagura's might, but the pirates pressed on, showcasing their unique abilities. Some could engulf themselves in flames without harm, while others could separate and rejoin their bodies. The sight of living skeletons sent many fleeing in terror, believing that Shinigami had come for their souls. Other pirates wielded strange swords capable of easily countering jutsus, making them extraordinary opponents. Naruto dodged Yagura's attacks, utilizing his special abilities. He placed his katana in his mouth and created two swords of light, moving swiftly to deliver deep cuts to Yagura. Naruto had faced the giant turtle multiple times, needing to strike at its eyes to deflect its most powerful attack, a massive sphere it launched from its mouth. Fortunately, these attacks were aimed away from anyone. With a resounding boom, Naruto knew he had to put an end to this once and for all. He closed his eyes and connected his spirit animal with his sword. His katana glowed with a reddish hue as he unleashed his strikes, the wind taking on a faint crimson color as it collided with the turtle, piercing through its defenses. Naruto then unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks while Yagura attempted to evade them. Some of Naruto's strikes were too swift, surpassing the skills of the mist swordsman. Suddenly, from the sky, a rain of meteors began to fall towards the village, accompanied by a barrage of ice spears. Seizing the opportunity created by Yagura's distraction, Naruto moved into his blind spot and delivered the final blow, severing the turtle's head. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the ANBU ordered a surrender. With their leader gone and outnumbered, they recognized their disadvantage in skill. After what felt like a massacre, Naruto unleashed a wave of flames, halting all attacks on the village, or what remained of it. All the survivors of the attack were gathered in the center of Kiri. Naruto addressed the people of Kiri, informing them that their leader was no longer a threat, having been defeated. He asked them to consider their decision moving forward. The entire village, including the soldiers, was astonished by the skill and power of the invaders. To be honest, they felt more at ease with the new leadership than they had under their previous leader. A collective cheer erupted from the crowd, proclaiming their support for Naruto as their new Mizukichi. Naruto felt a sense of relief. His actions had not left any severe consequences. His focus now was on rebuilding Kiri and recruiting new soldiers. He gathered his companions and decided that Mei would lead the village while Isdeth would be responsible for training the new recruits. Konan and Naruto would oversee the borders, as Kiri faced numerous challenges and limited resources. They opted for a total lockdown while they recovered. Other villages learned of Kiri's situation and sent spies, but those spies returned in a state of shock, as if they had encountered a nightmare. They stammered, believing they had been tortured, but what they truly experienced was the darkest side of the ninja world. In one illusion, a man in a blue suit embraced his pupil against a backdrop of a beautiful beach with the sun setting. The haunting music made it even more terrifying, culminating in a scene where the ninja was embraced and kissed by the man and his pupil. After that experience, none of the spies were the same. Even those who had witnessed it abandoned their previous lives to pursue different paths. Kiri's recovery was slow. Mei dispatched ninjas to the villages affected by Yagura's reign, knowing they had a long road ahead. The council faced severe consequences for their atrocities against Kiri. Isdeth had the challenging task of training the new recruits, who struggled to keep up with her rigorous methods. The training regimen was intense, requiring them to run 10 laps around the village, complete 1,000 push-ups and squats, stretch for 5 minutes in meditation, and swim 100 meters in the Sea of Kiri, where sharks lurked. This was merely the initial warm-up. Meanwhile, Konan and Naruto were tasked with identifying potential enemies. For the spies they captured, they faced a punishment that haunted them with memories of their time at sea, where they encountered pirates who professed their battle spirit. This punishment was the worst, as many quickly divulged information, pleading for their lives, realizing it was better to die than to relive that nightmare. Konan and Mei meticulously studied every detail of Kiri, identifying vulnerabilities. They decided to place seals for Kiri's protection, a task that fell to Naruto and Konan, who were the only ones aware of it. Naruto discovered he was a master of seals, and since the ancient seals required vital energy instead of chakra, they worked tirelessly for a month. By the end, Kiri was shielded by a barrier that prevented the use of space-time techniques and mental control. They concealed ANBU bases in strategic locations, connected by large tunnels that allowed them to emerge near Kiri's regular watchpoints. At sea, pirates enjoyed the freedom to come and go without issue, as they agreed to share a portion of their loot with Kiri in exchange for protection. Mei established her first naval fleet. Naruto was promoted to ANBU Elite, leading a squad responsible for guarding Kiri's borders. His squad respected him for his battlefield skills. Although Naruto often acted like a child when it came to food, he transformed into a fierce warrior when serious. His unique techniques were unmatched, and he swiftly eliminated SSS-class ninjas from the bingo book and criminal camps in Kiri. He earned the nickname Hikari, as those who saw him in battle only caught a glimpse of a yellow flash before leaving this world. Those who trained under his death dubbed her the Ice Queen. She showed little emotion during training, except with Naruto and her sisters. Thanks to her efforts, the ninjas reached an acceptable level of skill. Kiri formed alliances with small villages, provided they received protection from rogue ninjas. His death sent out the first squads, feared for their swift and intelligent tactics in battle. Mei was grateful for the support of her comrades, pushing forward despite her initial doubts. Naruto was her anchor, providing step-by-step assistance. She also trained whenever she could, despite being buried under paperwork. Kiri remained on high alert, slowly recovering. His death, Mei, Konan, and Naruto were respected for their abilities and power. They were calm in demeanor, but when it came to justice, they were fierce. Whenever possible, Mei visited her people and initiated the construction of a wall around the entire border of her country to prevent any rogue ninja from infiltrating. She also implemented various protective seals. Mei urgently summoned Naruto for a matter of great importance. Upon learning this, Naruto returned to Kiri, leaving his temporary duties to his second-in-command. After days of travel, he was welcomed by his secretary and proceeded without issue. Mei informed Naruto that Kiri had deserting ninjas and requested him to eliminate those causing trouble, but to spare those who lived peacefully. Naruto asked how he would find them, to which Mei replied that the files of Kiri contained information about them, thanks to Konan's diligent work. As Naruto examined the scroll, he initially thought there were only a few names, but upon unfurling it, he realized there were far too many to hunt down. Mei reminded him that there was much work to be done and that he needed to report back randomly. Naruto acknowledged her request, promising to follow her orders. Mei chuckled, playfully teasing him, knowing he wouldn't be able to charm her. Suddenly, Mei approached Naruto and kissed him passionately, a wild clash of lips and movements. Caught off guard, Naruto's hands moved clumsily, marking his second, albeit strange, kiss. As his death entered Mei's office to check on the progress of her new recruits, she stumbled upon a rather compromising scene. She saw Naruto leaning over Mei's desk, and in that moment, he shared a kiss with her. His death could hardly bear the thought of someone stealing her second kiss with Naruto, let alone the possibility of losing her first. Naruto and Mei continued as if nothing was amiss, while the ANBU operatives hidden nearby decided it was best to keep out of sight and survive another day. In a fit of rage, his death delivered a powerful punch that sent Naruto soaring through the skies of Kiri. Mei, caught off guard, could only laugh nervously as she watched the scene unfold. His death, furious, demanded that Mei not run away but face her instead. Without hesitation, Mei leaped out of the window and dashed away from her study. His death began to chase Mei through the streets of Kiri, and the townspeople speculated that they might soon witness the rise of a new Kage. After being discharged from the hospital and receiving a stern lecture from Konan and his death, along with countless apologies, Naruto set off on his mission as an elite ANBU. His initial reports revealed a harsh reality. Very few retired ninjas held leadership positions in the villages or worked in the fields. Every day, as Naruto traveled in search of the ex-ninjas of Kiri, he faced challenges from ninjas of other villages. In the underworld, those from Kiri had been eliminated by their comrades, as no one wanted to be caught by the hunter of Kiri. Some had ventured back to Kiri only to meet their demise, while the more cunning had allied themselves with the villages of Kumo or Konoha. Naruto had become an impeccable tracker, determined not to face the wrath of his beloved partners. He found himself near the borders of the land of Earth, following rumors that renegade ninjas from Kiri were hiding in the less-traveled villages. Suddenly, he heard cries for help. Rushing toward the sound, he discovered a pair of young women clinging to each other, facing two rough-looking renegade ninjas. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto drew his katana and swiftly dealt with the attackers. He then approached the young women, ensuring they were safe. Naruto introduced himself as a ninja from the hidden mist village, reassuring the girls not to be afraid. Koyuki Kazahana and her friend Shion were feeling down, and Naruto invited them to join him for dinner as night was approaching. The girls nodded in agreement, though they were clearly not in the mood for anything. To lighten the atmosphere, Naruto gathered firewood to start a campfire and cook some fish. Curious about their situation, Naruto asked why they were alone in such a desolate place. The girls looked down, tears welling in their eyes. Sensing their distress, Naruto gently embraced them, allowing them to express their feelings and find solace. Koyuki shared that her father had expelled her from their home for refusing to marry an older man, someone she felt would be just like her grandfather. After wandering for a long time, she managed to earn some money by helping midwives and eventually found Cheyenne. Cheyenne revealed that her mother had cast her out because she lacked the power required to fulfill her family's duty as priestesses, a role meant to protect a great power. Her mother favored her talented brother, leaving Cheyenne feeling like a joke. Naruto felt a wave of empathy wash over him, recalling his own painful memories of being misunderstood and having his dreams shattered by his family. He proposed that they could join him in the Hidden Mist Village and become part of the community. Koyuki was skeptical, asking if he was serious. Naruto reassured them, stating he was the best friend of the Mizukage and would speak on their behalf. The girls cheered with excitement at the prospect. As Naruto continued his mission to find other ninjas from the Hidden Mist, he faced new challenges with his companions. He needed to ensure their safety, as they could be taken hostage during the mission. Fortunately, Naruto was quick during infiltration, but one day he decided to leave the girls at a hotel with room service, instructing them to order anything they wanted to keep them occupied. He assured them he would return in 2 days and warned them not to approach his backpack. Leaving his belongings with the girls, Naruto took only his katana as a weapon. The last time he had been away for nearly 2 days, the girls had cried, believing he had abandoned them. After explaining his work and intentions, they understood he only wanted to keep them safe. From that day on, Naruto left something of value, even his katana, to prevent them from worrying. A day and a half passed, and while the girls were out shopping, curiosity got the better of them. Cheyenne wondered what Naruto had hidden in his gear, while Koyuki suggested they should leave it alone to avoid getting scolded. However, Cheyenne spotted a photo of Naruto with some people, looking quite affectionate. Cookie, blushing, agreed to take a quick look. They rummaged through Naruto's backpack, finding clothes, scrolls, inks, and brushes. Cheyenne squealed when she discovered Naruto's underwear, causing Koyuki's face to turn bright red. Among the snacks, they found a peculiar box filled with strange fruits. Cheyenne had expected to find gold or something valuable. Koyuki speculated that Naruto must have eaten these fruits to stave off hunger during their travels, explaining why he never seemed to be hungry. Cheyenne suggested they try the fruits to satisfy their own hunger. Koyuki agreed, reasoning that they were just normal fruits, likely from the Hidden Mist. Both girls picked a different fruit, and as they tasted them, they were shocked by the awful flavor. Meanwhile, Naruto returned to the room, only to find that the strange fruits he had received from pirates were now gone. He had hidden them deep in his gear, never expecting the girls would find them. Panic set in as he realized they had eaten the fruits, and he quickly took inventory, discovering that only 2 remained. After checking, he noted that the last 2 fruits were the Pika Pika no Mi and the Magu Magu no Mi, both powerful Logia fruits. Now, he just needed to figure out which girl had eaten which fruit. As a sign of Kami, Koyuki's body transformed into a beam of light, indicating that she possessed the fruit of light. She swallowed hard, realizing that a girl who could control magma was a potential danger. Naruto explained why he carried these fruits. According to the Mizukage, he could keep them safe. He feared the immense power contained within each fruit, knowing that if they fell into the hands of cruel individuals, they would be lost even in the hands of a child. He entrusted them to his most capable and responsible ninja, Naruto. After that incident, they had to leave the village and began training to discover their abilities. For little Cheyenne, controlling magma was a challenge, but with Naruto's help, she managed to at least assess her power and understand its purpose over time. Koyuki found it difficult to control her light power. Naruto noted that before the accident, they had been ordinary individuals, but the irony of life was that they now held great power. Koyuki and Cheyenne promised to always protect innocent people. Naruto emphasized that they first needed to control their powers to avoid harming the innocent. Cheyenne agreed to follow his orders, while Koyuki expressed her belief that he would always be strong. Naruto corrected her, stating that no one becomes strong overnight. He had undergone rigorous training and worked hard to protect his loved ones. The girls were amazed by Naruto's words, having thought he had always been strong. Naruto informed them that his next target was in the Land of Waves, a swordsman named Zabuza Momochi. He urged them to move forward. Before anyone could respond, Cheyenne asked if Naruto could train them to assist him on his mission. Koyuki added that they had new abilities and were tired of waiting. Naruto considered the pros and cons, deciding he would first put them to the test. As they journeyed toward the Land of Waves, the girls faced their trial, which involved confronting a camp of rogue ninjas. Initially hesitant, they quickly learned to distinguish between the innocent and the guilty. Naruto observed their effectiveness, and together, they managed to take down the rogue ninja camp. He congratulated the girls for passing his test and declared them ninjas of Kirigakure. Naruto extended his Kirigakure headbands to them, unaware that in the Land of Waves he would encounter his past. The team advanced rapidly, with the girls mastering their powers with ease. Naruto acknowledged that if they continued on this path, they would become unstoppable. He also connected with Akame, whose katana fused with his arm. Akame resided in his mental space, where she always rested, while Naruto, blissfully unaware, thought they were just friends. Naruto suggested they rest for the night, as they would reach the Land of Waves the next day. He assigned Cheyenne the task of building a campfire without burning down the forest. Cheyenne playfully protested, recalling a previous incident. Koyuki, blushing, remembered how Naruto had saved her, igniting feelings she couldn't ignore. After a peaceful night, the girls attempted to wake Naruto, who was always the last to rise. He groggily requested 5 more minutes. Koyuki, feeling flustered, decided to splash him with cold river water, which startled him awake. Cheyenne, feeling a sense of newfound family with Naruto and Koyuki, expressed her excitement about having a new father figure. Naruto, caught off guard, quickly got up, forgetting his modesty. Koki, seeing him in such a state, playfully pushed him back into the cold river, claiming it was to cool him down. After this amusing incident, Naruto and his companions headed directly to the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Isdeath felt a strange urge to keep Naruto chained and never let him leave the village. Konan expressed sympathy, while Mei questioned if Isdeath was overreacting. Isdeath hinted at Naruto's recent interactions, but Konan interrupted her. They decided to focus on their tasks instead. Back with Naruto, Cheyenne expressed concern that they might be lost. Naruto confidently claimed he would never get lost, asserting that he had the best sense of direction. Koyuki reminded him that they had walked double the distance on previous missions due to his poor navigation. After the girls took the map from him, which was upside down, they managed to find the correct path. In the distance, they spotted a bridge shrouded in mist. They raced through the forest to reach it. Upon arriving, Naruto used his abilities to create powerful gusts of wind to clear the fog. As he focused on his objective, he felt a sharp pain in his chest upon recognizing the headbands of the ninjas present. Naruto muttered the name, Konoha, realizing the significance of their encounter. After Koyuki playfully nudged him, Naruto snapped back to reality. He advanced with an inhuman effort. Inside, chaos reigned as his emotions surged, memories of his childhood rising to the surface. He focused on the swordsman. Naruto stated that, by order of Mizukage, Zabuza Momochi was declared a rogue ninja who had caused many problems for Kiri and brought dishonor to the village. Zabuza laughed, mocking Naruto and questioning whether he had ever killed anyone, dismissing him as a mere child. He suggested that if Naruto was just playing around, he should back off, as he had work to do. Naruto, seeing no hope for Zabuza, declared him a traitor to Kiri and stated that he was no longer useful to the Mizukage. Zabuza commanded Haku to eliminate the talkative one, and Haku emerged from a dome that had imprisoned the genin from Konoha. Naruto asked Koyuki not to destroy the bridge, to which she agreed. Zabuza laughed again, calling Naruto a babysitter, and Naruto hoped he wouldn't cry like the others. Without warning, Naruto initiated the battle against Zabuza, who instinctively jumped back, noticing Naruto wielding a sword made of light. Initially, Haku had closed in on Koyuki, but his ice mirrors were shattered. Haku barely managed to escape his hiding place, and a battle of speed ensued. Zabuza caught a glimpse of Haku struggling with Koyuki, and in that moment of distraction, Naruto broke through Zabuza's defenses with his sword of light. Zabuza was thrown against the wall, feeling the impact as if his bones were breaking. Haku had never faced an enemy made of light, as Naruto radiated energy. Zabuza attempted water jutsus, but they failed to reach Naruto. With a swift movement of his katana, Naruto dispelled Zabuza's jutsu effortlessly. Koike kicked Haku's mask, shattering it, and he was sent flying toward the Konoha ninjas. As he tried to rise, he felt pain in his chest and saw blood. He looked back to see Koyuki with her finger extended, glowing with light, and she unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles that incinerated the bandits and Zabuza's companion, leaving him horrified at the sight. Suddenly, a voice commanded everyone to stop, threatening to harm the girl. Zabuza recognized the voice as belonging to a man named Gato, who had taken Cheyenne hostage, holding a knife to her throat. Naruto urged Cheyenne to unleash her power. In an instant, Cheyenne transformed, enveloped in magma, and with a swift motion, summoned fiery hail that rained down on their enemies. The bandits and Gato were consumed by flames, while Cheyenne, now calm, returned to her normal self. The environment felt unbearably hot, as if they were inside a volcano. Cheyenne had to sit down, exhausted from controlling her ability. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to battle Zabuza, surprising everyone by enduring for more than 3 minutes. However, it became tedious, and Naruto decided to end the fight quickly using the Santoryu technique, which allowed him to defeat Zabuza Momochi. Haku met a swift end, suffering little pain thanks to Koyuki's final shot that struck his heart. The Konoha ninjas wondered where this powerful group had come from, knowing they were from Kiri but never having encountered such strength before. They noted that the girls lacked experience, but the blonde boy, being an ANBU, displayed remarkable skill and reaction time, especially for someone so young. Naruto gathered the bodies of Zabuza and Haku and unleashed a powerful white flame from his mouth that melted the bridge. He declared that their mission was complete and began to leave. A voice called out, asking who they were. Cheyenne remarked that it was rude to ask without introducing themselves first. Kakashi introduced himself and his companion, Sasuke Uchiha, and identified Naruto and his team as Zuli Namikaze Uzumaki and Zed Namikaze Uzumaki, along with Tazuna, the bridge builder. Naruto introduced himself and his genin, Koyuki and Cheyenne. Upon hearing Naruto's name, Kakashi noticed the resemblance to his late sensei, Minato, and realized he was looking at the son of the man he had lost. Kakashi expressed his condolences, unaware of Naruto's past. Naruto explained that he was an orphan who had been searching for a home until he found Koyuki and Cheyenne, forming a family and committing himself to Kiri. Kakashi apologized for his ignorance, and Naruto insisted they needed to leave, as he still had work to do. As Naruto and his companions disappeared into the forest, Kakashi was left with lingering doubts about whether Naruto was truly the lost son of his sensei. Naruto felt pain remembering his home, a place where he had never belonged. Yet now, he possessed the power he had longed for since birth. The boy who had once been seen as a nuisance was now an elite ninja of Kiri. They then saw a hawk land in front of the group, and they rewarded it with some food. Mizukage Mei Terumi informed Naruto that he would be her escort to Konoha. She instructed him to meet her at the coordinates on the map, where she would explain everything. He had 1 day to arrive. With much affection, Mei signed off as his fiancée. Naruto set off toward the meeting point, but this time, Koyuki was his guide. She didn't want to be late and end up flying again as usual. Mei was accompanied by Konan and 2 ANBU members, while Isdeth stayed behind to keep an eye on things, having been promised her first night with Naruto. When Naruto arrived at the meeting point, he noticed that only Mei was missing. He knew that if she had summoned him, it was for something important. She and Konan were always the ones who forged alliances. Cheyenne was growing impatient, repeatedly saying they were almost there. Naruto, feeling frustrated, urged her to have a little patience. After a while, a blue blur suddenly pulled Naruto down to the ground. It was a beautiful woman, and Koyuki felt a twinge of annoyance at the interruption. Mei approached him with a wild intensity, almost like a predator capturing its prey, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. In the mental space, Akame held a doll resembling Mei, adorned with several cuts, and remarked that the old witch was stealing Naruto's innocence. Thanks to Cheyenne throwing a bucket of water, the situation was brought back to order. Naruto questioned why they had done that, and Cheyenne accused him of being unfaithful to her mother. Mei called out to Naruto, and Konan echoed her sentiment. Naruto felt his color drain as he faced them, realizing he was in trouble. The ANBU members prayed for the soul of their poor captain. Suddenly, the atmosphere chilled, and a ghostly glare swept over the area. The ANBU members gasped in fear. After calming the situation and explaining what had transpired, Konan and Mei sighed and turned their attention to their ANBU, who were frightened by Naruto's companion. Naruto introduced Cheyenne and Koyuki to the group, and they greeted him warmly. He then introduced Mei, the Mizukage, and Konan, who also extended their greetings. Mei pointed out that Cheyenne and Koyuki were the genin he often mentioned in his messages. Konan recalled that they had eaten the strange fruit given to them by pirates as payment. Naruto admitted it had been an accident. He had startled them, and the rest was history. Mei concluded that it was his fault. Naruto fell silent after receiving light taps from Mei and Konan. He pleaded with them to stop hitting him for just one day. He then asked why they wanted to see him. Mei explained that she wanted him to be her escort to Konoha, as he was the most capable for the task. Naruto protested vehemently, declaring he would do anything but that, even offering his innocence, but he refused to go to Konoha. Mei then signaled to Konan, who stealthily knocked Naruto out. They had to bind him with chains to prevent him from moving. Mei warned that anyone who tried to free him would have to deal with her, and she laughed heartily. No one spoke as they continued their journey to Konoha peacefully. The ANBU members felt sympathy for their captain, acknowledging that he had brought this upon himself. Upon entering the village of Konoha, the Mizukage and her escort were met with awe. The ninjas were captivated by her beauty, which overshadowed even Kushina Uzumaki, the Hokage's wife. They noted that among all the Kages who had arrived, she was the only one with so few ninjas. It was unclear whether the Mizukage was exceedingly confident or if her group was merely putting on a show. Only time would tell. The Mizukage was escorted by Konoha's ANBU. Minato was filled with a mix of emotions. On one hand, he could secure an alliance with Kira, which no one knew about. If everything went according to plan, Konoha would have allies and could smooth over tensions with each village. However, he also knew that if anyone interfered where they didn't belong, it could lead to war between the villages, and the troubling part was that he only had Suna on his side. His secretary informed him that all the Kages were gathered. Minato stepped out and introduced himself to the other Kages. Everything was going smoothly, and for the first time, the Konoha Council had not intervened until one person spoke up, and everything took a turn for the worse. Danzo stated that it had been reported to him that within the ranks of Kirigakure, they had the son of their Hokage, the lost child, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He emphasized that it was of utmost importance for Naruto to return to Konoha, as it was likely he had been kidnapped. The room fell silent, even Minato, who had been searching for Naruto in other villages without success until now. The other Kages had their doubts about the situation. After all, they were in a civil war, and no one knew what was happening in Kirigakure. Suddenly, Kirigakure had closed its doors to other villages, and it had been over 2 years since anyone knew what was happening inside, thanks to Mizukage Meitarumi inviting them to engage in trade with Kumo and IWA. They ultimately agreed, as Kirigakure possessed a wealth of minerals and knowledge. Now it turned out that their greatest ally had kidnapped Minato's son. Minato questioned Danzo about the source of this information. Danzo replied that the Honorable Sasuke Uchiha had mentioned during a mission to the Land of Waves that Naruto was indeed alive. He pointed out Naruto's distinctive blonde hair and blue eyes, claiming that it was clear Kirigakure needed to pay for their betrayal and should be made their SLV for life. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned cold, and a sense of foreboding filled the room as everyone looked at the Mizukage, who radiated a dark aura. The council members were the ones who escalated the situation, declaring that Kirigakure should be punished for stealing children and calling for the execution of the Mizukage for treason. They insisted that Kirigakure would burn that very night. Mei shouted for silence, asserting her connection to her best Anbu, who had helped her when they were children. Danzo accused her of lying, claiming that her village was responsible for kidnapping the Hokage's son. The Reikage warned Danzo that accusing a Kage was a delicate matter and questioned whether he had any proof. Danzo insisted that Naruto himself was the irrefutable evidence they needed. The Sushi Kage reminded Danzo that such claims were not enough to condemn a Kage and that he should be aware of the gravity of his actions. Danzo remained confident, proposing that they use the Yamanaka clan to delve into Naruto's mind. The Kages agreed. The Yamanaka performed a series of hand seals, allowing the Kages to enter Naruto's mind. Danzo wore a smile, recalling that Sasuke had told him Naruto possessed a power greater than that of a tailed beast, and if he could get his hands on Naruto, he might have a chance to become Hokage. Inside Naruto's mental space, the Kages found themselves surrounded by total darkness, leading them to believe that Kirigakure had manipulated Naruto's mind in some way. As they continued walking, they stumbled upon a labyrinth. They witnessed a scene where a young Kushina, in her Kyuubi form, and Minato, appearing more like an ogre, were seen scolding a 1-year-old Naruto for crying alone in his room without toys while celebrations echoed outside. Minato harshly told him to be quiet and added that Kushina would have been better off dying during childbirth. The scene shifted to show Naruto alone in a park during the harshest winter, wearing old clothes and shivering from the cold. He climbed a house to enter, having been forgotten by his family who had gone on a trip. Another scene revealed Minato and Kushina nearly punishing Naruto for interrupting his brother's training. The next scene depicted Naruto walking through the village, facing the scornful and mocking gazes of the townspeople. Minato expressed his desire to leave, but the Sushi Kage hesitated. The scene changed again, revealing Kushina berating Naruto, calling him a disgrace to the family and saying he would never be her son because he was weak. Minato added that Naruto would only be a burden to his brothers. Naruto, confused, asked why they treated him this way, questioning if he was not their son. Their laughter echoed mockingly as Minato stated that having a child without chakra manipulation was like having nothing. Kushina declared that they felt nothing but pity for him and stripped him of the Uzumaki and Namikaze names, leaving him with nothing. Naruto protested that it was unfair, to which Minato coldly replied that life was never fair and ordered him to leave the house. After witnessing these scenes, none of the Kages could bear to look further, and even the Yamanaka had tears in their eyes, each Kage lost in their thoughts. The Reikage expressed his shame towards Minato, questioning how he could say such things to a small child. The Mizukage demanded Minato to respond. The Kazekage suggested that they owed the Mizukage an apology and that Konoha had much to answer for. He proposed that the best punishment would be for Konoha to become their ally without any benefits, and any actions taken against other villages would be considered acts of war. The Kazekage called for a show of hands to approve this decision, and all the Kages agreed, except for Minato. From that day forward, Kumo would be recognized as the strongest village, as Konoha had much to prove. Minato remained silent, his mind lost in the past as he reflected on the mistakes he had made with Naruto. He had never shown him love or appreciation, and now life had brought him face to face with the consequences of his actions. The Mizukage expressed her pleasure in forming an alliance, assuring everyone that they could count on Kiri's support for anything they needed. The Reikage echoed her sentiments, mentioning that he had heard Naruto was the fastest in all of Kiri. Mei added that Naruto had trained hard to become a formidable ninja, though she noted that people tended to exaggerate his abilities. The Reikage then invited them to Kumo for a presentation, extending the invitation to everyone. Mei agreed, suggesting they could come in 3 weeks. Everyone accepted, but Minato remained lost in his thoughts. The council members were astonished that Minato, the Yellow Flash, had not spoken a word. For some reason, he felt as if he were one step away from the grave. After Minato was seen as an irresponsible Kage, the council gained more power than the shinobi side. As a result, Danzo became the Hokage, and Minato and his family, upon discovering his underhanded tactics, chose to flee from Konoha. Danzo fulfilled his greatest dream of becoming the new Kage, though he faced challenges from the Fire Lord. He resolved this issue by sending a squad from his root base. Sarutobi, with great sorrow, left Konoha, knowing he had no allies within the Shinobi Council. He had retired from his position after the death of his wife, and the only ones who could have opposed Danzo were Tsunade or Jiraiya. However, Danzo had carefully planned his strategy, winning over each council member or mysteriously replacing them. Danzo was all in, moving his pieces strategically, waiting for Minato to let his guard down. He kept a close watch on Minato, and then, as if by divine signal, Sasuke arrived with information suggesting that Minato's lost son was among the ranks of Kiri as an ANBU. Danzo considered how to incriminate the Mizukage, recalling the Hyuga incident, which might work in his favor. In secret, he contacted the Mizukage to plan Minato's downfall, intending to deliver the final blow himself. The Kazekage requested a meeting with the other Kages to form an alliance for trade to assist Konoha. Minato could not refuse, as it appeared to be a beneficial opportunity for Konoha. Mei had special spies everywhere and was at a disadvantage against a newly formed group of SSS-rank criminals. Even though she sent out her spies, they were too elusive. During her investigation, she learned that Danzo had met with the Kazekage. Without solid evidence, it was wise to keep an eye on both of them. In his reports, Naruto mentioned that Orochimaru had seen Danzo twice in shady locations, but it was impossible to overhear their conversations due to the presence of their ninjas. Mei then sought alliances with Kumo and Iwa, the enemies of Konoha. Thanks to a solid agreement between the two villages, she was able to establish a peace alliance. After Danzo moved his pieces, Mei sought out Naruto's family and convinced them to go to Kiri, sending them far from Danzo's reach, outside the elemental nations. An ANBU from Root informed Danzo that the Fire Lord had died in an accident and that the new Lord supported him completely. Danzo expressed satisfaction, noting that the Hokage's family had been found. The ANBU reported that they were missing. Danzo dismissed the concern, feeling that he had finally obtained what he desired most, power. Konoha would become the strongest, and nothing would stand in his way. Danzo laughed maniacally, reveling in his triumph. Currently, Naruto traveled in a caravan as a merchant. In a flashback, Mei found herself alone with Naruto, who was the best ANBU she had. She had delicate missions to discuss, and her expression reflected her concern, but she knew Naruto was incredibly resourceful and creative when it came to escaping difficult situations. Naruto noticed the expression on Mei's face. It was the first time he saw a genuine feeling reflected there. Mei explained that she had a delicate mission for him. He needed to go to Konoha to gather information and rescue certain individuals. She handed him a list and informed him that he had a month to complete the task, going as a clothing merchant without using his powers. Naruto questioned the complexity of the mission, but Mei cautioned him about the dangers of betrayal. If anyone revealed his true identity to the Hokage, it could lead to war. Additionally, he needed to infiltrate the Kage Tower to execute the biggest heist in history by stealing the village's scroll. Naruto expressed his disdain for rescuing people from Konoha, believing they deserved their fate. In response, Mei slapped him, the pain resonating more with her than him. She urged him to show his true heart, reminding him that he was worth more than those who had wronged him. She encouraged him to mature and let go of the past, just as they had forgiven. Changing the subject, Mei instructed him to place explosives at key points to create distractions. She also handed him a bag containing a powerful sedative that would last an hour but have effects throughout the night, giving him time to extract his targets. Naruto found the task easy, but Mei continued, explaining that his second mission was to find Fu, a Jinchuriki whose trail had been lost by her spies. He needed to protect her from the Akatsuki, who were after her for unknown reasons. Mei emphasized the need for constant movement and provided him with a map of the Land of Lightning, where he could find someone to assist him. When Naruto inquired about the duration of his absence, Mei replied that he would be gone for 4 years, hoping it would be enough to eliminate the strongest Akatsuki members or at least learn their plans. They agreed it was best not to communicate until the deadline, and she informed him that she had convinced the Raikage to send Yujito Ni to Kirigakure after reaching an agreement. However, she mentioned that Yujito had just left with pirates and would return in 6 years, training with them to become stronger. Mei explained that Naruto would travel alone, while his genin would be sent with high-ranking pirates for skill development, allowing him more time to train Fu effectively. With a nod, Naruto accepted the mission. In his mental space, Akame reassured him that she would be with him, promising to teach him new things to help him grow. Naruto contemplated the training he might undergo, thinking of tough challenges or grand feasts. Akame playfully reminded him that Mei had sent them by land, not by the wonders of the ocean. As Naruto made his way to Konoha, he noted the increased security around the village. NBU with smooth masks were inspecting everyone at the entrance, and the village was under constant surveillance. During his first nights, Naruto had to be exceptionally stealthy, as an ANBU shadowed his every move, just as they did with any visitor. In the afternoons, he roamed the village, assessing its weaknesses while recalling his past. He knew he had to summon all his strength to complete his mission. He reviewed the maps provided by Mei, wondering where she had obtained them. 4 days, he navigated the labyrinthine tunnels beneath Konoha and researched the list of people he needed to rescue, realizing there were over 100 individuals. He sought the safest location to perform his time-space jutsu, determining that Zone 44 would be the best option. To ensure his plans remained secret, he communicated with Mei through coded letters and placed explosives throughout the area, including blind spots and within the walls of the tunnels. The only challenge left was the Kage Tower, which posed the greatest test for Naruto. Every attempt he had made in the past had failed due to the root ANBU. Faced with a dilemma, Naruto examined the blueprints that indicated the exact location of the scroll, but it was heavily guarded by the root ANBU. He knew he had to devise a plan or risk failure. During this period of uncertainty, he ventured into the red zone and came up with a wild idea that, while risky, was his only option. For 3 days, Naruto kept a close watch on the movements of the root ANBU, observing their actions. It was not an easy task, as the entire village of Konoha had labeled him a notorious womanizer due to his need to pretend to date every woman who crossed his path. On several occasions, he had nearly been discovered, leading to some unfortunate consequences. He had been beaten, tied to tree posts, and even imprisoned. His luck took a turn for the worse when he accidentally entered the women's bathroom and later found himself in a sauna, where he faced the wrath of furious women. The poor boy turned pale, even the clouds seemed more colorful than him. Naruto had accumulated hospital debts, which he paid off through various jobs, gaining information of all kinds in the process. He met Tucci, the owner of the ramen shop, and learned that his daughter was in the land of lightning for her safety. Their separation was painful, but they got along well after sharing 1,000 bowls of ramen. Tucci even gifted Naruto some of his favorite recipes. Although Naruto gained a bit of weight, his missions and sales activities helped him shed the extra pounds. After convincing Tucci to leave Konoha, Naruto had to deal with Danzo more than once. Danzo was like a snake, and Naruto had to keep one eye on him and the other on his root Anbu, who were a constant headache. He had to bribe some ninjas to gather information about his village, knowing that a couple of bottles would loosen their tongues. Naruto infiltrated the interrogation and torture building, using explosive tags as a distraction for his escape. He renounced his ties to anime and video games, acknowledging that they belonged to their rightful creators and producers. Naruto managed to eliminate a weak root ANBU that he had been monitoring at night, erasing all traces of their encounter. He infiltrated Danzo's secret base, and what he saw nearly made him lose his lunch. He discovered experiments where human bodies were subjected to chemicals he couldn't even comprehend, some of which were grotesque. Those days haunted him, and he vowed to find someone to erase those memories. Naruto had to be incredibly clever while inside the base, as he often had to hide to avoid detection by the ANBU or Danzo himself. On one occasion, he spotted a man with an orange spiral mask and another individual whose gender was ambiguous, accompanied by a man in glasses who never left his side. Naruto speculated that they might be a couple. He found files that, if revealed, would spell doom for him. Navigating through a squad of strange ANBU who felt no pain was a challenge. They moved like statues, quick to react to the slightest sound but never leaving their room. Initially, he had to flee after triggering alarms he didn't know existed. He faced various traps that nearly turned him into a skewered mess, but it was all worth it. He uncovered Danzo's treachery, including the death of the Fire Lord, caused by a special toxin he had placed in the food, leaving no trace behind. He discovered Danzo's plans to attack the Sand Village, the Cloud Village, and the Stone Village, ultimately pitting them against each other. Among Danzo's belongings, he found special sealing tags that took him over an hour to copy. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from outside and quickly climbed into a duct above. Danzo muttered to himself, expressing disbelief that Orochimaru had found a way to grant him more power with the Sharingan. Danzo removed the bandages from his arm, revealing an implanted Sharingan eye. He tucked some papers into the files and left. Once it was safe, Naruto descended and copied everything, including a new file labeled Rinnegan. He read that it required implanting Senju cells and that, according to the notes, it could awaken, but he lacked the unique properties of Uzumaki blood. The experiment succeeded with a subject named Nagato, who managed to awaken. If he danced, he would obtain a drop of Uzumaki blood, which would be the worst-case scenario. Naruto escaped as best he could and began working through the list Mei had given him, complete with names and photos. He devised a simple mark to lead them near Kirigakure, where a special ANBU squad awaited. On the designated day, he sent a message to Mei along with all the information he had gathered. The only thing missing was the Konoha scroll. During this time, he undertook a rather cruel task, placing explosive tags on sewer rats, which would serve as an efficient means of distribution. For over 3 days, people gave him alms, believing he had no money and was reduced to eating rat meat. Naruto's face turned as red as an apple. He managed to place explosives at the root base, bars, and establishments, except for the pickled goods, and he placed more bombs in the red light district. Naruto had renounced anime and video games. All of that belonged to its rightful creators and producers. He meticulously planned everything, even having emergency plans in place. All that remained was for night to fall to avoid raising suspicion. Mei sent a body within a mini-scroll that appeared to be a copy of Naruto. He chose not to inquire about what the girls intended to do with it. They bore bruises, crimson and blue lipstick, and their bodies were marked with scratches from a wild beast. He assumed it was meant to enhance the effect. Naruto waited for dawn and made his way to the Hokage monument. He knew a secret path because he often went there to vent his feelings during his childhood. He took the powders and the air did the rest. The Enbu felt their bodies grow heavy, their eyelids drooping, and they were knocked unconscious. Even Danzo, who had stepped outside for fresh air after finishing a mountain of paperwork, fell directly into a pile of dubious waste. Naruto ran to the Forest of Death and used his vital energy to transport his targets, but he hadn't accounted for the fact that some were nearly undressed. A great cascade of blood filled the Forest of Death. Akame had to emerge and assist Naruto after a flash that lit up all of Konoha, and they were transported dry to Kirigakure. In the secret base of Kirigakure, it was a sea of blood. The ANBU, upon seeing such women, were knocked out. Isdeth and her squad went to investigate the source of the blood, fearing the worst. Were met with a sight that left them in awe. Isdeth had to urgently summon her best doctors and request people to donate blood, sending a squad of all-female ANBU to avoid another situation like this. Isdeth noted how fortunate it was that Naruto was immune to such situations. He was still a child and she would make him a man. Meanwhile, Akame, using Naruto's body, headed straight to the Hokage Tower. She managed to bypass the traps in the office without feeling pain. She carefully examined everything and found the button. Cautiously, she covered her nose as there was a paralyzing gas, and was caught off guard by an electric shock. Even that didn't provoke a reaction from Naruto. Akame had a maximum of 2 minutes and managed to perfectly copy the entire scroll. She began detonating each explosive in a sequence over 5 minutes, starting with the location of Naruto, then the Forest of Death, followed by the prison, and finally the Hokage Tower. Akame sprinted to escape the area, passing through the walls of Konoha swiftly. The ANBU were bewildered, questioning what had happened, but no one had answers. Then the explosions began. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions erupted everywhere, and no one could react quickly as their bodies were still heavy with sleep. Their vision was a chaotic blur, and the noise was unbearable. Boom, boom, boom. Danzo called out for someone to respond, but the chaos continued. Konoha was engulfed in flames from the explosions, and no one understood when or why this was happening. The ninjas struggled to extinguish the fires, with the clans suffering the most, particularly the Inuzuka clan due to their keen sense of smell and the Aburame clan because of their insect abilities. The other clans moved clumsily, like newborns, completely bewildered. Everyone had been peacefully asleep, and then chaos erupted, leaving their bodies unhelpful in the turmoil. Chapter end. All rights to Naruto, anime, and video games belong to their respective creators and producers. After the destruction of Konoha, the assessment of damages and casualties began, leading to distrust in Danzo. His inflexible stance against opponents intensified after the incident. Danzo placed surveillance on every clan, resulting in growing discontent among them. No traces were found, and even Danzo's secret tunnels were destroyed along with his root base. The greatest concern was the renegade ninjas he had imprisoned. Some escaped while others wreaked havoc. The ANBU were dispatched to eliminate the threats. The most significant problem was the destruction of the Forest of Death, which had become a dangerous place filled with wild animals. To cap off the day, the Great Hokage Tower was also destroyed. Danzo cursed everyone as he struggled to maintain his position. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was now known as Akame, needed to rest after his recent accident. He managed to wash off the blood and realized he had to find the Jinchuriki. Thanks to his time as a merchant, he had come across a description of the girl. It was just a matter of returning to search for her before the Akatsuki found her. Fortunately, the village was close to Konoha, and it would take him no more than 2 days to arrive. For the first time, Naruto ran with all his strength. In Kiri, some girls awoke, realizing they were not in their homes or village. They recognized their uniforms and understood they were in Kiri. After Mei explained what had happened and why they were there, one name echoed among them, Naruto. They expressed their feelings about him, calling him a dead man, castrated, and a pervert, while others remarked on his luck. The poor boy was overwhelmed and chased by a mob of furious women. In the land of fire, somewhere near a river, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't want to remember how he ended up there, especially when he saw beautiful figures dressed in revealing clothing. He sought information discreetly, and according to the villagers, Fu lived with a woman who always had a dull expression. The girl was her only means of survival. He searched in the farthest part of the village and eventually found a humble cabin. An older woman appeared and asked who he was and what he was doing there. Naruto introduced himself as a ninja from Kiri and asked for her name. The woman replied that her name was Mikoto Uchiha and that the girl was Fu. Sensing no danger, Mikoto relaxed and invited him in for a glass of iced tea. Naruto explained his reasons for being there and presented evidence to alleviate any doubts. He shared the Mizukige's plan, which had finally led to a truce. Naruto acknowledged Fu, calling her a very special girl and reassured her not to be afraid of him. Fu understood that he was now her friend and teacher. Naruto then set off for his final destination, where his new teacher awaited someone very strong. He and his companions left immediately to pursue their next objective. During the next 3 days, Naruto observed his new traveling companions. He shared stories of his journey and experiences in Kiri. The girls were amazed to learn that Naruto was originally from Konoha and had been abandoned by his parents. Despite this, he had grown stronger and never gave up on his dreams. He faced many adversities, including the painful realization that his dream of becoming Hokage was shattered by his legendary parents. Yet, Naruto persevered, learning from his mistakes and relying on the support of friends during his failures. Mikoto began to narrate her story. She spoke of her childhood in Konoha, where she was born without chakra and, consequently, without the Sharingan. She had loved a noble man named Shisui Uchiha, who had always supported her with love and advice. However, everything changed with Danzo's betrayal, which hurt her deeply. Mikoto felt a profound sadness as she recounted her struggles, including her sterility, unlike Fugaku Uchiha's arrogant wife. After saying goodbye to Shui, she left the village, carrying him in her heart, hoping to see him again someday. She then found Fu, who was being mistreated by her own people. After some time, they managed to escape the village. Fu shared her own tale, revealing that she had carried a curse since birth. She had never wanted this. All she desired was to be like other children, to play and have fun. Instead, she was often treated as a demon or a weapon, and she never felt the love of a true family. One day, Mikoto saved her from a fatal wound, giving her the will to live again. They planned their escape during a festival, using her knowledge of the village to evade the ANBU. After a series of close calls, they finally found refuge. Naruto mentioned that Mei had discreetly eliminated the pursuers, believing them to be Akatsuki spies. He acknowledged their painful pasts but emphasized that they had found something worth fighting for. He then revealed that he had a gift for them. Chapter end. All rights to Naruto, anime, and video games belong to their respective creators and producers. Naruto acknowledged that the anime and video games belonged to their rightful creators and producers. He had a gift that would help them become ninjas with unique powers, but he wanted to have a battle first. The two women exchanged glances and agreed. Naruto assumed a battle stance, and Fu began executing spinning kicks while Mikoto threw punches randomly. Naruto had to leap back, but the girls kept pressing forward with their close-range attacks. Mikoto drew her kunai, and Fu joined her. Naruto summoned Akame, and a fierce battle ensued between Mikoto and Naruto. Twice, he found himself on the brink of defeat. Mikoto's speed and mental agility were astonishing. Then Fu joined in, using her creativity to improvise with her kunai. Whenever Naruto left an opening, either Fu or Mikoto managed to land a hit, but Naruto always reacted swiftly, adapting his strategy. As Naruto grew more serious, he quickly outpaced the girls. He moved so fast that he seemed almost invisible. His strikes were mere sounds, and his kicks flowed like a dance. The girls could only defend themselves, but Naruto broke through their defenses, separating them and attacking each one. They were easily overwhelmed, and soon Mikoto and Fu were exhausted. Naruto was quick, and his unique strategies had them outmaneuvered more than once. He admitted his defeat, praising them for their skills. No one had lasted more than a minute against him before, making them the first to achieve such a feat. Mikoto thanked him, acknowledging his victory, while Fu remarked that no one fought like him. Naruto explained that as an ANBU, one had to take advantage of the battlefield, including their weapons. He presented them with the fruits he had promised. Fu was shocked, questioning if it was worth it to fight for strange fruits, while Mikoto reassured her that they must be special. Naruto confirmed that these fruits were highly coveted across the ocean but warned that eating one would prevent them from swimming in the sea and grant them unprecedented powers. The girls hesitated but recognized the constant threat of Akatsuki and realized they needed an edge. They consumed the fruits, enduring a terrible taste, but did not notice any immediate changes in their bodies. Fu expressed her disappointment, believing the fruits were spoiled, while Mikoto called out to Naruto. As Naruto attempted to flee, a lightning bolt from Mikoto knocked him out. He lay there with spiral eyes and slightly singed skin. Mikoto touched him again, but it only resulted in another shock. Fu managed to carry Naruto, but he accidentally squeezed her, causing her to scream. In a surprising turn, Fu's strength propelled Naruto into the sky, where he crashed through several trees. Naruto found himself in a sorry state, his clothes torn, sporting a bruise, and hanging from a tree. Mikoto remarked that they might have gone a bit too far, while Fu insisted he deserved it for being a pervert. Naruto pleaded for help. Later, as they wandered, they found themselves lost again. Mikoto snatched the map from Naruto, realizing he was holding it upside down. She nearly lost her temper, but Fu intervened just in time to save him. At one point in their journey, a light descended from the sky, materializing into a beautiful woman. She introduced herself as Kame-sama, explaining that she had come to bring them gifts for their journey, as dark times were approaching. Mikoto felt honored to meet her, introducing herself and her companions, Fu and Naruto. Kame-sama then began to tell them a story, urging them to pay close attention. She narrated that long ago, before the era of chakra, A beautiful woman named Kaguya from the Akatsuki clan descended from the heavens. She had a good heart, and all was well until the arrogance of humanity brought about war for power and land. Kaguya managed to halt the conflict, but one day, a man came to her, promising everything and winning her heart, only to betray her and break her fragile spirit. Kaguya vanished, and no one knew what happened to her. Kami-sama searched for her everywhere and eventually found Kaguya seeking the senju, a tree revered as a god. Unfortunately, Kaguya consumed the tree's only fruit, which granted her chakra and awakened her powerful dojutsu. Unbeknownst to her, she was PR'd and exiled herself to a remote area, giving birth to two brothers who inherited her abilities and chakra manipulation. The most significant was Hagoromo Akatsuki. Each brother grew up with opposing ideologies and set out to explore the world. While her sons traveled, Kaguya's former lover sent soldiers after her. Initially, she could fend them off, but as the battles continued, she became cold and nearly destructive. Realizing her power was insufficient, she returned to the tree and fused with it, creating a beast devoid of reason that destroyed her enemies but continued on, nearly leading humanity to extinction. Only a group of guardians, lacking chakra but possessing the spirit of nature, could confront the creature. Though they were young and inexperienced, they fought valiantly for days, managing to injure it severely. The creature retreated to the elemental continent, where it encountered Kaguya's sons, Hagoromo and his brother, who ultimately sealed it away on the moon, along with Hagoromo's chakra. Peace returned over time, and Hagoromo divided the chakra into 9-tailed beasts, raising them as his own children. He set out to prepare humanity for the next war with Kaguya, knowing someone with a thirst for power would inevitably make a grave mistake, and he sent his children to far-off places to keep them safe. Kami-sama concluded her tale by stating that it was until then that they were born. Chapter End. Kami narrated the story of Idra and Ashura, two brothers who were very different from one another. Even their father, Hagoromo, hoped they would find common ground. Idra inherited the Sharingan and took it to levels that even Hagoromo could not achieve, while Ashura developed chakra to unimaginable heights. He even mastered Sage Mode and was able to confront his brother, as both possessed equal strength. Hagoromo set a test for them, asking each to bring back what was most valuable to them. The brothers searched far and wide, and when they returned, Idra presented gold, jewels, and even a well-trained army of soldiers. He laughed at Ashura, who returned empty-handed. Ashura explained that he had been helping others, teaching and learning from them, which allowed him to improve his skills. He claimed that his greatest treasure was the experiences he had gained while saving his friends. He forgave the actions of those who betrayed him, choosing to spread love instead of hatred. Their father chose Ashura as his successor but warned them that soon someone would surpass them, revealing a path that would be more powerful than both of them combined. Nothing and no one could stand against this new being. Ashura accepted his father's words, but Idris sought more power. In his quest, he discovered the tailed beasts and learned there were 9 of them. This knowledge sparked a conflict between the brothers, leading to a fierce battle for control over the beasts. Over time, Idra founded the Uchiha clan, while Ashura established the Senju clan. Both clans engaged in a brutal war, neither side willing to retreat. Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged when an Uchiha and a Senju formed a brief friendship. However, their clans discovered this bond, leading to an ambush that resulted in the loss of a clan member. The land was engulfed in pain, tears, and misery from the war. The leaders of the Uchiha and Senju clans were forced to halt the bloodshed. Madara, the leader of the Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju made a truce and founded the village of Konoha. The era of clan wars came to an end, and peace lasted for a few years. However, this peace was short-lived due to the actions of an ancestor of Danzo, the current Hokage. He engaged in underhanded tactics that drove a wedge between the Uchiha and Senju clans. As a result, Madara sought to kill his best friend Hashirama, but his clan turned against him. Madara sought the power of the tailed beasts and found the most powerful of them all, the Kyuubi. They engaged in an epic battle in the Valley of the End, showcasing their most powerful techniques. Hashirama noticed that Madara's eyes had changed and learned from him that it was the final evolution of the Sharingan, more powerful than any Uchiha. Despite the pain of their friendship, Hashirama made a tremendous effort to thwart Madara's plans but spared his life out of respect for their bond. Both were representations of Ashura and Idra. After a long time, history began to repeat itself, but this time, the being that would surpass Idra and Ashura was born with a flaw. He was born without chakra and without the QB Naruto. Chapter end. Naruto was left speechless, struggling to process Kame's last words. Being a guardian was one thing, but stopping two brothers and guiding them was another. If he could barely manage his own soul, how could he serve as a guide? Kame reassured him, stating that she was there to correct her mistake. She would give him some of her own chakra, which he would need to learn to control, and he would discover how far he could go. Kame also decided to grant Mikoto some of her chakra so she could help establish the new Uchiha clan, resolving her previous issues. Additionally, she had made changes to the fruits Naruto carried, giving them new abilities, including the power to swim effortlessly. She encouraged them to explore these new skills and mentioned that she had visited Kiri and made modifications for Naruto's future companions. Kame advised Naruto to be resilient when he arrived in Kiri, sharing that it was just a feeling she had. Mikoto blushed deeply, feeling a surge of jealousy. Akame created two dolls, one resembling Kame and the other resembling Mikoto, and began to furiously stab them, calling them witches who stole her precious Naruto. Kame then revealed another gift for Naruto. She would free Akame from her prison, allowing her to enter and exit his body at will and take on her human form. With a snap of her fingers, Akame appeared before the group, angrily attacking the dolls and declaring that Naruto belonged only to her. She vowed to protect him fiercely, even threatening to keep him locked away until he became a man if anyone tried to take him from her. The scene was quite strange for the group, leaving Naruto blushing. Kame greeted Akame, who responded with a surprised exclamation, and they exchanged playful banter. The poor girl had a flushed face because she never knew when or how she exited Naruto's mental space. After a very long and awkward conversation, she understood why she had left. She couldn't look anyone in the eye. The best thing she could do in such a moment was to retreat into Naruto. Kame mentioned that Mikoto and her descendants would possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from birth. Kame then handed Naruto a seal that would allow him to visit her, promising to show him exquisite things and a bit of action. If he ever felt lonely at night, he could come to her, and she assured him that her warmth and company would be more than enough. Mikoto demanded that Naruto give her the seal. Naruto, curious, wondered if she would only show him how to make delicious ramen, which she claimed was exquisite. Everyone around them fell over in disbelief that Naruto didn't know the best things in life. He was an ANBU but sometimes acted like a child. Inside Naruto's mental space, Akame appeared with a depressed aura, having gone through a very tough time. Kame promised to cook the best ramen for Naruto if he came to her home, but she wanted something in return. When Naruto asked what it was, she simply replied with a secret. Kame took Naruto's face and kissed him passionately, causing Mikoto and Fu to nearly attack her, but they calmed down since they had Naruto, and she did not. 3 days later, Naruto and his companions were close to the coordinates on the map. Mikoto and Fu informed Naruto that they would take a short break and visit the hot springs in the region. With just a glance from Mikoto, Naruto felt like a newborn and accepted the idea. He went to bathe and relieve some stress, while Akame also emerged from her body to join him, apologizing for her earlier behavior. Naruto decided to take a stroll through the nearby village, where there were beautiful waterfalls perfect for a refreshing dip. Naruto and Akame reached the location and swam peacefully. As Naruto watched Akame, he felt his body warm up and his heart raced. It was the first time he had seen her like this. They swam, played, and relaxed, momentarily forgetting their mission. After spending nearly the entire day together, Naruto and Akame made their way back to the village feeling more at ease. They stopped by a small bar where Naruto had his first taste of liquor, while Akame sipped slowly to avoid drawing attention. As music began to play, Akame invited Naruto to dance, pulling him onto the dance floor. She encouraged him to relax, let loose, and allow the music to flow through him. Initially, Naruto's dancing resembled that of a penguin, but as time passed, they both began to dance without embarrassment. The music shifted to a more romantic tune, filled with couples, and Naruto felt like leaving the dance floor, but Akame wouldn't let him. She instructed him to place one hand on her waist and the other in hers, guiding him through the steps. As they danced, their bodies drew closer together, and Akame rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, enjoying his company. The sweet scent of Akame and her calming breath created a unique rhythm between their hearts. They locked eyes, losing themselves in each other's gaze, their faces inching closer together. It felt like an eternity until they finally shared a gentle kiss, initiating a dance of lips and warmth. They forgot everything outside, focusing solely on each other. Their hands began to explore softly, taking in every detail of one another's bodies until they felt breathless. They moved to the bar and continued to drink, losing track of time in their conversations. Eventually, Naruto found a room with a balcony that offered a stunning view. As they continued their dance, Akame's hands explored every inch of Naruto's chest, while he enjoyed the moment. He began to remove Akame's clothing, his movements a mix of skill and clumsiness. Akame relaxed under his touch, continuing to caress him as they both became more comfortable with each other. They shared gentle massages, discovering each other's bodies intimately. Naruto then took an ice cube from a bottle of champagne and glided it over Akame's skin, kissing her softly. He started at her back and moved down, turning her around to repeat the process. As he kissed her, he playfully used the ice to create a mix of sensations, and Akame found it strange yet exhilarating to feel the contrast of cold and warmth. Naruto's curiosity led him to explore further, and he began to stimulate her most sensitive areas, eliciting soft sounds of surprise from her. Naruto positioned himself at the entrance, taking a deep breath as he prepared to step forward. Akame, feeling a rush of emotions, acknowledged that this was a new experience for her. As they began to move in sync, their connection deepened, and they lost themselves in the moment, feeling as if they were becoming one. Later, Naruto opened his eyes, a throbbing headache making it difficult to focus. The light felt overwhelming, and as he attempted to sit up, he noticed another figure beside him. Pulling back the sheets, he saw Akame, peacefully asleep, and memories of the previous night flooded back. Mikoto, feeling frustrated, expressed her anger about Naruto's absence, insisting that he had left them worried all night. Fu chimed in, suggesting that something terrible might have happened to him. They both agreed to search for him, determined to find out where he had been. After some time, they learned that Naruto was at one of the most prominent hotels in the area. Suddenly, Naruto found himself in a chaotic situation, accidentally stumbling into the women's hot spring, which was rented by the female ANBU. The surprised ANBU members screamed, and Naruto turned pale, realizing his mistake. Meanwhile, Mikoto and Fu were furious when they discovered Naruto with Akame. Mikoto confronted him, feeling betrayed, while Fu warned him that he wouldn't be forgiven easily. They expressed their disappointment, lamenting that they had intended to guide him and protect him. After Naruto was released from the hospital, he was bandaged up and felt like a mummy, contemplating the consequences of his actions. Over the next few days, Fu and Mikoto kept a close watch on him, though Naruto remained puzzled by their behavior. Eventually, they reached their destination, a modest cabin. As they approached, a group of men emerged, and Naruto recognized one of them as Sarutobi. Mikoto identified another as Jiraiya, but Naruto did not recognize him. After everyone introduced themselves and met Konomaru, they were surprised to learn that Naruto was an ANBU from Kirigakure and the future husband of Mei Terumi. Naruto handed Sarutobi a letter written by his son, Asuma. Sarutobi announced that from that day forward, they would be trained by Jiraiya and himself. He warned them that difficult times lay ahead and that they would be pushed to their limits. He hoped they would give their all during this challenging PRD. Jiraiya explained that the Akatsuki would not move until they located each Jinchuriki, and that Kirigakure and Kumogakure had spies everywhere. He expressed concern about Danzo and Orochimaru. Jiraiya also mentioned his worries about Minato and his family, as no one knew their whereabouts after Danzo's betrayal. Naruto coldly remarked that it would be better if they were dead. Mikoto and Fu reacted strongly to his words. Sarutobi advised Naruto that hatred was not a good path, as it often led to tragedy and loss. Jiraiya joked that he hoped they wouldn't cry after the first day, and they all shared a laugh. For a brief moment, they felt the presence of Shinigami behind them, unaware of the challenges that awaited them. They could only hold on to the hope that it would be all or nothing. Naruto looked up at the sky, remembering each of the girls waiting for him in Kirigakure, realizing that this was going to be a very long journey. During their training, Naruto's group made significant progress, mastering the Rasengan and elevating it to a higher level. Naruto improved his favorite jutsu, the Shadow Clone technique, and enhanced his father's Flying Thunder God technique, eliminating the need for seals. They all learned the art of Sage Mode, with Naruto being the fastest and Konohamaru the slowest due to his age. The bond between them grew like that of brothers. Mikoto and Fu learned to control the fruits Naruto gifted them, taking their abilities to incredible levels, even beyond Naruto's own. After a month of recovery from a minor incident caused by Jiraiya's idea to watch his Aika Aika series, Mikoto and Fu managed to scare them nearly to death, leaving them in a charred state after a shocking encounter. Since then, Konohamaru had developed a fear of angry girls. Jiraiya conducted some reconnaissance on the villages and discovered that the Akatsuki had begun to move. Kirigakure was the third strongest village, followed by Iwagakure, with Kumogakure in first place. Unfortunately, Konoha was in last place. Danzo faced numerous problems with Sunagakure and was believed to be planning an attack on them. It was revealed that Danzo had deceived Sasuke Uchiha into joining Orochimaru, claiming he had been kidnapped by other villages to gain allies. The troubling part was that Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure were all aware of this, thanks to Naruto's intel on Danzo's plans. After a dispute with the Raikage, Danzo declared war, and Iwagakure and Kirigakure joined him. Sunagakure was struggling economically and attempted to sell some women to temporarily alleviate their situation, which resulted in a civil war. Many fled to other villages, including the Kazekage's children, who became leaders. Most people believed Naruto was dead, with only Kirigakure knowing he was alive somewhere. Danzo was seen with Orochimaru in various shady locations that were hard to track, but he always had suspicious blood on him. Orochimaru had been kidnapping children from unguarded villages and was spotted with a man wearing an orange spiral mask, accompanied by a mysterious plant-like figure. Kirigakure was a mysterious village where spies attempting to infiltrate would never be seen again. Their ninjas possessed strange abilities, including devil fruits that Naruto did not have. Danzo had tried to deal with the root Anbu, but his failed attempt caused him significant trouble, leading him to set a trap for the Hyuga clan. This resulted in Danzo losing support from the clans, but they were powerless to act against him as he could eliminate them silently. Investigations continued regarding the attacks and disappearances of some Konoha residents. Danzo was becoming increasingly agitated, making mistakes that earned him enemies everywhere. It was only a matter of time before Danzo or Konoha would cease to exist in this world. Naruto also formed strong bonds with Fu and Mikoto, which was a long and tedious process. He trained with Akame to unlock his full potential, all while never giving up his love for ramen. This led Akame to impose more intense exercises on him to prevent weight gain, making it a challenge for Naruto to give up what he considered a divine delicacy. After completing his training with Jiraiya and Sarutobi, Naruto began to see them as family. The farewell was emotional for everyone, especially for Konohamaru, who stayed behind with Jiraiya and received a peculiar devil fruit that allowed him to cut any part of the body. Akame also taught him how to wield his katana. Naruto and his team were sent on a special mission by Mei, marking their first assignment as a group. Their new attire was entirely black, designed to avoid drawing attention, made from a material infused with chakra threads that allowed them to use any element without issue. Naruto expressed that this was their farewell and reminded them to be cautious of Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. Sarutobi reassured him, hoping they would never come this way. Jiraiya promised to stay in touch through his network of spies and assured them he would do everything possible to protect them. As Naruto's group set out to investigate Sunagakure and discover why Danzo controlled the village, they had the element of surprise on their side, as no one knew they were coming. Naruto emphasized the need to uncover what had happened and then steal the scroll. Fu asked what the plan was, to which Mikoto replied that they would enter a caravan and exit with it. Naruto declared they were on the move, and the group traveled along the paths leading to Sunagakure. Their investigation revealed disturbing truths about the atrocities Orochimaru had committed against the villages, hidden from the world due to Danzo's root ANBU. Naruto rescued several families during his travels and managed to eliminate some root ANBU who were merely emotionless children. He had experience in these situations, and although the girls were not as familiar with it, he provided them with a quick therapy session that proved effective. The group pretended to be civilians and passed through the checkpoints set up by Danzo without any issues. As they crossed the desert, they noticed that their caravan was being watched by ANBU, requiring them to be cautious not to raise any suspicions. Eventually, they relaxed and hid in secret passages that Mei had gifted them, which were like a treacherous maze. They had to retreat from the ANBU that passed by. Using his abilities, Naruto darkened the corridors, allowing the group to move swiftly like shadows. With the help of his clones, he covered more ground, sending out 100 clones, of which only 3 survived. Some were lost to collapses, toxic gases, and other dangers. Naruto reached a secret room where the village scroll and the most confidential files of Sunagakure were kept. They copied everything in a matter of minutes, but when they heard someone approaching, Naruto ordered the others to leave while he stayed behind. He created a diamond clone that, although slow, could hold off any attackers. Naruto made himself invisible and observed that the Kazekage was actually a disguised Danzo ninja. The ANBU reported intruders in the village, and the Kazekage ordered an immediate squad to eliminate them, ensuring no one was left alive. As the ANBU left, Naruto accidentally triggered an alarm while trying to escape, and he was surrounded by more than 10 ANBU, one of whom detected him. He had to use a smoke bomb to flee quickly. The girls were pursued by an ANBU squad until Fu used her ability, allowing them to blend into the shadows. The ANBU were surprised, as it was the first time they had lost their target in a dead-end alley. If they had paid more attention to the ground, they would have noticed a moving dark stain. Naruto made a wrong turn and found himself cornered by the ANBU squad. When the ANBU captain ordered the use of their most powerful fire jutsu, flames surrounded Naruto, but he was pulled away by a shadow on the ground. For the eyes of Sunagakure, they had eliminated 1, but 2 remained. Not far from Sunagakure, 3 shadows emerged from the ground, taking on the human forms of Naruto, Mikoto, and Fu. Naruto and his companions completed more missions for Mei, even infiltrating Konoha. The problem was that Danzo intercepted any information, regardless of its nature. Mei sent her missions in code, cleverly disguising them as food recipes. Naruto noticed suspicious movements involving Danzo and a man with an orange mask. They always entered a heavily guarded room filled with traps. After enduring 3 months of hell to avoid detection by the ANBU and traps, Naruto finally managed to enter the room. He was shocked to find it empty. As he searched every corner without finding anything, he accidentally stepped on a hollow spot on the floor. Investigating further, he discovered a secret chamber. Without wasting time, he used his shadow clones to copy everything. Once finished, he sealed the room again and returned through the tunnels, encountering Root ANBU who triggered the alarm. Naruto dashed through the tunnels, creating explosive clones and sending them in all directions. He quickly made an escape through a wall, placing explosives inside the tunnel. He entered the forest of death to catch his breath. The explosions echoed behind him, indicating that they had found the tunnel and his clones. After reviewing the documents he had obtained, he found something alarming, an attack from Kirigakure. The villages of Rain, Sand, and Konoha were uniting forces to destroy the village of Kiri. The group would be led by the Akatsuki, with Pain at the forefront, thanks to his Rinnegan and control over the 6 paths of pain. The entire army would gather at the secret base of the Rain village. Only Konoha needed to send their Root ANBU. Naruto felt a surge of alarm upon seeing the date of the attack. They had only 7 days left, and Kiri could be caught off guard. He needed to urgently send this information, and the best way was to have Mikoto and Fu go to Kiri. They were their hope, but he had to find a way to send them without raising any suspicions. An idea struck him. He could fake a mission requesting Mikoto and Fu for a rank ZZZ mission, which required them to return to Kiri swiftly, giving him time to devise an emergency plan. He vowed to protect his home with his life, knowing he might die, but at least his home and friends would have a chance to survive. He felt the weight of his promise to the girls, knowing he might never see them again. He prayed for strength to endure until the end. The village of Konoha was attacked in the early morning with powerful explosives. The ENBU rushed to investigate, and Naruto seized the opportunity to slip away quickly, taking advantage of the chaos. He headed straight to the rendezvous point where Mikoto and Fu were waiting. He handed them the letter from the Mizukage, pretending to be surprised by the dangerous mission. He embraced both girls tightly. Mikoto reassured him, telling him not to cry as if he were heading to his own grave. Fu added that men shouldn't cry. Naruto responded that neither should his lovely fiancées. Mikoto urged him to take care of himself, while Fu warned him not to be a pervert and to pray for his life. Naruto handed them the mission information and a letter detailing their performance in previous missions. He expressed his pride in being their sensei, friend, and boyfriend. He shared a gentle kiss with both Mikoto and Fu, pouring all his feelings into that moment, urging them never to forget it. With hope, Mikoto and Fu set off for Kiri, hoping they would arrive within a week. Naruto watched them disappear into the distance. After a while, he climbed to the top of a tree and caught a final glimpse of them. He hoped they would find happiness and that one day they would forgive him. As he looked up at the sky, tears streamed down his face. He realized he would not return from his self-imposed mission. He knew he needed to give each of his fiancées time. With that thought, Naruto vanished from his spot, leaving only an eagle soaring overhead. Naruto appeared near Amigakure. According to the information he had gathered, the rain was infused with chakra, and any anomalies would trigger an alarm for the ANBU, including the leader of Amigakure. Observing the village, he devised a plan to navigate beneath it, grateful to Danzo for providing the intel on Amigakure. During his investigation, he learned that the village was one of the bloodiest, constantly caught in conflicts with the major villages. Naruto faced more challenges as ANBU monitored the area. He noticed groups of 2 individuals wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds frequently entering and exiting, always heading toward a tall tower. He saw Danzo enter with the route ANBU on the day he arrived in Amigakure. They moved in small groups, which made it easier for them to go unnoticed. Naruto had to prepare an emergency plan where he would act as a mole, moving underground while ensuring he remained undetected. He planted explosives throughout the area, set to detonate if he could not escape. He decided it was better to take the village down with him than to let it continue existing. Navigating through the sewers of Amigakure was a dirty job, and he lost track of time as he placed bombs around the main streets and in the largest buildings. It took him only 3 days to complete everything, and he also created wooden clones, hiding them underground. He kept a close watch on the Akatsuki members he could see. They were formidable shinobi, each with vast experience. Taking a significant risk of being discovered, Naruto managed to infiltrate the Akatsuki's archives. After copying the information, he read about the group's activities and was shocked to discover that Konoha was covertly assisting them. Danzo had been paying them for underhanded jobs, and he learned that the true leader was Tobi, who was supposedly Madara Uchiha. Naruto realized he was up against enemies far beyond his current abilities. He had to steal ninja equipment from Amigakure under the cover of night. To send the information he gathered, he created a group of clones to escape the village. Just a day before their departure, Naruto discovered Amigakure's secret base. From the shadows, he observed a massive army and all the Akatsuki members, finally spotting Pain. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but luck rarely lasts. Suddenly, a voice congratulated him, stating he was the first to find their base. Naruto had not sensed the presence until it was too late, and to his dismay, the figure appeared out of nowhere. Realizing the danger, he quickly activated the explosives. The ground shook as explosions erupted, the sound echoing through the area. However, Naruto had not accounted for 2 users of the Sharingan and Rinnegan, who managed to save most of their soldiers from the destruction. Chapter end. The Naruto anime and video games belong to their respective creators and producers. The group of Naruto clones emerged from the ground that Naruto had created, but instead of 15, there were only 5. They encountered an army of white humanoids. Thanks to the sacrifices of their fellow clones, who gave their all, the remaining clones advanced quickly, knowing they would be pursued at any moment. The group was intercepted by the Rain Ninjas. Only 3 clones remained, as the other 2 would buy time for their escape. The first clone suggested they carry out the mission Jiraiya had given them. The second clone urged him to act immediately. The first clone performed the summoning jutsu. The Naruto clone greeted Gamatsu, instructing him to deliver important information to the Mizukage. However, Gamatsu was cut off as they were attacked by a plant man. The Naruto clone shouted for him to leave immediately. The little frog vanished, aware that Naruto would never shout at him. He had always been a loyal friend since their first meeting. The problem was that he didn't know where Kiri was, as he was just a young summon. He decided to consult his father. Zetsu observed the situation, dismissing the clones as mere common copies. Suddenly, an unknown figure threatened them, claiming they were intruders in aim. The clones retaliated with fire and wind jutsu, hoping to buy time for the original. If the masked figure escaped, the original would be in danger. The masked man appeared suddenly, catching them off guard. The masked figure, Tobi, expressed excitement at finding someone to play with, and Zetsu began to sink into the ground. Tobi teleported from one spot to another, while the clones turned their backs to cover their blind spots. Zetsu emerged from beneath them, separating the clones. The clones had enough training to fall without disappearing, and they attempted to defeat Tobi with explosive tags. The explosion echoed through the area. Tobi reappeared behind the first clone, who attempted to kick him, only to find Tobi intangible. The other clones tried to burn or cut him, but Zetsu merely sank into the ground, moving faster than the clones. Zetsu utilized with techniques that nearly overwhelmed them. The clones realized their best option was to retreat quickly, as their chakra was running low. Unfortunately, their luck ran out, and the other clones were defeated. They found themselves surrounded, and the original clone handed out nearly 1,000 explosive tags, detonating them rapidly. The only survivors were Zetsu and Tobi. The others lacked Sharingan or Zetsu's abilities. Tobi declared that the intruder was likely at the base. They rushed to the base, where Zetsu searched for the spy. He confirmed the spy was hidden away, unnoticed, and informed Tobi of the spy's location. Chapter end. The Naruto anime and video games belong to their respective creators and producers. After the explosion at the base, Naruto quickly emerged, having placed explosive clones throughout the area. However, he was caught off guard by Tobi and Zetsu. Upon exiting the base, he faced an army. Naruto drew his kunai and took a deep breath, knowing the odds were against him. To make matters worse, he heard footsteps behind him. He activated his favorite technique, shadow clones, as he prepared for battle. The situation was dire, but he pressed on as his clones provided cover. The chaos around him was intense, with dragons made of water and fire. The clones utilized lightning and wind techniques, infusing their shuriken with fire and wind chakra. As Naruto dashed through aim, he was suddenly attacked by over 1,000 puppets. Explosives shaped like animals rained down from the sky, made of clay. Naruto found himself in a precarious situation, having narrowly escaped being devoured by a shark or a chameleon. Strangely, instead of fleeing the village, he was heading toward the center, which made no sense to the Akatsuki. Naruto steeled himself, entering Sage Mode, and unleashed powerful fire dragons combined with wind. He even created a planetary Rasengan to divert the blonde girl and her husband, whom he deduced by sight. The explosion was immense. Naruto managed to lose them for a few moments, but the excessive effort and the toll on his clones were catching up to him. Suddenly, Tobi appeared. Thanks to his agility, Naruto ducked and delivered a powerful Rasengan, refusing to waste energy. Naruto leaped upward as roots nearly ensnared him. He looked up to see water sharks diving toward him. With a swift motion, he broke through a wall to hold himself up, injuring himself in the process. He had to jump again as puppets and explosive clay came at him. The explosion sent him flying. Naruto got back on his feet, feeling the pain in his body but continuing toward the village center, where he faced Anbu Shinobi and Chunin. The genin were easily dispatched or knocked out. Tobi blocked his path, launching a powerful fire dragon. Naruto reacted instinctively, raising a wall of earth, but had to duck to avoid a scythe and quickly leap over humanoid forms in the air. He was then bombarded by a rain of shuriken and kunai, forcing him to draw his katana for defense. He felt himself being pulled toward the ground, gripping a nearby building, only to be shot back into the sky. Naruto fell rapidly, facing all kinds of jutsu. He created clones to serve as a barrier. The explosion echoed again as Naruto was thrown aside, crashing into nearby buildings. Naruto breathed heavily, feeling the pain in his back and the ache of broken bones. He had little chance of reaching the center of the village. He needed to push himself harder. If he could make it, he might just survive, but if not, it would be the end. Rising to his feet, Naruto enveloped himself in a golden chakra, aware that it would only last for a few minutes. He burst out of the building at a speed that appeared as a mere flash of light. On his path, he dispatched various shinobi, who only saw a golden sphere of light before they fell. Upon reaching the center of the village, he climbed the tower, and what he saw was disheartening. He was surrounded. Naruto mentally commanded his clones to take their positions. He had to hold out for at least 5 minutes. He accepted that he might die, but he would take some enemies with him to ensure Kiri's survival. Him stood by his side, expressing her support. As Naruto gazed up at the sky, he saw the faces of the girls who had been his light, and for them, he was prepared to sacrifice himself. A smile graced his face as he watched the Akatsuki and other shinobi eliminate his clones. It was only a matter of time before he would give his life. He told Akame that it had been a pleasure to know and work with her. She replied that it was an honor to work with him, a boy she had come to know and promised never to abandon. A thunderclap illuminated the village, and heavy rain began to fall as the last group of clones fell, leaving only the original standing. 2 hooded figures dressed entirely in black moved swiftly across the elemental continent, hastening their pace due to the urgency of the message they carried, which contained crucial information. Meanwhile, Gamatsu arrived with a message for Jiraiya, who was alarmed to learn that no one left the hidden rain village alive. He knew Naruto was in danger, but his mission was to go to Kiri and deliver the valuable information before returning for Naruto. The only problem was that he had never been to Kiri. Jiraiya comically lamented his responsibility to protect his sensei and Konohamaru, vowing to return immediately, hoping that they would at least believe him. After a brief rest, the duo of women had to assist a small village by driving away the bandits that had tormented them. They were a day behind schedule, but their determination allowed them to make up for lost time. Mikoto and Fu infused more chakra into their jumps, outpacing even the flying thunder god technique. Thanks to their sage mode, they covered more ground. On the day Naruto began his battle against the Akatsuki, dark figures moved quickly toward the entrance, prompting the Chunin to be on high alert. Mikoto and Fu presented a letter signed by Naruto, and Anbu escorted them. After 3 hours, Jiraiya arrived, insisting it was urgent to see the Mizukichi. Following more than an hour of discussion and a threat from Sarutobi, they were granted permission. Inside the Mizukichi tower, Mei welcomed Mikoto and Fu. Mikoto announced that they were reporting for their mission. Mei inquired about Naruto's whereabouts, but both Fu and Mikoto exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding. Mikoto explained that Mei had sent a letter requesting their presence in Kiri for a mission. Mei denied sending any such letter and asked to see it. Mikoto handed over the letter, and upon reviewing its contents, Mei realized it was indeed a message requesting their presence. Mei then asked how long it had been since Naruto had separated from them. Mikoto replied that he had given them urgent information and instructed them to present themselves to Mei for a mission. Fu, sensing something was wrong, asked why Mei was upset. Mikoto pressed for the truth, and Mei, gathering her strength, revealed that the information indicated an impending invasion that Kiri was unaware of, and by the time they sought help, it would be too late. Mei analyzed every aspect of the information and realized the gravity of the situation. She asked how long it had been since Naruto had left them. Mikoto responded that it had been after he delivered the urgent information. Fu, concerned, asked what was happening and why Mei was in tears. Mei praised their successful completion of their first mission, noting Naruto's trust in them. She explained that the information detailed an invasion targeting Kiri, and Naruto had entrusted them with the task of delivering it. Mei hoped that Naruto would arrive with injuries but still alive, as a sign from Kami. Just then, a knock at the door signaled that Jiraiya needed to speak urgently. Mei nodded in acknowledgement. Jiraiya entered, stating he had urgent information about Naruto. Mikoto and Fu exclaimed in surprise. Jiraiya reassured them that Naruto was alive, and he admitted he had worried for the boy, who seemed to have luck on his side. The two women exchanged confused glances, while Mei wished for Naruto to be safe and that this was all just a cruel joke. Mikoto reminded Jiraiya that Naruto had stayed behind, and he asked if that was true. Fu pressed for clarification, wanting to know what was happening. Jiraiya referenced the contract they had signed, which puzzled them. He then placed the information about the Akatsuki on the table. Mei felt a sense of dread. Even her best spies had not gathered such comprehensive and detailed information. She urged Jiraiya to explain further. Jiraiya informed the group that Naruto had infiltrated the enemy base. According to Gamatsu, it was clones that summoned him, but they were attacked by a masked man and a carnivorous plant. The clones fought bravely, but Gamatsu eventually returned home. Mei cried out for Naruto, feeling the weight of their loss. Jiraiya gathered the information and began to piece everything together, though the girls struggled to understand until Jiraiya spoke again, repeating Naruto's name with a sense of urgency. Mikoto asked what was happening, and Mei explained that they had been given time, but it was fleeting. Jiraiya grimly stated that Naruto was prepared to sacrifice himself. The weight of the situation hit Mikoto and Fu hard as they recalled their farewell with Naruto, the tears they shed, and the words he had shared with them. Fu questioned why this was happening, and Mei, through her tears, responded that Naruto loved them and had given his life for his family, allowing them a chance to prepare their defenses. The atmosphere was heavy with sadness, as one ninja stood against an army, sacrificing everything for his home, family, comrades, and friends. Mei wiped her tears, refusing to lose hope. She knew Naruto always found a way to overcome challenges and would not let his efforts go to waste. She rallied the ANBU, instructing them to prepare for battle and send a message to Kumo and IWA immediately. When they hesitated, Mei urged them again, but they retreated, leaving her to console Fu and Mikoto. Mikoto lamented why those she loved always faced such hardships, but Mei reassured her that Naruto was different. He had come to give them a chance to save their home. Fu echoed the sentiment, and Mei affirmed that Naruto loved them, and they were part of his family. They would defend their home. Mikoto and Fu vowed to protect it so that Naruto could return to them. Jiraiya declared his support, stating that Naruto was his pupil. He had failed Minato but would not fail Naruto, who had forged a new path. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, expressing relief at hearing from Jiraiya. It was Tsunade, who revealed that she and Mei had made a bet, and she had lost. Jiraiya chuckled, thinking their sensei would be pleased, while Mei lamented that Tsunade always lost. Tsunade handed Mei a bill that made her faint, filled with zeros. Jiraiya picked it up, noting that Kiri was under financial strain, and poor Mei would struggle to pay such a sum. Alongside her duties as Kage, she would need to find additional work. Meanwhile, at the peak of the tallest tower in AIM, Naruto stood ready. He had created 10 special clones to confront the Akatsuki. As he prepared for battle, he leaped back to avoid being scorched by a powerful fire jutsu. Naruto had to create a clone in the form of a Sannin, while the original would fight against Tobi. He found Tobi to be a very strange being. Tobi claimed to be a special boy, insisting that he had to teach Naruto a lesson for his misbehavior. Naruto questioned Tobi's true identity, to which Tobi replied that he was simply a good boy. Suddenly, Tobi vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Naruto. The two stood still for a moment before Tobi launched a punch, which Naruto blocked with his palm. They both leaped into the air, unleashing their respective elemental dragons, Tobi with a fire dragon and Naruto with a water dragon. Tobi disappeared again, appearing behind Naruto. As he attempted to strike with his katana, Naruto countered but found that Tobi had evaded him. In a swift motion, Naruto spun around and struck Tobi in the back with a Rasengan, sending him flying. Tobi recovered quickly and unleashed powerful fireballs at Naruto. In response, Naruto created a wall of molten rock, propelling himself into the air. He conjured strong air bullets, but Tobi skillfully dodged them. Tobi then produced kunai, multiplying them with explosive tags. Naruto braced himself with his arms as the explosions erupted around him. The force sent Naruto hurtling backward. Tobi vanished again, nearly eliminating the clones stationed in the tower. However, Naruto managed to throw shuriken infused with lightning, forcing Tobi to become tangible, which gave Naruto the opportunity to reach and protect his clone. Breathing heavily, Naruto prepared for the next phase of battle. The clones engaged in rapid combat, utilizing wind jutsus combined with their katanas, cutting through their opponents. However, they found themselves outmatched by the Akatsuki members, who easily dodged their attacks, especially those wielding the Rinnegan and Sharingan. Despite the odds, Naruto's clones, tapping into Sage mode, fought back valiantly, though they were still at a disadvantage. The clones combined their powers to create a Rasengan Shuriken, resulting in a massive explosion that shook the village and illuminated the sky. Miraculously, the clones survived and began launching fire and wind jutsus, maximizing their reach. Yet, they soon had to retreat from clay figures shaped like animals that exploded around them. With a heavy sigh, Naruto faced Tobi again. He was struggling against Tobi, who continuously became tangible, giving him openings to attack with his kunai. As fatigue set in, Naruto began to slow down, resorting to powerful water dragon attacks to push Tobi back. The clones took their positions, ready to end the confrontation. A smile crept onto Naruto's face as he prepared for the final move. Tobi questioned Naruto's confidence, pointing out that he was outnumbered. Naruto replied that he had luck on his side. Tobi suggested that Naruto had lost his mind from stress, to which Naruto admitted that his opponents were indeed strong. Tobi expressed his happiness, and Naruto prepared to face whatever came next. Then, a massive explosion erupted, causing chaos as everything around them began to crumble. Buildings fell, and the ground shook violently, creating a scene of utter destruction. Explosions rang out everywhere, leaving no place to hide. The Akatsuki base was completely obliterated. In a different location, Naruto had begun his battle with Tobi near Kirigakure. The ANBU and ninjas of the mist were on alert, following orders from the Mizukichi. An army was advancing, led by a dangerous SSS-ranked ninja, who was determined to weaken Kirigakure before launching a final strike. Orochimaru summoned Manda, his man-eating serpent, and commanded it to destroy the walls. He ordered the ANBU to unleash their firepower without restraint to weaken Kirigakure. However, Naruto was busy dismantling the second army, with reinforcements from Kumo and IWA on the way. The ANBU executed their best elemental dragon jutsus, combining their powers. They charged into battle, unaware of the ambush awaiting them. They were met with a rain of shuriken embedded with explosive tags, leading to a series of devastating explosions as the ninjas of Kirigakure launched their water dragon attacks. Some enemies had to hide underground while others raised walls of earth. Manda and her serpents managed to destroy those walls, allowing the ninjas to infiltrate through the openings. Orochimaru activated his cursed seal, forcing the Kirigakure forces to retreat. The first front fell, but they bought time for the villagers to escape. The second front was heavier, with the more prepared Chunin and Jonin from Kirigakure, some of whom had gained powers from the devil fruits when they allied with the pirates. Orochimaru's ninjas engaged in a bizarre battle. Some claimed to see living skeletons or even ghosts passing through, pulling out hearts. Those with the cursed seal acted without reason, attacking relentlessly. The Kirigakure ninjas countered with air blasts combined with fireballs and lightning. Outside Kirigakure, Orochimaru commanded his forces to enter and unleash their power. His remaining shinobi army charged in, scattering across the battlefield. Explosive clones activated everywhere, and Orochimaru refused to retreat, seeking specimens for his experiments. The Kirigakure army was overwhelmed once more and had to fall back, realizing the full enemy force had entered. Outside the walls of Kirigakure, Naruto's team, including Koyuki, Shien, Mikoto, and Fu, joined the fray. Hell broke loose for those left behind to defend the entrance. They were incinerated, electrocuted, or pierced by beams of light, while others were consumed by darkness. Orochimaru advanced toward what seemed to be Kirigakure's last line of defense, led by a woman with blue hair. She moved with the Ienbyu, Chunin, and Jonin, demonstrating incredible speed as she eliminated everything in her path. With her sword, she froze her enemies, and Orochimaru liked his lips, recognizing her as a potential specimen. The Anbu from Kirigakure launched bombs everywhere, some using shuriken infused with lightning or wind. When Orochimaru saw an opportunity to place the cursed seal on the girl, he extended his neck, but she froze his head and countered with a powerful punch that sent him flying. Orochimaru recognized only two people with such skills, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade remarked on how long it had been since they last met, calling him a slippery snake with tendencies toward men. Jiraiya questioned what had drawn Orochimaru out of his lair. Orochimaru laughed, revealing his betrayal of Konoha, to which Tsunade pointed out the irony. The Sannin were once again united. Jiraiya declared that it would end here. Orochimaru invoked Edo Tensei, summoning powerful figures from the past. Tsunade confronted him, angered by his desecration of her family. Orochimaru ordered his summoned beings to destroy Kirigakure as the Kages retreated from the scene. Jiraiya unleashed a fire dragon, while Orochimaru hid underground. When he emerged, Tsunade was waiting with a kick that sent him back to his lair. Orochimaru summoned a snake that surprised Jiraiya and Tsunade, launching them into the air. They responded by summoning their respective allies. Jiraiya, alongside the Chief Toad, initiated a long-range attack using oil and fire. Orochimaru attempted to strike Jiraiya from below, but the Chief Toad leaped aside, only to be met with a stream of acid from Tsunade's slug. Meanwhile, the Kages faced off against Mei and Konan. Mei unleashed powerful lava ball, while Tobirama created a water wall for protection. Hashirama utilized his wood element to send roots after the girls, but Konan cut them down with her newfound paper manipulation ability. She crafted paper wings and rained shuriken from the sky, forcing Hashirama to grow trees for cover. Tobirama fired water bullets while Konan deftly dodged. Mei struggled to maintain control over her wood element. Tsunade managed to land a punch on Orochimaru, who was then met by Jiraiya's Rasengan, which turned to earth upon contact. Orochimaru emerged from underground, catching Jiraiya off guard with his sword. If not for Tsunade, Jiraiya would have lost his head. Jiraiya summoned his allies, Pa and Ma, who silently supported him in the fight. Tsunade fought to buy Jiraiya time, but Orochimaru would not allow it and began attacking Jiraiya, who was defended by Tsunade and her slug. Konan employed explosive tags with her paper jutsu to hinder the Kages while Mei unleashed a rain of fire. The Kages separated, creating an opening for Konoha to attempt to end the battle. They sent dozens of kunai and shuriken with explosive tags toward Hashirama, but Tobirama created a water shield that transformed into a vortex aimed at Konan, while Mei launched powerful fireballs. It was Hiruzen who managed to arrive at the battlefield just in time. Konan moved swiftly, launching millions of sharp wooden projectiles at Hashirama. With Tsunade's help, they kept Orochimaru at bay. Jiraiya entered Sage mode, turning the tide in their favor. He matched Orochimaru's speed and, as a master of seals, he collaborated with Tsunade to apply Kushina's space seal, which disrupted Orochimaru's jutsus and quickly consumed his chakra. Tsunade and Jiraiya were on the verge of defeating Orochimaru when they had to leap away to avoid explosive tags. The explosion echoed across the battlefield. Orochimaru's assistant emerged from hiding to aid his master, but he brought reinforcements, and they were soon surrounded by an army of Root Anbu. Before anyone could react, a lightning strike took down several Anbu, and a wall of earth rose to shield them. When they saw who had arrived, it was the reinforcements from Kyumo and Iwa, which surprised Orochimaru, who realized the situation had changed. He ordered Kabuto not to hesitate and to attack. The shinobi began their assault, forcing Orochimaru to rely on Kabuto for assistance as he called upon his special team, enhanced by his cursed seal. The team activated their cursed seals, transforming their bodies with strange features. The battle commenced, with only Jiraiya and Tsunade able to respond effectively due to their speed and unique jutsus, while the reinforcements worked to support their allies. Jiraiya and Tsunade let Orochimaru slip away again, but not without leaving him a parting gift. The Sannin faced challenges. One enemy controlled bones, while a girl played a flute that summoned 3 creatures. Jiraiya, alongside the Chief Toad, launched powerful air bullets, while Tsunade used her slug to spray acid, dodging attacks effortlessly. Isdeth held off the army with her speed, countering various jutsus from fire to ice. She managed to destroy most of the jutsus with her sword, though some still infiltrated Kiri. With the Kages resurrected thanks to Hiruzen's intervention, he engaged in battle with Hashirama, while the girls faced Tobirama, who struggled against an enemy using heat-based abilities. The temperature was unbearable, but Mei and Konan remained cool under pressure. Tobirama couldn't use his water jutsus, as they evaporated in the heat. Hiruzen utilized shadow clones to create more jutsus, leveraging his experience to gain the upper hand, putting his sensei in a difficult position. Konan and Mei combined Mei's lava dragon with Konan's wind dragon. The clash was intense. Tobirama was now a thing of the past. Konan and Mei, though tired, took a moment to catch their breath before rushing to assist Hiruzen. Hashirama, seeing his brother defeated, became serious and transformed into his Sannin form, unleashing his most powerful wood jutsus. Hiruzen ordered Mei to burn all the wood while Konan used wind to enhance their attacks. Hiruzen and his clones moved in all directions to surprise Hashirama, who showed no mercy. Konan used wind jutsus to assist Hiruzen, cutting through obstacles, while Mei unleashed her lava bullets. Jiraiya began to use his Rasengan. The impact was tremendous. Tsunade employed her 100 healings and chakra scalpel, a powerful combination that shifted the battle in their favor, allowing the Sannin to gain ground despite facing difficulties. They began to help eliminate the enemies they encountered. Mei spotted a gap in Hashirama's defense and fired her lava bullets. Hashirama dodged, but Hiruzen was waiting with a fire dragon, which Konan enhanced with a wind dragon. The explosion was deafening. In the end, Hashirama was left as a mere shell, manipulated by Orochimaru. The battle for Kirigakure concluded with minimal casualties, thanks to the great ninja Naruto, who was celebrated in Kiri. Mei gave an order to search for Naruto, with Jiraiya and Tsunade leading an elite squad from the hidden mist village. In the rain village, everything that happened after the explosion was so swift that no one knew how to react. The aftermath left only smoking ruins of the village. Toby managed to become tangible to avoid harm, but it was not enough. Soon after, Zetsu emerged, missing his black half. Toby inquired about Akatsuki's status. Zetsu informed him that Nagato was on a path of suffering, Dara had perished, and Kisame barely escaped with his life thanks to his sword. Jaiden had vanished without a trace, and Sasori's puppets had been incinerated, leaving no remnants. Itachi had used his Susanoo but suffered severe injuries, and it was likely he would lose an eye. Kakuzu was left with only one heart. For the first time, Toby felt fear. No human should possess such power to decimate an army and Akatsuki in the process. The survivors were either wounded or incapacitated. Zetsu suggested that they follow their leader's orders to retreat north and regain their strength, noting that Toby was the last one left. Zetsu remarked on the irony of their fallen leader. Toby corrected him, asserting that their leader was still alive, having witnessed his body being absorbed by a vortex similar to his own. Toby acknowledged that their leader possessed a power that surpassed them all, creating clones that fought alongside Akatsuki and an army. He had fought alongside him, and although it seemed he was winning, it was a deception. Had the battle continued, he would have been defeated. Toby insisted they must find their leader before he fully mastered his abilities. He tasked Zetsu with locating him and eliminating him, as he posed a threat to their plans. Toby emphasized that even the powerful Rinnegan could not withstand an explosion of that magnitude, fearing what would happen if their leaders sought them out at full strength. Zetsu agreed that they would stand no chance against him. Toby departed, hoping Zetsu would find their leader while he was still weak, knowing that if he failed, their days were numbered. Jiraiya arrived at the Rain Village, only to find a scene beyond his imagination, an entirely destroyed village. He ordered his team to search for Naruto or any survivors to understand what had transpired. However, they found no one, all were dead. Some ANBU members reported seeing what appeared to be remnants of black cloaks and red clouds. They searched but found no signs of human life. Tsunade remarked that such power was terrifying, even surpassing that of the Bijou. Jiraiya agreed with her assessment. In the center of the village lay a vast, deep crater and the remains of several buildings. The team searched for any signs of Akatsuki or Naruto, but only discovered more bodies as they continued their search. Jiraiya and Tsunade ordered a retreat, pondering the whereabouts of Naruto and Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in a forest, a wounded and exhausted body began to open its eyes and struggled to stand, hearing an approaching noise. A girl was running for her life, unaware that her life was about to change. An ANBU member threatened her, stating that her brothers had paid for her life, and she belonged to them forever. Another ANBU member suggested they have a little fun with her. Renunciation of Naruto, anime, and video games belongs to their respective creators and producers. The ANBU operatives split up to capture the woman. As she ran, memories flooded her mind of how her brother had betrayed her, selling her out simply because she had disobeyed him during her last mission. There was a difference between eliminating traitors and harming innocent children. Her cruel brother had nearly taken her life, but she managed to escape. Later, she discovered that her own brothers had sold her like merchandise. Overwhelmed with grief, she lost everything and fled into the forest, only to stumble and injure her foot. The ANBU operatives laughed, taunting her that they had finally caught up and that no one would come to her aid. She knew her exhaustion was overwhelming. Initially, she had managed to defeat the weaker ones, but more kept coming, and the best option was to run for her life. If she had to sacrifice herself, she would fight until the end. A shadow leaned against a tree, overhearing everything. Unfortunately, they were out of chakra, and any mistake could cost them their life. The girl began firing air bullets, which the ANBU dodged skillfully. One ANBU threw a kunai and an explosive tag. The explosion echoed through the forest. The girl jumped, shielding her body with her arms, but she collided with a nearby tree. Her vision blurred, and it seemed like this was the end for her. Suddenly, she saw a silhouette standing between her and the ANBU, and then everything went dark. Naruto emerged from his hiding place to protect her. The ANBU mocked him, calling him a boy who could barely stand. They threatened to end him and send his soul to the Shinigami. Naruto stepped forward, aware that he had no chance against the enemy at that moment. He picked up the girl and used a smoke bomb to disappear from the scene. The ANBU, caught off guard, lost their target. In a cave far away, Naruto collapsed after dropping the girl. He had pushed himself too hard and prayed to Kami that she was not his enemy, fearing the consequences. Akame emerged from Naruto's body and healed both him and the girl. It took 2 days for the girl to regain consciousness. When she awoke, she feared the worst. Finally, she heard a voice welcoming her back, expressing relief that Naruto had saved her life. The voice introduced itself as Akame. The girl was grateful but struggled to remember her own name. In Kirigakure, Mei was informed about Naruto's situation. Unable to find any trace of him, she could only hope he had succeeded in his mission. For the first time, Mei called upon all of Kiri. She addressed the villagers, thanking Naruto for his efforts, stating that they were safe because he had shown them that stronger enemies lurked in the shadows. However, there would always be heroes like Naruto willing to fight for their home. Mei announced her decision to step down as Kage, handing the position to Tsunade Senju temporarily while she left Kiri to grow stronger. She hoped that by the time she returned, the entire village would be stronger and ready to welcome their hero, Naruto. The villagers had mixed reactions. Some respected Mei, while others were apprehensive about Tsunade, a legendary Sannin. Some speculated that Mei was leaving to find her fiancé, while others worried she might abandon Kiri. The Sannin were taken by surprise. Tsunade wore the hat of the Mizukage but was unsure how to respond, while Jiraiya and Hiruzen shared a laugh. Mei held up a letter from Naruto addressed to his friends, companions, and all of Kiri. She read it aloud, expressing that his home would see the light again because a man who loved his home had done everything he could not for rewards, but for the sake of his loved ones. He humorously mentioned that if it meant a lifetime supply of ramen, he would do it. Some villagers chuckled, while others shook their heads disapprovingly. Mei continued, sharing that he defended the next generation, as they were the most valuable to him. In his old home, he had never received appreciation. His family had always underestimated him for his lack of chakra control. However, through hard work and determination, he had become the best and surpassed his limits for those he loved. It was that love, his true light, that propelled him forward. Despite his strength, he acknowledged that there were still stronger enemies with very strange abilities. Naruto, the captain, turned to Mei, his former companion and fiancée, and urged her to become stronger than their enemy. Difficult times lay ahead, and he entrusted the captaincy to Mei Terumi. She would take his former teammates and apprentices to enhance their skills. A war was approaching, and he hoped they would not disappoint him. He would be waiting for them in Kiri, ready to show what they were made of. To ease their worries, he mentioned Ero-sensei Jiraiya, a legendary sannin who had taught him about the life every man aspired to have. The sight of Jiraiya, looking paler than Orochimaru after an unfortunate incident in the ladies' restroom, brought a moment of levity. He would be the one to train them. Naruto felt immense pride for Kiri and considered them his family, willing to give his life if necessary. The people of Kiri shouted the name of their hero, making a promise to become stronger and to stand alongside Naruto when the time came. Mei wanted to take her former teammates with her, but they expressed their desire to become captains of their own pirate crews, seeking to discover their true abilities independently. They vowed to return, and Mei took Mikoto and Fu with her to prepare them better. Each ship set sail for different destinations, promising never to falter again and to show Naruto that they would be at his level upon their return. As the ships disappeared from Kiri, the new Mizukage, Tsunade, remained in her place, unmoving. Jiraiya covered her with a blanket to keep her warm before leaving with his crutches. Naruto's team departed in various directions, determined to become the best and to never face such a situation again. Chapter End. Naruto, along with the anime and video games, belongs to its respective creators and producers. A woman introduced herself as Tamari. Akame expressed her pleasure in meeting her. Tamari noticed that Akame's companion seemed to have been through a lot, as if he had just returned from a battle. Akame explained that he had completed a small mission to save his village. Tamari lowered her gaze, lost in memories of her village, friends, and what had happened to her brothers. Naruto, slowly regaining his strength, managed to sit up and focus his vision on the two women before him. Akame remarked that Naruto was reckless, almost losing his life. Naruto chuckled, proud of having thwarted the Akatsuki and their army. Tamari's eyes widened at the mention of the Akatsuki, expressing disbelief that he had faced them alone. She noted that no one had ever confronted them and that he was the first ninja to even challenge them, wondering how many he had fought, 1, 2, or 3. Naruto clarified that he had faced the entire organization but was unsure if any had perished. He then asked Tamari who she was. Tamari was momentarily stunned, recalling how she and her brothers had encountered 2 members of the Akatsuki and had to flee to save one of their own who had been gravely poisoned. She looked closely at Naruto, who bore serious injuries, and her imagination momentarily took her to a different place. In her mind, she envisioned them on a beach, sharing gentle kisses, with Naruto whispering that she was the best woman who completed him. As the fantasy continued, she imagined Naruto kissing her neck, slowly removing her black kimono, and trailing kisses down her body. Suddenly, Tamari was jolted back to reality as Naruto and Akame spoke to her, concerned when she didn't respond. Naruto, unfortunate enough to touch her forehead, was met with a sudden burst of blood, leaving him startled. He asked Akame to check on him, while Tamari remained in a daze. Akame, aware of Tamari's wandering thoughts, chose not to pry and instead went to the river, splashing water on Tamari to bring her back to her senses. Tamari, confused and disoriented, questioned what had just happened. After everything was settled, Temari explained who she was and what had happened. Akame, feeling offended and furious at her brother's behavior, pulled Naruto away from Temari. In the meantime, Temari fainted, a small trickle of blood at her side. Naruto, wanting to help, retrieved a scroll containing some unusual fruits known in the ocean but rare in the shinobi world. He told Temari that eating one would change her life forever. Temari contemplated for a moment, recalling her home and family. With a clearer mind, she decided to eat the fruit. As Naruto stretched, he noticed Temari from behind and playfully startled her. She nearly choked as an incredibly unpleasant taste filled her mouth. This reminded her of a day when she had played with her brothers, who had unfortunately encountered a sandstorm. When she opened her eyes, she found herself back to normal, or almost Naruto had transformed into a strange version of himself with spiral eyes. Akame returned with food and firewood, asking what had happened. Temari pointed at Naruto, who was playfully accused by Akame of being a pervert for bothering Temari. Naruto insisted it was a misunderstanding, but Akame warned him to pray for his soul. The forest around them felt the tension, and animals fled from the area. In another part of the forest, a mummy and a girl walked together. The girl, with a cherry-like face, had witnessed a terrifying moment that left her feeling uneasy. Temari reassured her that they had explained everything to Akame, who had turned red with embarrassment. Unfortunately for Naruto, Temari used her most potent weapon against him, her puppy dog eyes. Unable to resist, he embraced her. They wandered aimlessly, knowing that the Akatsuki would not remain idle. One of them would have to attack, and Naruto was currently injured. He and Temari traveled through villages, seeking information about the Akatsuki, who had vanished without a trace. With no leads, Naruto decided it was best to remain hidden, like the enemy, and search for their hideout again. At the Akatsuki's secret base, Pain suggested they rest before going after the Jinchuriki. The other members, weary and injured, nodded in agreement. Nagato, with a cane and a bandaged arm, left to regain his strength. The Akatsuki were vulnerable. Moving now would be like walking into their doom. Meanwhile, Naruto and Temari spent their time in the shadows, helping people along their journey while also dealing with Temari's newfound abilities. In one instance, she accidentally buried Naruto in sand while trying to control her powers, creating a sandstorm just as he was about to enjoy his ramen. Temari discovered she could create sand weapons like shuriken and asked Naruto to create clones for her. For a moment, she felt a sense of revenge against the clones, and her shuriken and kunai became as sharp as metal. She even learned to react to danger, realizing she could transform into a woman made of sand. During a mission, she absorbed water from a man she had captured, using her powers to protect herself. Naruto felt fear, not for Temari's power, but for his precious ramen, which always seemed to suffer when she was angry. Near the land of waterfalls, they heard a scream and found an elderly man tied to a tree, with ninjas playing target practice with him. Naruto stepped in front of the old man, deflecting their weapons with a kunai, while Temari created a sandstorm to obscure their vision. Afterward, they managed to heal the elderly man, and Naruto, in his sage form, provided him with food. The man, once feared in the ninja world, saw a reflection of his old friend in Naruto, a reminder of the bond they once shared. He had betrayed that friendship in his youth, but now he hoped that these two young heroes might bring him redemption. He gazed at the night sky, watching a shooting star pass by, and thought of his brother and friend, wishing for forgiveness for the blood he had shed. He felt a sense of purpose before leaving this world, knowing that only Naruto and Temari held the key to his final task. As dawn broke, Naruto and Temari prepared to leave, always on the lookout for information about the Akatsuki. The elderly man offered to repay them with his knowledge, explaining that he had no heirs to pass it on to. Temari sensed his suffering and regret, and she convinced Naruto to stay and learn something new, knowing that his love for ramen would make him agree. When she asked for his name, he revealed himself as Madara Uchiha. The name struck fear into the hearts of many, leaving Naruto astonished and Temari apprehensive. Madara thought they might flee, but Naruto placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, ready to listen. Sonrisa understood that, in a way, They all carried a sense of loneliness in their souls. Temari wanted something from Naruto, but she saw the same look of solitude in him. Without saying more, they stayed with Madara. Madara instructed them to go outside and demonstrate all their techniques. Naruto expressed his desire for another person to join the training. Madara simply nodded, and Naruto summoned Akame from within him. Madara was astonished. In his long life, he had never seen anything like it. One by one, they showcased their abilities. Madara observed Temari and noted that her jutsus were complex, and her sand manipulation would aid her in combat, as long as she pushed her skills to the limit. He advised her that her strategies were slow and that she needed to be quicker. He turned to Naruto, acknowledging his talent for creating attacks but pointed out that he acted without thinking. Madara recognized Naruto's limitless chakra but warned that his body was not yet accustomed to it, indicating they needed to work hard on that. He also sensed a painful past within Naruto. Madara expressed his surprise that Naruto possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan but was not utilizing it to its full potential. He inquired about Naruto's training, teasing him about being taught by a pervert and a monkey. Madara then mentioned Naruto's Renningen, which was nearly mastered. He praised Akame for her speed, calm demeanor, and decisiveness in battle, expressing pride in her completeness. With his training, she would become unstoppable. After that day, Madara pushed them to their limits, making their lives a daily challenge. He scolded Naruto for being so distracted and not thinking before acting. Akame improved significantly. Those days became some of her best, allowing her to become faster and more strategic. Temari mastered her sand abilities and learned to combine them with chakra attacks, transforming into a formidable force disguised as a beautiful angel. Naruto advanced with his Mangekyo Sharingan, reaching levels he had never known. He discovered that his dojutsu had entered a new stage, allowing him to activate his Renningen and his Mangekyo Sharingan simultaneously, even creating his Susanoo, becoming intangible like Tobi, and using Amaterasu without difficulty. For 2 years, they all prepared for the final battle at sea, with Naruto's allies on one side and the Akatsuki on the other. The question remained, who would win, Tobi with the Akatsuki and 2 villages, or Naruto and his team who trained at sea? Would victory belong to land or water? During these 2 years, Naruto was forged through the trials imposed by Madara, who eventually shared his past. In a flashback, Madara recounted that during his time, wars ravaged the elemental nations. Many lost entire families, homes, friends, and comrades. No one gained anything. However, 2 clans escalated the conflict to a new level, the Senju and the Uchiha. They fought from birth until death, with no one knowing the reason behind the battle. The hatred from losing someone could become an endless cycle. Madara had loved his brother dearly. He was a light in a cruel world. Then he met a boy with whom he shared something special. It was the first time an Uchiha and a Senju had spoken. His name was Hashirama, Madara's first and only true friend. They both shared the same dream: peace for their clans, an end to wars, and a place to call home. However, that dream shattered due to an ambush by their clans, leading to the end of their friendship. Later, during a battle with the Senju clan, I lost my brother, my light, at the hands of Tobirama. For the first time, I felt alone, filled with fear and anger towards the Senju, particularly Tobirama. I felt powerless for not being able to save my only brother. In that moment, all my rage awakened my true Mangekyo Sharingan, a level of power that made me feared everywhere. Some time later, Hashirama and I faced each other in our final battle. Both clans gave their all, but unfortunately he gained the wood release, which turned the tide. In the end, we had to form an alliance for the sake of old times. With our combined efforts, Konoha was founded and thrived. However, a young Shimura convinced me that Hashirama had betrayed me. I began to watch Hashirama closely, but the deceitful serpent claimed he wanted to kill him. I tried to prove my innocence, but once again, the serpent cheated, putting both Hashirama and me in danger. I took matters into my own hands and attempted to speak with my clan, but they turned their backs on me. No one supported me, blaming me for the consequences of my actions. In the end, I left in despair. My hatred grew so intense that I exterminated the entire Shimura clan with my own hands, but one child escaped: Danzo Shimura, the traitor's son. I searched everywhere for him, but he framed me as a criminal, accusing me of things he had done. Eventually, I discovered that he sought absolute power, wanting the Sharingan for himself. To prevent them from falling into his hands, I sought the power of the Biju and found Kurama, whom I trapped in a powerful illusion. However, I did not anticipate that the Hokage would stop me, thwarting my plans. With a clear path, Danzo was able to pursue his ambitions. Afterward, I traveled across the ninja world and encountered a boy named Obito Uchiha. He became my greatest mistake. Instead of seeking forgiveness, he sought revenge against Konoha, believing he was the worst of them all and that his love had been stolen by someone named Kakashi. After I finished training him, Obito went on his quest for vengeance. I followed him to prevent a foolish act, but it was too late. In his attempt to kill Kakashi, he accidentally took the life of his beloved Rin. He blamed Kakashi and descended into madness, consumed by hatred and pain. Then one day he simply vanished. I discovered that he had stolen all the information about the Biju, and he sought to resurrect his beloved. He was the one who killed all the Uchiha in Konoha, selling his eyes to Danzo for the Jinchuriki of Konoha. I sought Obito for his betrayal against my clan, but I was too old, and he, along with a group of powerful ninjas, defeated me. I had to leave, burdened by my sins. I defeated Obito several times, but my age was catching up to me. He was younger and sought a way to kill me. I encountered a man who was an Uzumaki, who offered me a seal and his blood to regain my youth, but the cost was one's own life. I thought I would be the one to fight Obito and Danzo, but fate chose you instead. I do not have much time left. I want to die as a shinobi. Naruto, you would do me a favor. You have earned it. Madara expressed his desire for a battle with all their power. Naruto simply wanted to understand why. Madara explained that when one is like him, a ninja, they expect to die in glorious combat, not in a bed. He asked Naruto to honor him with this final wish. Naruto instructed the girls to leave the field, declaring this would be his first battle. Madara took a strange potion that caused his body to begin rejuvenating. He urged Naruto not to disappoint him. Naruto created a powerful wave of fire, while Madara summoned a strong vortex of water. The clash was explosive. Madara conjured earth dragons that charged toward Naruto, who responded with electric dragons. The battlefield erupted again. Naruto created shadow clones and sent them against Madara, who unleashed a powerful wave of fire. The clones formed a stone wall, but Madara emerged from beneath Naruto, landing a punch to his face. Naruto flew back, but his clones rushed to support him. Madara created shadow clones, transforming them into giant shuriken, which he multiplied, leaving Naruto's clones in disarray. Naruto fired air bullets at Madara, who countered with a wind wall and followed up with small fire projectiles, enhancing their power with the wind. Naruto shot forward, unleashing a stream of water at Madara, who countered with a fireball. The impact was tremendous. Naruto created more clones, sending some underground while others charged at Madara. He had to leap to escape a fire dragon that transformed into a fire tornado. Naruto attacked a rock wall, but Madara surprised him from behind. Naruto ducked and delivered a kick to Madara's stomach, but Madara was quicker, stopping the kick and noticing Naruto's smile. Madara was sent flying, only to be met with mud bullets from Naruto. As Naruto charged, Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and they exchanged blows. Naruto threw a punch at Madara, who dodged, while Madara retaliated with a punch to Naruto's stomach, which he blocked. Madara unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, but Naruto either blocked or evaded them. Naruto landed a kick to Madara's face, but Madara ducked and countered with a direct hit that sent Naruto flying. Madara summoned a powerful water dragon combined with lightning. Naruto barely managed to cover himself with his arms as he was thrown aside. Madara prepared a punch infused with electricity, while Naruto formed his Rasengan. The collision sent them both flying back from the force. Naruto began firing mud bullets, while Madara created an earth dragon that charged directly at the mud projectiles. They clashed again. Madara unleashed a powerful rain of fire from his mouth aimed at Naruto, who countered with water bullets and rushed in for close combat. Naruto landed a punch on Madara's face, and they both spun away to separate. Naruto created two clones and formed Rasengan, charging at Madara, who used his Rinnegan to push them back, causing them to explode with their own technique. The battlefield erupted once more. Madara admitted that this battle was unique and suggested they stop. Warming up and get serious. Both Madara and Naruto summoned their Susanoo, creating perfect versions of the legendary defense. Madara began throwing punches at Naruto's Susanoo, which skillfully dodged each blow, leading to a flurry of punches and kicks exchanged between them. The sheer power of their attacks shook the ground, forcing Akame and Temari to retreat from the overwhelming energy. Naruto drew his katana from his Susanoo, aiming to slice through Madara's Susanoo. In response, Madara summoned his own katanas, and the two engaged in an incredible sword duel. Madara managed to breach Naruto's defenses, prompting Naruto to raise his shield for protection. Naruto then executed a spinning kick, but Madara caught his leg and sent him crashing to the ground. Undeterred, Naruto propelled himself back up and delivered a headbutt, momentarily stunning Madara. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto swept Madara's legs, knocking him down. Naruto felt triumphant, believing he had finally bested Madara. However, Madara merely laughed, reminding Naruto that he still needed to utilize the battlefield and his skills effectively. With a fierce determination, Madara unleashed a fire tornado from his mouth, which Naruto faced head-on. Inside his Susanoo, Naruto felt the intense heat and was forced to dispel it. Madara thought he had won, but Naruto conjured a wooden dragon that ensnared Madara, causing the Susanoo to crack under the pressure. Madara countered with Amaterasu, black flames consuming the wooden dragon. Yet, Naruto had prepared his most powerful weapon, a creation from Hashirama. He struck Madara's Susanoo with powerful blows, causing it to shatter and crack further, delivering a devastating blow. As Madara recalled the countless lives he had taken, he stood up and created shadow clones, which summoned elemental dragons of earth, fire, air, and water. The ground shook with the force of their combined attacks. Despite sustaining some damage, Naruto remained standing, using one of his best wood techniques to match Madara's power. He charged at Madara, who waited until the last moment to evade Naruto's hands. Naruto unleashed blasts of air, but Madara skillfully dodged them, landing a punch to Naruto's stomach that sent him crashing into the trees. Madara summoned a rain of fire, while Naruto acted a dome of earth for protection. The clash of their powers resulted in a massive explosion, sending both combatants flying. They each released the ribs of their Susanoo to mitigate the impact. Madara declared that he had one final attack left, suggesting they combine their powers for this last strike. With Chidori and Rasengan at the ready, they charged at each other for their ultimate blow. As the dust settled, a silhouette emerged, revealing the victor. Madara acknowledged that it had been an excellent battle, recognizing Naruto as a worthy opponent. He entrusted Naruto with the legacy of the Uchiha clan, urging him to bring light to their lineage. Naruto expressed gratitude, feeling as though he had finally found the father figure he had always longed for, along with a name and a clan. Madara reflected on his past actions, questioning whether his friend would forgive him for the atrocities he committed. Naruto reassured him that they had been friends, and that understanding would prevail. Madara shared that before Naruto's arrival his life had been empty and filled with fear, but Naruto had become a beacon of hope for his weary soul. He entrusted Naruto with his dream of peace, a vision he and his brother Hashirama had always yearned for. Madara offered his eyes as a gift, instructing Naruto to place them in his katana, promising it would surprise him. He warned Naruto that Tobi would likely revive him with Edo Tensei, urging him to stop Tobi for his sake. Naruto vowed to do whatever it took to prevent that, even if it meant confronting Danzo. Madara addressed Temari and Akame, expressing his honor in being their teacher and declaring them his daughters, thus bestowing upon them his surname. He gifted Temari the Mangekyo Sharingan of a very special friend, while Akame received his most powerful eyes, emphasizing the importance of protecting Naruto. Madara acknowledged that he had been surpassed by the new generation, and as he began to glow, his body slowly disintegrated. Memories of his friends, battles, parents, and his brother Hashirama flooded his mind. For the first time in years, he felt peace in his soul, knowing that Naruto was the one who allowed him to settle his debts and find tranquility. With each step, he found solace in his life and the chance to leave something good behind. As he reached the end of his shinobi journey, he encountered Hashirama, who welcomed him with open arms, assuring him that others were waiting for him. Together, they departed, leaving Naruto and his friends witnessing the reunion of the two once feuding allies, now at peace. After honoring his sensei with a kunai, Naruto set off for Kumo, the closest ally, from where he would head to Kiri by sea. The journey was swift, aided by their newfound abilities, until a sudden explosion shattered the calm. Recognizing the threat in their allies' territory, they rushed to investigate, spotting a familiar ally in the Akatsuki uniform. Naruto summoned Akame and looked at her with his Mangekyo Sharingan. He expressed his determination to eliminate any remaining members of the Akatsuki. Akame and Temari acknowledged his resolve with a nod. As Sasuke attempted to swing his sword at B, a powerful sandstorm erupted, sending him flying through the air. Three formidable presences emerged from the chaos. Sasuke wondered who they were. One of them introduced themselves as Naruto, along with Temari and Akame, all revealing their Sharingan in its full glory. Naruto declared that they were condemned to death by the Uchiha clan and hoped they would send their regards to the Shinigami. Together, the trio invoked the power of their dojutsu, elevating it to a new level, manifesting as an armor of black flames. Naruto instructed them not to let anyone escape, commanding Temari to create a barrier so that only a select few would leave alive. He then directed Akame to deal with the ninja from Kumo. Akame was able to break through the barrier, allowing her to exit and then re-enter it. Sasuke's group was unaware of what had happened when the three ninjas appeared, donning black flame armor. They created an energy barrier and extracted their target, but soon realized they couldn't escape without defeating the Uchiha clan. Naruto commented on the cold, suggesting they raise the temperature, as he didn't want anyone falling ill before their impending doom. He placed one hand on the ground and raised the other into the air, generating unbearable heat, yet his opponents remained unfazed. Naruto declared the start of their hunt. The members of Taka struggled to endure the intense conditions, questioning who had trained them in such an inhumane manner. Madara. Naruto's group vanished from their line of sight, igniting a fierce battle between Taka and the members of the Sand. Naruto charged directly at Sasuke, who found it difficult to cope with the heat. Temari and Akame engaged the others, using their black flame armor. The contact burned their skin, causing their weapons to melt as the heat became suffocating. Temari unleashed a storm of sand, overwhelming their enemies who were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught combined with the black flames. Naruto completely overpowered Sasuke, who realized he was outmatched. Sasuke partially summoned the ribs of his Susanoo, but they shattered under Naruto's powerful punches. He had thought himself superior after defeating his brother, only to encounter someone even more formidable, Itachi Uchiha, who was cunning and understood the secrets of the Sharingan. It dawned on Sasuke that the one who had trained him was someone extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, someone who had likely lived for many years. Madara. As Sasuke's Susanoo began to break, he leaped to avoid certain death. Naruto appeared behind him, unleashing waves of fire. Sasuke believed his companions would intervene, but instead, Naruto increased his chakra, making the flames even deadlier. He glanced at his teammates, realizing they were also trapped in the black sand of Amaterasu. Sasuke cried out in despair. Suddenly, Tobi appeared. Tobi remarked that they were meeting again, but this fight would have to wait for another time. He grabbed Sasuke and vanished with him. Meanwhile, Naruto's team defeated the initial Akatsuki members, winning the battle, but the war was far from over. Naruto and B found themselves bound and carried by the girls. In a flashback, Naruto recalled seeing Sasuke saved by his greatest enemy, Obito, also known as Tobi. He ordered the barrier to remain up at all costs. Naruto noticed the corpses and sealed them within a scroll, thinking they might be useful later. The ninja outside had witnessed the power displayed, particularly how the Sand Girl wielded her abilities. It was astonishing until he caught sight of the feared and nearly extinct Sharingan, which was being used at an advanced level. He swore that Madara had trained them, but he was dead. After the introductions and understanding their proximity to Kumo, they realized their objective was easier to reach by sea. Following that, B rapped, which Naruto enjoyed, but the girls quickly resolved the issue with a few strikes and bindings. They were on their way to Kumo, with 3 days left until they were informed that the Mizukage, Tsunade, was a fierce leader, as she had stayed behind to handle matters, reportedly working in the hospital. Konoha and Suna had united into a single village, now referred to as the Second Konoha, with Danzo as the leader. Orochimaru had been killed by Sasuke, who also took down Itachi. It was said that he had tried to save his brother but ended up killing him in an epic battle. He had formed a group, but thanks to Naruto, they were now a thing of the past. The Akatsuki had moved to capture nearly all the Bijou, with only a few remaining hidden in Kiri. At this time, entering Kiri was nearly impossible. Those who attempted never returned. Kiri possessed the strength to halt both Konoha and Suna combined. Rumors circulated that there were discontented ninjas in both villages waiting for Danzo to weaken so they could take action. They had also encountered a carnivorous plant seeking something linked to Tobi's mission. Its reasons remained unknown, but it had been sighted everywhere, proving to be elusive. Kiri, IW, and Kumo had formed an alliance as war loomed, with spies positioned everywhere. Danzo had begun recruiting all types of ninjas for reasons unknown. Jiraiya was secretly training the ANBU of the alliance, known only to the Kages. The disappearance of the Jinchuriki was a growing concern, as they seemed to have left the shinobi lands without a trace. A group had managed to revive a Jinchuriki, Gaara. B welcomed them to Kumo. Naruto stated they would part ways to find a ship to head to Kiri. B insisted on thanking them for being his escort. Naruto replied that he was fulfilling his promise to stop the Akatsuki. NBU informed B that his brother was furious, but at least he would make it to the ramen competition. Naruto suggested that B show him his village first before they left, emphasizing the importance of ensuring Kumo's safety. Temari insisted they needed to hurry to Kiri, but Naruto countered that they couldn't leave B unprotected. He expressed the need to inspect Kumo to ensure he could sleep soundly. Temari retorted that sleeping with a full stomach of ramen was not the answer. Naruto insisted he was a responsible ANBU agent. He then asked B where the ramen competition took place, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Temari suggested they check other areas first. Naruto urged her to think like the enemy, planning to infiltrate the contest to scout for potential threats to B. B and the ANBU had comically large sweat drops, never imagining that Naruto's greatest weakness would be ramen, as he would do anything to obtain it. B simply pointed out the location, and in an instant, Naruto dashed off, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. Everyone else wore expressions of disbelief and amusement. Temari caught up with Naruto and used her sand to end his race. She reminded him that they couldn't cause chaos in the village with the Raikage present. Naruto protested, worried about possible enemies lurking nearby. As he was dragged through Kumogakure, the villagers felt sympathy for the blonde boy, who seemed to be under the leadership of the girl. Naruto began to cry comically, while B, with a sweat drop typical of anime, vowed that he would find a girl who loved his rapping, or he would remain single, embracing his passion for rap. They were introduced to B's brother, I, who thanked them for intervening and saving his brother. I was surprised to see the ANBU who had fought against the Akatsuki. All the villages feared and respected him for being the most effective ANBU across the lands. It was believed that he surpassed even Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, and some claimed that Naruto had outdone Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze. Even the Kages would struggle to match him, even if they fought together. Naruto was a legend among the elemental nations, inspiring others to stand against the shinobi system. Naruto had declared war on the Akatsuki, a lone shinobi who had defeated the entire group in their first encounter. Some referred to him as the god of shinobi. A thought to himself that if Naruto's power had grown in 2 years and he had mastered it as B said, he would be unstoppable. Even if the Akatsuki fought alongside the Kages, it would change nothing. Naruto was far superior. They announced that they would take a ship to Kirigakure to report to the Mizukichi. Naruto agreed but suggested that since they had seen the Akatsuki nearby, they might as well explore the village and check out a contest. A teased him, saying that he just wanted ramen. Naruto insisted that he wanted to assess potential threats, though he secretly wished for ramen. A conceded, telling him to go ahead, but to report anything unusual. Naruto dashed off, leaving a trail of dust behind. The Raikage was astonished. Naruto was the best Anbu and was determined to find the Akatsuki. For Temari, Naruto was an open book. In battle, he was a fierce warrior, but for a bowl of ramen, he was like a child with a new toy. Temari, and Akame set out to find Naruto, who they discovered crying. They all believed that Naruto was right and that the Akatsuki were in Kumogakure, preparing for a fight. Naruto pointed at a sign that read, "Registration closed." Everyone fell over in disbelief. Akame suggested that they could protect B and still watch the contest. Naruto lamented that this was his worst day. The prize was a divine delicacy, a dish fit for the most discerning palates. Akame read the details and found nothing special. Even Naruto had tasted more exquisite dishes, and the only prize was ramen. Akame remarked that she didn't see what made it a divine delicacy, only finding out that the first prize was ramen, which she didn't consider special. Naruto defended it, claiming it was the most exquisite food on earth, delivered by the gods. Akame pulled Naruto away from the spectacle, dragging him along as he protested that it was his worst day and that he had failed his precious ramen. That night, Naruto had a terrible nightmare where his worst fear came true. In his dream, he was surrounded by endless bowls of ramen when Tobi appeared and took away his beloved dish. Tobi laughed, declaring that Naruto would never taste his delicacies. In reality, Naruto woke up screaming, startling everyone in the Raikage's house. He flew through the air, and both Temari and A shouted for him to let them sleep. Naruto couldn't rest inside A's house due to his shouting and had to repair the hole he created when he flew out. To his misfortune, he never learned who won his precious treasure. With his spirits low, he went to fulfill his surveillance duty and passed by a training field where he saw his worst enemies, a group of ninjas playing target practice with his precious ramen. He was a ninja who always did the right thing. He ordered them to stop immediately. The ninjas froze and looked at him, and a girl who seemed to be the leader asked for his name. He introduced himself as Uchiha Naruto. Upon hearing Uchiha, they prepared for battle, knowing the Uchiha clan's notorious history of causing bloody wars. Just as Naruto was ready to attack, a tornado of sand encircled him, and he found himself bound by chains of sand held by a blonde girl. She scolded him for behaving like a naughty child and warned him of his punishment. Naruto pleaded, asking for anything but that. Temari pulled out unique golden edition ramen packets from her backpack, declaring it was the last one. As Temari began to eat slowly and calmly, using Naruto as a seat, the delicious aroma wafted around him. Naruto cried out in despair, begging for mercy and claiming that he couldn't endure such inhumane torture. The entire village of Kumogakure watched in disbelief at his childish behavior. Even B and his brother arrived, and he explained everything to them. Akame exclaimed how delicious the ramen looked, while Temari lamented that it was the last one. Naruto complained that they were worse than the Akatsuki. Temari reminded him that he had learned his lesson. Naruto, with a defeated expression and a dark aura surrounding him, was left to reflect on what had happened. After crying over his lost ramen, he managed to recount the events that transpired. Naruto noticed that they had the ramen prize, and he decided to propose something he had never done before: a battle for the honor of ramen. He suggested an exchange, mentioning he had fruit. However, Samui declined, stating that Kumo had all kinds of fruit and she wasn't interested. Naruto clarified that he was referring to special fruit, but before he could explain further, Akame and Temari sent him flying through the sky. Temari laughed, teasing him, while Naruto insisted that these fruits were very special. Akame and Temari reminded him that he hadn't learned his lesson yet. They were determined to keep the secret of Kiri safe, knowing that if it fell into the hands of Akatsuki or Danzo, the consequences could be dire. The Raikage became intrigued and decided to assist Naruto, sensing there was more to these fruits than met the eye. Naruto explained that these fruits granted unique abilities, like the one his fiancée possessed, who could control sand at will. He emphasized that mastering each ability was crucial for improvement. The girls listened, their eyes wide with surprise, especially when the Raikage, expressed his desire to test his skills against Naruto's. After some discussion, they agreed that the decision would be based on the fruits. Akame and Temari were shocked by this choice, with Akame suggesting that gold would be a better option. Temari also agreed, but insisted on the fruit, stating that there would be no deal otherwise. Naruto accepted the challenge, and Temari warned him that if he lost, his ramen would be very expensive. As the battle commenced, immediately donned his lightning armor, moving with incredible speed. Naruto jumped and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to keep up with the Raikage's punches. Both fighters matched each other's speed, but Naruto surprised everyone by transforming, his eyes glowing with the Rinnegan. He declared that he wasn't the only one with elemental armor. The two exchanged powerful punches, creating shockwaves that shook the ground. Naruto's speed left the Raikage at a disadvantage. He landed a kick to Ai's chin, sending him flying, and unleashed air bullets while the Raikage retaliated with lightning strikes. The ground shook with each clash, and Naruto created shadow clones, sending some underground while others spread out across the battlefield. The Raikage, using his armor, dodged Naruto's attacks and launched plasma spheres at him, but Naruto countered with an electric dragon. In a moment of surprise, the Raikage managed to lift Naruto with a single kick, but Naruto quickly recovered and set off an explosive clone. As he emerged from the ground, he aimed a kunai at the Raikage's neck, but the lightning surged around, creating a barrier. The Raikage, aware of Naruto's clones, placed his hand on the ground and unleashed a powerful shockwave. Just as it seemed the battle was reaching its peak, Naruto burst from the ground, met by a surge of electricity. He quickly formed a Rasengan to shield himself and soared into the air, summoning a dragon made of earth and electricity, while he created a dragon of air and fire. The two dragons clashed, and Naruto used his clones as whips, firing fire bullets at who defended himself with his electric armor. As they fought, Naruto's dojutsu allowed him to see through Ai's defenses, and he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of air bullets. The Raikage dodged expertly but managed to land a punch that sent Naruto crashing into a wall. To everyone's surprise, Naruto laughed, claiming that was the second person to give him a worthy fight, the first being his master. He decided to fight seriously, channeling all his chakra. The atmosphere shifted as Naruto transformed, moving with such speed that no one could see him. The Raikage began to be struck by invisible blows, and his armor struggled to withstand the onslaught. Declared Naruto the winner, and as he deactivated his golden form, he felt neither tired nor worn out. The crowd in Kumo fell silent, some pinching each other to ensure they weren't dreaming. Standing before Naruto extended his hand, complimenting the excellent battle they had just fought. With a genuine smile, expressed his desire for a rematch someday. As he began to falter, Naruto caught him and betook him to the hospital. After the battle, Naruto was regarded with newfound respect. Though he often displayed a childish demeanor, in combat, he was unstoppable, especially with his two dojutsu, the Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan, reminiscent of Madara in a blonde version. The Kumo team felt disheartened after losing everything, including the prize they had worked so hard to obtain. Naruto called the group over, eager to share his thoughts about some strange fruits he had encountered. They gathered around a large tree, enjoying its shade while Akame shared some snacks and Temari poured tea for everyone. Naruto explained that these unusual fruits were not from the elemental continent but rather from the ocean, cursed by the sea. However, he had been fortunate enough to have them transformed by Kami, granting them new powers. In the ocean, these fruits resembled powerful beasts, some strong and others weaker, but if used wisely, they could create an unlimited arsenal with unprecedented applications. He had heard of fruits that could turn those who consumed them into animals, while others held mysteries, as seen with his fiancée. These fruits were originally a payment to Kirigakure, but the Mizukage, feared that they could fall into the wrong hands and be used as weapons to threaten the world. To protect them, she entrusted them to her best Anbu, who was tasked with distributing them to worthy individuals. This Anbu had to be just and could not give the fruits to just anyone. B realized that Naruto was that Anbu. Naruto confirmed that his ability to move stealthily made it difficult for anyone to find him, as he always carried the fruits with him. He prepared some potions and sealed the strange fruits in a scroll, keeping them safe in their original form. Akame remarked that Naruto had likely found the next bearers of these fruits. Tamari added that once they consumed them, their lives would change dramatically, demonstrating her point by creating a small tornado in her hand. B and the Samui team then consumed the fruits in one go. As the effects took hold, Naruto was propelled into the air by the powerful punches of the Kumo ninjas. When he rejoined the group, his eyes had turned purple, and he began to assess the fruit's effects. Samui found that her body had ignited with flames, granting her the ability to control fire. After Naruto healed from his burns, it was Karui's turn. Frustrated by their lack of understanding, both she and her partner struck the ground, causing the air to tremble and shatter like glass. They searched for Naruto, who now had spiral-patterned eyes, and had to wait for the effects to stabilize. Next was B, whose arms transformed into metal. Naruto casually tossed a rock, which shattered upon impact. After enduring some injuries, it was Omi's turn. Initially, they thought her fruit was ineffective until Akame threw an apple at her, which Omi repelled, sending it straight toward Naruto's head. Despite the chaos, Naruto remained unfazed as Akame launched weapons at him, which he skillfully deflected at incredible speeds. After explaining what they had witnessed, Naruto emphasized the importance of controlling their abilities to avoid accidents like his own. He had been seen with crutches after an incident at a museum in Kumo, where he was trapped in a sarcophagus and chained to prevent his escape. The Raikage invited them to the Kumo festival, which was set to take place the following day. Meanwhile, the fruit bearers had nearly harmed their leader and were sent to Turtle Island, where there were no people, allowing Kumo to manage their newfound abilities. Everyone assumed Naruto was tired, so he went to rest. As Naruto was transported in a sarcophagus toward Suna, no one realized that fate was leading him to a new adventure. His companions were enjoying the festival, unaware that their friend was leaving them behind. Tamari and Akame searched all of Kumo and missed their boat to Kiri. Tamari wondered if they had gone too far with their teasing of Naruto by eating his ramen. Akame agreed, noting that it seemed he had left them. They decided to head to Kiri to apologize, planning to bring him a supply of ramen to cheer him up. They thanked the Raikage for his hospitality, who informed them that Naruto had gone ahead to Kiri, but they also learned that their friends had gone to Turtle Island. During their days at sea, they shared trivial conversations, and Akame recounted stories of Naruto's childhood, revealing how he had always suppressed his loneliness and hatred, hinting that he would eventually confront his past. They arrived in Kiri without any issues and approached the Mizukage, introducing themselves as Naruto's group and inquiring about him. To their shock, they learned that Naruto was not there. Tsunade calmed them down and explained that they needed to return to Kiri to find him. She had a mission for them, as they were the only available team. Although the girls were more concerned about Naruto than the mission, they understood their duty as Kiri ninjas. Tsunade informed them that the Akatsuki had captured most of the Bijou, and they needed to locate Mei and the Jinchuriki she had hidden to assist in the impending war. Tamari questioned why they couldn't send summoned animals for the task, but Tsunade explained that they had already tried, and the summons had limitations on how far they could travel. Tamari agreed to search for Mei and promised they would arrive in time. However, Tsunade revealed another issue: there was only one ship available, and it lacked a crew. Tamari and Akame fell back in surprise, but then remembered their friends on Turtle Island, who could serve as their crew. Tamari assured Tsunade that she would find everyone. Tsunade provided them with the latest information on their friends' locations, warning them that they would be alone and needed to choose their companions wisely. The girls headed to the docks to see the ship, which resembled Naruto's but was slightly more modern. They set sail for Turtle Island. On Turtle Island, B noticed a ship arriving and alerted everyone. Once they recognized who it was, they prepared to assist with their mission. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the Land of Fire, Naruto was running for his life, having been mistaken for part of an exhibit. After losing his pursuers, he searched for a village but found himself hiding from ANBU agents from Konoha. Realizing he was near Konoha, he retraced his steps, but as he was leaving, an ANBU agent spotted him. The agents taunted him, suggesting they could have some fun before finishing him off, claiming he was a disgrace to Konoha and his clan. Just as they were about to strike, a hand intervened, and everything happened in a flash. Naruto quickly checked on the girl who had saved him, urging her to escape as more ANBU were approaching. The girl, blushing, looked into Naruto's sky-blue eyes and fainted. Concerned for her well-being, Naruto carried her in a bridal style, but she unconsciously wrapped her arms around him, resting her head against him. In the forests of the Land of Fire, Naruto managed to escape into a cave he had previously prepared during missions. However, he was in a dire situation, struggling to breathe as his face turned blue. The girl relaxed, allowing Naruto to save himself from suffocation. He realized he needed air and adjusted his position, noticing his hands were wet and that he had sustained an injury. Worried about the girl, who appeared angelic in her slumber, he summoned his mentors for guidance. Unfortunately, the news was not encouraging for her condition. Naruto knew he could heal her, but he had to be careful with his energy, as too much or too little could be fatal. He remembered the devil fruits and their unique abilities. If he could use one to absorb the excess damage from his energy, he might save her. Unsure of her abilities, he chose a fruit at random and encouraged her to consume it. As he placed his palms on her, the cave illuminated, and the two small creatures watching were left in awe as the fruit absorbed the residual energy. Naruto's wild and improbable plan had worked. They both stayed by Naruto's side, believing that no one would risk their life for a stranger. The girl embraced Naruto, and he returned the gesture, and they remained like that throughout the night. The next morning, the girl suddenly screamed, causing Naruto to fly through the air. When she awoke, the first thing she saw was a man in her bed, leading her to think the worst. The small creatures explained that Naruto had saved her life, almost losing his own in the process by giving her golden energy that helped her overcome the potent poison. They also mentioned the fruit he had given her, which they had never seen before, though Jiraiya had spoken of it. Naruto appeared unexpectedly, and the girl, blushing deeply, apologized. However, upon realizing who her savior was, she fainted again. Naruto reached her just before she fell and asked his mother to check on her. His mother reassured him that she was fine, explaining that these were just phases of youth, and it wasn't the first time he had fainted. His father reminded him that it was their secret and that he had lost consciousness more than once. Naruto felt relieved, thinking that her illness wasn't serious. His mother acknowledged that while Naruto was exceptional on the battlefield, he still had a lot to learn in other areas. Naruto admitted he wasn't a responsible adult yet. His mother chuckled and told him not to worry about the girl if she fainted again. The summons departed, leaving Naruto and the girl behind. He managed to clean up a bit and search for food, realizing he had forgotten his beloved ramen back in Kirigakure and only had some sealed fruits with him. Naruto appreciated the girl more and felt a blush rise on his cheeks at her fair skin. Just then she awakened, and for some reason she didn't push him away. Instead, she welcomed his kiss. Their lips met, and though they were clumsy at first, she relaxed and began to embrace him. His heart raced as he held her, and all his loneliness and suffering faded away. Naruto could feel her soft skin and the delightful scent surrounding her. They began to explore each other in a gentle dance, discovering their bodies with tender touches. The darkness around them heightened their senses, and they felt an unforgettable warmth. Naruto kissed her softly, planting gentle nibbles on her skin, while she shyly explored every inch of him. As he slowly moved down to her abdomen, he gave her a gentle massage, and she responded with a unique sensation. Their connection deepened, and they locked eyes, feeling as if their souls were intertwined. The girl's pain vanished, and they moved together in a harmonious rhythm, reaching a peak of shared joy. She could feel her beloved's heartbeat, and he could feel hers. They remained intertwined, lost in the moment. As dawn broke, they rose, sharing gentle kisses to maintain their warmth. The girl introduced herself as Hinata, explaining that she had to flee from Konoha to avoid an arranged marriage with an older leader of the Inuzuka clan. She had escaped, fighting against several ANBU, but was wounded when one of them struck her from behind. Just when it seemed she would be captured, her beloved, Naruto, came to her rescue. Naruto explained how he had arrived and how he had been mistaken for someone else due to the confusion. He told her about his fiancés, which initially broke her heart. However, he reassured her that he loved each of them for their unique qualities, just as they were all different from him. He kissed her, conveying his feelings, and despite her initial resistance, she surrendered to the kiss. He shared that Konoha was his home, but his family had cast him aside. Through hard work, he found friends, mentors, and companions who helped him grow stronger. With their guidance, he overcame his pain and loneliness. Although his story began sadly, he eventually found light in his life. Naruto also mentioned that he had given her a special fruit to save her life. They emerged from their hiding place, and he created a clone for safety. He tried various tactics, but they were ineffective. However, when she summoned a fire dragon, she created an identical copy of it. Boom! Naruto unleashed various attacks, copying her moves, but he grew tired. While she could replicate techniques, she needed training. After Naruto recovered, it was unfortunate that some of the attacks Hinata had copied ended up hitting him instead. Naruto and Hinata set off on their journey again. She informed him about a resistance forming to stage a coup against Konoha. Naruto felt uneasy. He couldn't locate the Akatsuki and knew that Obito would make his move soon. If he regained control of Konoha or Suna, he would have a chance to seize power from Danzo, a cunning individual who likely sought to eliminate anyone who stood in his way. Naruto placed a seal on Hinata's back that would send a message to the Mizukage in case of extreme danger, a precaution she was unaware of. As an ANBU from Kiri, Naruto was able to find the resistance. He and Hinata remained vigilant, but suddenly, shadows transformed into whips, immobilizing them. The ANBU declared that the rats of Danzo would not leave alive. Naruto introduced himself, asking to see their leader and proposing a deal. The Chunin questioned whether they would believe him. Naruto insisted that he and Hinata came in peace. The ANBU and Chunin laughed at them. The ANBU stated that as long as Danzo was Hokage, there would be no peace. Naruto requested that they call their leader, leaving the decision to him. The ANBU were skeptical, but seeing that they were outnumbered by just 2 people, they decided to call for their leader. It took only a few minutes for him to arrive. The leader introduced himself as Shikamaru Nara, the head of the resistance, and asked what brought them there. Naruto expressed his interest in finding the members of the Akatsuki and Danzo Shimura. Shikamaru questioned the relevance of that information. Naruto pointed out that his clan was the smartest of all, and Danzo was hiding the Akatsuki, who were not easy to defeat. Their leader was an Uchiha. Shikamaru contemplated the possibility, knowing the Akatsuki were powerful and had captured the Bijou without difficulty. He wondered what chance they had against them, especially since he lacked information about the Akatsuki. Naruto pulled out a scroll containing information about the Akatsuki, knowing that having copies would be useful. Shikamaru took the scroll, which held all the details about the organization. Shikamaru contemplated negotiating for revenge, but Naruto expressed that he wanted to avoid unnecessary deaths. He acknowledged Shikamaru's intelligence, noting that he was a young leader capable of devising countless plans. Shikamaru was taken aback, realizing they had been discovered by the shinobi before him, questioning who he was and why he was there. He warned Naruto that if he attempted anything, his shadows would eliminate him. Naruto and Hinata made their way to the secret base of Konoha. Naruto learned that his father had been the leader before being found and killed by Danzo. His father had held the resistance in his hands, making difficult decisions that cost him dearly. Naruto tended to the injured, a task that drained him, while also training the shinobi and supporting Shikamaru. He began to reclaim the territories under Danzo's control with small teams of 4. Naruto trained Hinata to control her power and dojutsu, revealing her to be a fierce protector of her comrades. She honed her abilities to the point where she became a living Sharingan, feared for her white eye. Naruto rekindled hope within the resistance, sending children to Kiri with his team and bringing back reinforcements, supplies, medicine, and weapons. He asked Shikamaru what he would do with an extra ability. Shikamaru admitted that he initially sought revenge for his father's death, but Naruto's presence taught him the importance of protecting his home. If given that ability, he would use it to defend his family, friends, and ensure his father's dream did not fade away. Naruto extended his hand, offering Shikamaru a strange fruit, urging him to eat it. After some hesitation, Shikamaru trusted Naruto and consumed it. The taste was unpleasant, and Naruto felt the urge to run, but Shikamaru used his shadow possession to pull him back. What happened next surprised Naruto. It was not just a shadow technique but something more. Shikamaru relaxed as Naruto's shadow returned to its place, explaining what had occurred. Naruto created clones that attacked Shikamaru, who transformed into a shadow and formed a shadow sword, causing the clone to vanish. Shikamaru managed to create bats that halted the clones. Naruto reminded Shikamaru that the abilities from the fruit had been modified by Akame, and he believed Shikamaru would unlock their full potential. Shikamaru began to explore his new abilities, combining them with what he already knew. He became a pivotal force for the resistance, earning the nickname, the Shadow Man, for his superior shadow skills, even surpassing the Nara clan. Naruto discovered that Hinata's fruit not only allowed her to copy techniques but also to transform into what she copied. In a flashback, Naruto, disguised as Hinata, greeted Shikamaru, who was confused by the identical chakra signatures. Once Hinata revealed her ability, Shikamaru understood the source of their powers. Together, they infiltrated Konoha, reaching the Hokage Tower without incident. Naruto regretted not using a fruit sooner to bypass traps. Shikamaru infiltrated the tower, gathering valuable information, which Naruto sent to Kiri. Naruto realized that Danzo was covering for the Akatsuki, who were planning an attack against the alliance of Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri. He concluded that they were outnumbered and suggested uniting forces with the resistance from Suna. Without wasting time, Shikamaru ordered the retreat. The ninjas began deploying their forces towards the desert, and days passed without incident. However, Naruto suspected a trap and ordered a retreat underground, insisting Hinata stay with him. She was reluctant to leave him, fearing it would be the end if she lost him, but Naruto promised to catch up later. He gave her a farewell kiss, hiding the scroll of fruits on his back, keeping 2 separate fruits for emergencies. Shikamaru shook his hand, promising to meet again in Suna. Naruto watched as Shikamaru absorbed everyone into a shadow and they disappeared underground. As Naruto continued on, a series of explosions erupted around him. NBU members reported that they had found one of the resistance members, relieved that he hadn't advanced further to discover the secret Akatsuki base. They decided to take him prisoner for interrogation. 3 days later, Naruto began to regain consciousness, his vision clearing. He found himself surrounded by people who appeared resigned to their fate. Guards entered and took him to their leader, where he heard inhuman screams. Instead of complaining, Naruto exercised during his imprisonment while others watched, confused by his resilience. He began meditating and practicing combat warm-ups, surprising everyone with his determination. Naruto climbed, preparing for a daring escape. He knew he had to eliminate a spy who was blocking his path. Despite lacking chakra, he tapped into spiritual and natural energy, carefully planning each move to stay 1 step ahead of his enemies. At night, he dug to escape, but his efforts were discovered. During a torture session, he devised a plan to flee during mealtime, managing to escape through the bathroom ducts, only to encounter an ANBU squad after a week of starvation and torment. A trap for the informant was set as Naruto began his exercises. He felt a growing urge to climb higher to the roof, and it was at that moment the informant alerted the guards. With incredible agility, Naruto struck the informant against the wall. No one had ever witnessed speed that surpassed Minato's. It was a matter of seconds, and his speed seemed almost superhuman even without chakra. People could only imagine what would happen if he were to use it. Naruto confronted the informant, demanding to know who he was. The informant revealed himself as Sai. Naruto reflected on how far the honorable Hokage had fallen. Sai insisted that Danzo only wanted what was best for Konoha. As the fight began, Naruto knew he had to be clever and not reveal his hidden abilities. Naruto would fight with his body. He was fast enough to match his speed, and Sai utilized chakra, surprising everyone, as no one else could use it. Sai, known as one of the best informants, had kept his abilities hidden. He created ink animals and sent them against Naruto, who skillfully dodged them, using his kicks to dispel some of the creatures. Just as Naruto got close to Sai, the ENBU arrived, striking Naruto and taking Sai away. Naruto focused on the true plan. He could have escaped from the very first day, but he knew that they would pay dearly for their actions. He began to learn about each prisoner, all of whom had opposed Danzo and were imprisoned because of it. However, Naruto understood that Danzo was too clever. He had eliminated one spy, and there was still another who would give the warning. Naruto put the entire prison into a deep sleep, allowing him to open the door and use his Sharingan to copy all the maps. He created 1,000 clones, instructing them to prepare for the escape and to go to Hinata to bring back more devil fruits. He also made 6 wooden clones to infiltrate the Kage Tower, and they set off. Naruto managed to steal explosives and hide them for the big day. After that, he had less than a month before being discovered. The clones caught up with Shikamaru's group and explained what Naruto was planning. Hinata was surprised to learn that she had the fruits, and they took a few, wishing each other luck. Hinata even kissed one of Naruto's clones. In the Konoha prison, Naruto gained the trust of everyone. He began training each prisoner, and they could see a light in the darkness that Naruto provided. He never gave up. He had the spirit of fire and a heart of steel. To earn their trust, Naruto had to defeat them in a fight. He began explaining his escape plan, and while they initially hesitated, they realized it was better to follow Naruto than to remain under Danzo's orders. All the leaders needed to go to Suna, where someone they knew was waiting for them. Naruto understood that he could not teleport to a place he did not know, so he mentally instructed a group of clones to head to the Valley of the End. He noticed that the genin looked distraught, and he began to take his role as a leader seriously, regardless of the circumstances. An ANBU member then took him to a secret room. The ANBU, who was actually one of his clones, handed him a scroll containing information about the fruits. After providing a map for the meeting with Shikamaru, the clone pretended to torture him to avoid suspicion before discarding him as usual. The other ANBU congratulated the new member, while the clone slipped away to hide in the Forest of Death. Naruto realized he needed to identify who could be the bearer of the fruits. If they could not use chakra, they would have to rely on the fruits. To make the best choice, he conducted tests to determine the most suitable candidates. Naruto became a beacon of hope for the shinobi who had lost their way. He trained with everyone, and some of the women began to develop feelings for him, leading to jealousy among them. After his chakra ignited, Naruto had a brilliant idea. He gathered everyone and posed a simple question about what they would do if they regained their chakra. Responses varied from seeking revenge and destroying Konoha to eliminating friends or family who had betrayed them, and searching for Danzo to make him pay for their suffering. However, he noticed a few individuals who chose to save their loved ones instead. In the early morning, Naruto induced a deep sleep in those he had selected. When they awoke, no one spoke, they simply looked at him. Naruto explained that they would be the bearers of hope for Konoha. He valued honor and friendship, and he believed they had dreams that they could achieve through hard work. He revealed a scroll, from which the strangest fruits they had ever seen appeared. Some hesitated, wondering if they were different from others, but after contemplating, they all took a bite. The taste was unforgettable, and they struggled to find words to describe it. Naruto managed to calm them before they could react too strongly. He then began assessing their abilities. Sakura demonstrated her skill by growing multiple hands that shattered a rock. Ino created ghostly illusions that exploded and even became intangible. Enko showcased her expertise with deadly poisons, while Kurenai shot an arrow that turned into stone. After a series of attempts, Naruto returned to normal. Lee spun at incredible speeds, creating a magnificent tornado, while Hana Inazuka, out of jealousy, ended up causing a mishap. Naruto announced that he would cast a powerful illusion every night while they trained. For the rest of the month, the group trained diligently, and during the day, Naruto strengthened the other shinobi. He sent his clones to set traps everywhere as the day of their escape approached. Naruto had to mislead the informant, so he held a meeting with the other leaders the day before. He outlined their plan for the early morning, stating it would be their best deception yet. They would head to the main gate and then travel near the land of waves to depart for Kumo. He assigned tasks to each member, showing his ingenuity as he planned to be the last to leave with Hana and her brother, Kaiba. As night fell, Naruto prepared for their departure, waiting for the right moment to move quickly. Everything was going according to plan until Hana brought troubling news. She informed Naruto that her brother had betrayed them and gone straight to the Hokage. Naruto activated his clones to distract the enemy, but they were soon surrounded by ANBU members who believed Naruto had sold them out. The ANBU removed their masks and revealed they had been sent by their leader, indicating a betrayal within the group. The clones guided the team down a different path. Hana urged Naruto to leave, and they both sprinted away with remarkable speed, managing to distance themselves, but they still had a stretch to cover while being monitored by ANBU. They took a moment to rest. Naruto removed the seals that restricted their chakra, making their bodies feel lighter. He activated Sage Mode to ensure there was no one nearby. It took only a few minutes before they continued their journey. The prisoners who had been with Naruto's clones led them down a path they had discovered. After overcoming significant obstacles, they emerged into a clearing where they found Hinata, accompanied by reinforcements. Hinata had wanted to search for Naruto but was leading the rescue mission, holding on to the hope of reuniting with him later. Kakashi had also provided information about Danzo's plans, emphasizing that they could not afford to waste any more time. Hinata and her team set off to guide the new ninjas. Naruto needed to pass through the Valley of the End. Upon learning who was responsible for the escape, Danzo ordered the execution of the ANBU who had failed to prevent it and sent a message to Tobi to take action. Tobi sent his best man to Sasuke Uchiha, who trained him with his Sharingan. Fueled by his hatred for Naruto, Sasuke would be the perfect candidate to put an end to his enemy. As Naruto approached the statues of Hashirama and Madara, he sensed nearby presences. They were ANBU, but one chakra signature stood out to him. It was Sasuke Uchiha, who would soon arrive. Naruto told Hana that he would catch up with her after giving her a map with the coordinates where Shikamaru would be. Hana expressed her anticipation to see him and kissed him lightly before leaving the area. To ensure Hana's safety, Naruto created shadow clones to support her in case of an emergency. Naruto climbed onto the head of Madara just as Sasuke arrived on the opposite side. Sasuke declared that Naruto would pay for the loss of his friends. Naruto responded that the Akatsuki would fall, and no one could stop it. Sasuke questioned who made Naruto the judge, asserting that he sought what the world had lost, peace and power. He claimed to be the elite of the Uchiha clan while calling Naruto inferior. Naruto lamented that if Sasuke had been his friend, he would have opened his eyes to the truth, but Sasuke was too blind to see what he had. Sasuke retorted that his brother had taken his clan and Naruto had taken his comrades, leaving him with nothing. Naruto vowed to open Sasuke's eyes because he had promised a friend, Sakura, that he would help bring Sasuke back, as she still held hope for the love that remained within him. Sasuke laughed mockingly, and Naruto stated that if he won, Sasuke would join him, but if he lost, Sasuke could fulfill his revenge. Sasuke scoffed at Naruto's confidence, declaring himself elite and superior. Naruto pressed for Sasuke's decision, and Sasuke ultimately chose to fight. Both leaped into the void, where Sasuke conjured fire spheres while Naruto unleashed water bullets. The clash of their powers created a massive explosion. Naruto formed a water dragon, and Sasuke summoned a dragon of earth and electricity, resulting in another tremendous boom. As they engaged in hand-to-hand combat, both activated their Mangekyo Sharingan. Their punches and kicks were evenly matched, with neither able to land a hit. Naruto executed a spinning kick, while Sasuke focused on defending against his attacks. Naruto jumped and fired powerful air bullets, but Sasuke countered with a water dragon to nullify them. Naruto began creating shadow clones that formed fire and air dragons, amplifying their attack. Sasuke was forced to summon a powerful ally. The resulting explosion was immense. After the summoning faded without a trace, Sasuke unleashed a storm of electricity, prompting Naruto to escape. Underground. Emerging from his hiding place, Naruto fired mud bullets, while Sasuke retaliated with fire bullets. The ensuing explosions echoed around them. Sasuke drew his katana to confront Naruto, who formed a wind sword. Their strikes collided with such force that the air and ground shattered around them, each anticipating the other's moves as they exchanged blows. Naruto created more clones and sent them forward with Rasengan, but Sasuke used his Sharingan to activate Amaterasu, incinerating the clones. Naruto quickly acted a rock wall to shield himself from Sasuke's attack, who charged at him with a Chidori. Naruto formed his Rasengan, and they both rushed to meet each other. The impact sent them flying through the air, with Sasuke firing fire bullets while Naruto shot mud bullets. As Naruto unleashed a wave of fire that engulfed the area, only Sasuke remained visible, encased in his Susanoo. Utilizing his Sage mode, Naruto prepared his strongest attack, directing it at the Susanoo. Sasuke drew his sword, and they attacked simultaneously. However, Naruto's strike was faster, shattering Sasuke's Susanoo with ease. They were both titans, but Naruto had more battle experience. He created 2 clones that formed wooden dragons to restrain the Susanoo, and Naruto's blow was more powerful. Sasuke began to lose his Susanoo, which was pierced by the wooden dragons, leaving him entangled. With the Susanoo dissipating, Sasuke lost the battle, and Naruto finally felt a sense of relief. He approached Sasuke and extended his hand, declaring that Sasuke had lost, and therefore he would come with him. As Naruto turned away, Sasuke, unable to accept his defeat, attacked from behind with his Chidori, striking Naruto in the back. Sasuke discarded the body into the river, leaving the rest behind. What Sasuke didn't know was that Hana had returned for Naruto and witnessed his fight and betrayal. She saw him kill Naruto and throw him into the river before leaving. In a desperate attempt to save her beloved Naruto, she jumped into the water. Naruto found himself reliving his past, as if it were the same day, revisiting the places he had been with his friends throughout his life and the adventures they shared. Hana managed to locate Naruto's body and immediately began administering first aid. She was worried because he was losing blood and his body was growing cold. Drawing on her training from the hospital, she searched for a safe place to spend the night and care for Naruto. In a flashback, Hana had been running, with Naruto behind her. For some reason, she disobeyed him and returned, only to encounter the Anbu. Using her newfound abilities, she fought against them, but her concern for Naruto grew. She hid among the treetops, watching the battle unfold and witnessing Sasuke Uchiha's betrayal. As night fell, Naruto developed a fever. Hana did her best to manage his illness, and during this time, her feelings for him deepened. He became the light of her life, showing her unwavering support and faith. He chose her as a bearer of the mythical fruits, and her heart raced with excitement. They began training together to harness that power, but she struggled, feeling like she was failing him. Yet, Naruto was always there, encouraging her and helping her back on her feet whenever she stumbled. Naruto always wore a smile, seeing the light in everyone rather than darkness. He fought not for himself, but for those who stood behind him. He never backed down and earned the respect of everyone around him, giving them a reason to live. Hana cared for Naruto for over a week. His wound left a mark, but he persevered. During this time, she noticed Naruto's well-built physique while bathing him, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks. One night, as Naruto trembled from the cold, Hana checked his temperature, which was steadily dropping. If she didn't act, he would succumb to the chill. With a heavy heart, she removed her clothing and shared her warmth with him. It was her first time, and her clan's instincts took over. She didn't realize when she leaned in for her first kiss. She felt his cold lips but pressed on, wanting to warm him. She kissed his neck and then his torso, her hands gently massaging him, her nails grazing his skin. That night, Hana and Naruto became one in body and mind, their souls merging into a single entity. News of Naruto's death at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha spread far and wide. That day, Kiri, Kumo, and IW built an altar in his honor for his brave actions. In Suna, Hinata wept upon hearing the news, unable to bear it. However, The matriarch Inuzuka insisted that he was alive, as he was with Hana somewhere. Tamari was furious, having left him, but with Hinata's support, they found solace in Inuzuka's words. Meanwhile, within a cave, Naruto awakened. 3 months had passed since the news of Naruto's death. Konoha and Suna united their armies, preparing to confront the remaining Akatsuki members. Thanks to Shikamaru's group, they gathered information from Kiri, forming an alliance and organizing various teams. Reinforcements were delayed, and they needed to buy time as the alliance prepared for Danzo and Tobi's movements. Naruto trained Hana, helping her master her abilities to their fullest potential. Together, they began rescuing the villages under Danzo's control, knowing that to defeat him, they had to take back Konoha and thwart his plans. Naruto sensed the discontent in both Konoha and Suna. He just needed one opportunity. They entered through the tunnels, and Naruto created clones for support, knowing that a reckless attack would ruin their chances. Danzo, having removed Naruto from the equation, ordered an attack on Kumo, followed by Iwa, and finally Kiri. He sent all his ANBU to assault Kumo, leaving Konoha defenseless, but with the most prepared ANBU. The battalion leader was the last of the Akatsuki. Tobi and Kabuto prepared the tailed beasts and also used Edo Tensei to revive warriors from the past. Naruto arrived late but knew he had to eliminate Danzo once and for all. The alliance learned of the attack by Danzo and Tobi and knew they had to give their all. They headed to confront the Akatsuki. Naruto found clans that he convinced to rise against Danzo Shimura. He ordered Hana to prepare, as he would face Danzo himself. He had unfinished business with him, and she would be tasked with ensuring no one interrupted them. Hana's mission was to stop Danzo's ANBU. Naruto created clones to support the attack. The alliance saw the Akatsuki army advance, while the 3 Kages from Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri prepared for battle. Tobi gave the order to attack, and the revived warriors charged against the Shinobi alliance. Nagato initiated the assault with his Rinnegan, while the other Akatsuki members engaged the alliance's forces. Naruto began his search throughout Konoha, but when he couldn't find Danzo, he remembered where he was hiding in the root base. In Konoha, battles erupted between the clans and the ANBU, while Naruto's clones evacuated the civilians. In Suna, Uchiha Sasuke awaited orders from Tobi or Danzo. Suddenly, an explosion shook the area, forcing Sasuke to leave the Kage Tower. He was confronted by Itachi, who greeted him as his brother. Meanwhile, Naruto fought against the root ANBU, eliminating them swiftly. Afterward, he found Danzo, who was always hiding and using others to do his dirty work. Naruto confronted Danzo, declaring that his betrayals against Konoha would end here. Danzo remarked on Naruto's elusiveness, to which Naruto responded with the same sentiment about Danzo. Across the sea, fleets of ships surrounded the elemental nations. The pieces began to fall into place as the final battle commenced. Naruto faced the revived Hokage, who frightened him when he removed his bandages. This battle would be the last for one of them. Naruto created a barrier to prevent Danzo from escaping. In Konoha, battles raged for control, but Naruto's clones surprised the ANBU, who were caught off guard. Itachi wanted Sasuke to see his mistakes. This would be his last chance. He was sent to tell Sasuke to send shinobi for support. The revived warriors clashed with the alliance, while the Akatsuki faced the Kages, who fought fiercely, especially against the Rinnegan wielder. Tobi began to release the most powerful tailed beast. Naruto launched an attack with fire and wind dragons, while Danzo countered with electric dragons. An explosion rocked the area as Naruto created a rock wall to shield himself. He summoned explosive clones and shadow clones to charge at Danzo. As Danzo fired fire bullets at the approaching shadows, Naruto unleashed a rain of fire, and the explosive clones reached Danzo. Another explosion ensued. Danzo appeared behind Naruto to finish him off, but as he passed through Naruto's body, another explosion occurred. In Suna, a battle between Uchiha brothers raged, with Susanoo clashing against each other. Sasuke was caught in an illusion, likely cast by Danzo. The alliance began to lose ground, forced to retreat due to the overwhelming number of adversaries. The Kage managed to handle some of the Akatsuki, but Pain was still engaged in battle against Jiraiya and Tsunade. The 2nd Battalion arrived, bringing powerful allies who began eliminating the Akatsuki. Lee appeared with incredible speed, outpacing even Minato, while Sakura unleashed a barrage of kunai and shuriken. Ino created explosive illusions, surprising the enemies. Anko enveloped the area in a poisonous mist that eliminated anyone who breathed it in. Even the summoned creatures were no match for the toxin. Kurenai turned unfortunate foes to stone with a mere touch or kunai, and the bravest who dared to approach her met the same fate. In Konoha, Hana eliminated nearly all of Danzo's forces or those from the council, while others joined her cause. Toby managed to awaken the tailed beast, and with his army, he advanced against the Shinobi Alliance, also reviving the Kage and Madara Uchiha. Toby made his way toward the Shinobi Alliance. Naruto began to unleash his power, summoning wooden stakes and creating wooden dragons. Danzo was taken aback, realizing Naruto wielded the wood element better than Hashirama. Naruto created clones to finish off Danzo, hiding them and waiting for the perfect moment. In Konoha, it became a battlefield, and in the end, Hana defeated the last of the Root Anbu, even freeing Sai from his powerful illusion. Danzo appeared behind Naruto, but a clone severed his arms, allowing Naruto to strike with a Rasengan to his head. Danzo lost the battle against Naruto, his body left lifeless. Naruto reflected on how he kept a close watch on Danzo and the files he held. Otherwise, this would have been an endless battle. He inspected Danzo's body before checking on Hana, who had emerged victorious, with some joining their side. Naruto healed all the injured shinobi, and they headed to Suna to conquer it and then assist the Shinobi Alliance. The Shinobi Alliance caught their breath after the first battle, but the true leader had yet to appear. The Sannin had Pain on the ropes, their paths destroyed by the Alliance's ninjas, but he remained. Just as they prepared to deliver the final blow, Toby appeared, taking Pain's eyes, and not only that, but his army was even stronger than the Alliance. Toby placed his hand on the ground, summoning his tailed beast and absorbing it, becoming a very powerful Jinchuriki. The shinobi were quickly overpowered, but the special group bought time for others to escape and confront the new Jinchuriki. Itachi gave Sasuke one last chance, firing fire bullets at him, while Sasuke began to create an electric dragon. Itachi countered with a combination of earth and fire, while Sasuke unleashed his own fire and wind dragons. The battle raged on as Naruto and Konoha rushed to aid Suna. To help liberate her, Naruto came up with a plan to free the prisoners. As the leader of the ANBU, he infiltrated the maximum security prison, defeating all the Chunin in his path. Upon opening the cells, he discovered the leader of the prisoners. Naruto convinced her to join forces to eliminate the remaining members of the Akatsuki and end their sorrowful days. She agreed, but with the condition that he would become her husband after the war. To dissuade her, he mentioned he had other fiancés, but she responded that it was worth having a husband considered a god among shinobis. With Matsuri's help, Naruto gathered all the information from Sunagakure. He created clones to assist the shinobis and to fight against the ninjas of Sunagakure. The alliance faced challenges with Toby, who was a Jinchuriki of immense strength, forcing them to retreat. As they prepared for their final attacks, each shinobi exchanged determined glances with their comrades, ready to fight until the end, embodying the spirit of shinobis. All the Kages would lead the final assault against the most powerful Jinchuriki, aiming to at least tire him out for their reinforcements to finish the job. The Reikage expressed his pride in fighting alongside them, emphasizing that today it represented a single village united. The Mizukage honored their strength in battle, acknowledging that while they might be outnumbered, they would not go down without a fight. The Tsuchikage urged them to demonstrate their resolve, vowing to fight for their freedom and not be enslaved by others. Together, they declared their commitment to the freedom of their future, ensuring their enemy would feel their power. No one would retreat. Today, the enemy would fall, and future generations would remember the men and women who fought for their liberty. They would become legends and be etched into history. The alliance had lost many great shinobis, but they would never surrender. Some genin, still young, formed the last line of support for long-range attacks. The three Kages charged into battle against Tobi, the leader of the Akatsuki, while the shinobis faced off against the Edo Tensei revivals. The situation seemed dire for the alliance, but they were determined to give their all. The final group, led by Jiraiya and Hiruzen, awaited the Raikage signal to launch their surprise attack. Kabuto was engaged in combat with the alliance's shinobis, proving to be quite elusive. Meanwhile, the battle between Itachi and Sasuke took an unexpected turn when Naruto appeared to assist Itachi. Sasuke struggled against both of them as Itachi unleashed fire bullets, with Naruto supporting him with powerful air blasts. The combination of their techniques created a tremendous impact. Sasuke activated his perfect Susanoo to turn the tide of battle, while Naruto summoned his own Susanoo. The two began a fierce clash with their katanas, generating strong gusts of wind. Naruto created clones to form wooden dragons, while Itachi waited for the right moment to free his brother. Realizing that their current strategy was ineffective, Naruto tapped into Sage Mode, which allowed him to shift the situation in their favor. With his Susanoo and his most powerful wood technique, Naruto charged forward with everything he had. The Susanoo attempted to take flight, but Naruto managed to grab hold, and his technique struck the wooden hands directly. After that, Itachi was able to free Sasuke, who had been restrained. Once free, Sasuke listened as Itachi recounted everything that Danzo had done to their clan, allowing Sasuke to see through the darkness he had created himself. Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto prepared for battle. Sasuke managed to halt the fighting, and Naruto explained that the Akatsuki leader had unleashed the strongest Biju, and they needed to stop it. Just as Naruto was about to move, he collapsed. Hana called out to Naruto, explaining that he had fought Danzo without rest before coming to Suna, knowing that Danzo was a formidable opponent. The battle with Sasuke had left him exhausted. Understanding the situation, Itachi and Sasuke decided to advance to assist the Shinobi Alliance. Matsuri and Hana would remain in Suna, and they promised to catch up with them once Naruto recovered. The Shinobi Alliance was being overwhelmed by the Edo Tensei, especially with the Kages defeated and Madara Uchiha rampaging without restraint. Tobi laughed, reveling in the chaos, declaring that the shinobis would finally fall and that there would be no more unnecessary wars because he would control everything. The alliance began to falter, but the Raikage ordered the last battalion of shinobis to enter the fray. Though they were young and lacked experience, they had been trained by Jiraiya and Hiruzen, giving them a chance to buy some time. Tobi engaged in battle, eliminating everything in his path. The alliance lost many shinobis when Tobi unleashed a powerful surprise attack, but reinforcements from Kiri and the remaining Jinchurikis arrived just in time. Tobi sought the power of the last Jinchurikis, underestimating their unique abilities that did not rely on chakra and were unknown to him. The Kages saw Minato and his family come to their aid. Minato seemed different, and his two sons had also changed, as if the exile had brought them down to earth. These ninjas possessed unique skills and fought without chakra, leaving everyone in disbelief. His death froze everything in her path, while Akame used her katana to assist the injured and pull them to safety. Konan utilized her explosive paper techniques to buy time for the alliance. Mei became more lethal, creating a heat mist that scorched everything around her. Koki moved like a beam of light, swiftly taking down enemies with a sword of light. Shine supported Mei with a rain of lava meteorites. Mikoto summoned lightning from the sky, her body emitting powerful black lightning that combined her abilities with Amaterasu. She eliminated everything in her path, absorbing the bodies of the Edo Tensei into the shadows. Tamari conjured a sandstorm combined with lightning, taking down numerous foes. Hinata copied her enemies' techniques, using her Byakugan to eliminate them completely. Samui surrounded herself with fire, creating lethal fire projectiles combined with lightning. Karui tore through the air with her hands, causing the ground to shake and destroy everything in her wake. B's Biju tails took on a metallic hue, cutting through everything in their path, while his katanas formed a tornado of blades. Omi protected the injured with the ability to repel any attack at incredible speed. Tobi began to lose all his men and the Edo Tensei. He fought back, but the new abilities of the alliance led to his downfall. He tried to surprise his opponents, but they sensed his movements. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi dealt him the hardest blow of his life with a fighting style unlike any he had seen before. Toby attempted to control Kabuto, who, like his master, wanted to flee but was caught in an illusion and sent to the front lines. Meanwhile, Naruto felt everything disappear from the room where he had been resting. He had regained enough energy to rejoin the fight. Naruto declared that this time, only one Uchiha would emerge alive. He used a special seal to transport himself to where the final battle would take place. Naruto stated that this would be their last battle. Obito responded, finding Naruto too bothersome. Naruto created a barrier to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Obito challenged Naruto, stating they would see who the true master of the Uchiha clan was. Obito fired fire bullets, while Naruto created a rock wall to defend himself. Naruto formed shadow clones and transformed them into giant shuriken, launching them at Obito, who countered with an electric dragon. Naruto multiplied the shuriken 1,000-fold. Naruto created a dragon of earth and fire, while Obito summoned a dragon of earth and electricity, both launching their attacks simultaneously. Obito replaced his hands with cannons, empowered by the Rinnegan. Naruto had to dodge quickly to avoid damage. Toby summoned a rhinoceros, and Naruto did the same. They mounted their beasts and charged at each other. Obito created a lightning spear, while Naruto fired air bullets as they clashed. Toby was knocked back by an air bullet, while Naruto was shocked by Obito's spear. They both rolled on the ground as their summons faded. Toby initiated a barrage of fire shots, prompting Naruto to create a water dragon to counter the flames. Toby engaged Naruto in close combat, delivering strong kicks while Naruto countered with intercepting punches. Obito unexpectedly spun, forcing Naruto to duck to avoid a kick. Naruto ignited his fist to deal damage to Obito but was shocked to see his wounds healing. Obito proclaimed that this battle would be his, revealing the true extent of his power to Naruto. Feeling Toby's overwhelming chakra, Naruto decided to match it, unleashing his own power. The two chakra signatures resonated beyond the barrier. With Sasuke Uchiha's help, the alliance was able to eliminate Kabuto and put an end to the Edo Tensei. They sensed a chakra source surpassing that of the resting Jinchurikis. They just needed to find Toby. Then they felt Naruto's chakra at its peak. In the sun, Hana and her companions sensed Naruto's chakra and grew concerned. Naruto had already fought 2 battles and was running low on energy. The power of Toby and Naruto was immense, and Toby, with his multiple tails, prepared to attack. Naruto skillfully dodged all 10 of Toby's tails, showcasing his agility and determination. Naruto created shadow clones and began to form a fusion Rasengan. The Biju prepared its most powerful attack, the Bijidama. With a tremendous explosion, Naruto summoned wooden dragons to stop the Biju, which proved to be challenging since the Biju was faster. He created more clones and instructed them to surround the Biju while using elemental dragons. Naruto sent his wooden dragons against the Biju, but with a swift movement of its tails, the Biju destroyed them effortlessly. Naruto quickly repositioned himself on the Biju's back using his clones. Naruto unleashed his best wooden attack, managing to trap the Biju. However, the Biju began to dismantle his attack with its tails. Without wasting time, Naruto commanded his elemental dragons to attack. The dragons struck their target, but they caused no damage. Naruto activated his Susanoo and engaged in battle with Toby, who did not retreat. Thanks to the advantage provided by his Rinnegan, Naruto was able to hold his ground. He sensed 3 chakra signatures. One belonged to Obito, another to the Biju, but the last one was unfamiliar. Naruto recognized that this source of chakra was not malevolent. He created wooden clones and shadow clones to bring the battle to a close. The Biju fired again at Naruto, but he formed part of his Susanoo to mitigate the attack. Naruto instructed his clones to begin tracing a new seal, and they worked swiftly. Toby noticed Naruto's trap and attempted to escape, but Naruto activated his Sage mode. He formed a more powerful Rasengan, compressing his energy with the help of his spirit animal. The explosion resonated throughout the elemental nations, shaking even the location of the Shinobi Alliance, who felt the chakra surge and witnessed a blinding light. In Suna, a great tremor accompanied by a sweeping light passed through the land. In Obito's mind, the pain of Rin's death lingered, a wound he had concealed throughout his life. Naruto saw the friends who had departed from this world, all smiling because he had managed to stop the enemy. However, he also noticed a shadow nearby. Approaching, he recognized Obito, who was with the body of a girl. Naruto placed a hand on Obito's shoulder, and Obito could see his enemy but felt unable to move. Naruto expressed that Obito carried immense pain that prevented him from finding peace and urged him to let go of that suffering. Obito responded, sharing his own feelings of loneliness and the ridicule he faced from his clan for not meeting their expectations. Naruto shared his own experiences of being shunned by his village but finding friendship and support from those who cared for him. Tobi questioned why Naruto did not harbor hatred for the village that had caused his loneliness. Naruto reflected that deep down, he still felt a connection to his home and that his mentors taught him to rise above his darkness and see beyond his suffering. He emphasized that no one knows what the future holds, and it is essential to forge one's own path between pain and happiness. Naruto conveyed that in life, people have the free will to choose their paths, and the beauty lies in living just once, making choices that will impact future generations. Tobi admitted that his dream had been to become Hokage to bring peace, but he felt he had only brought death and unnecessary wars. He longed for a peaceful world where Rin could be with him. Naruto reassured Obito that he was not inherently evil and could amend his past mistakes if he desired. He believed Rin would forgive him. Tobi asked if he would see Rin where he was going, and Naruto affirmed that she had been waiting for him for a long time. Obito then inquired about the Biju, and Naruto proposed an idea that required Obito's assistance. Together, they created a seal to separate the Bijus from Obito's body. Naruto reached inside Obito and extracted the chakra he had sensed. With their combined Rinnegan powers, they struggled to shape the chakra, having exhausted much of their energy in battle. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and Naruto introduced himself and Obito. The figure was Kaguya, who questioned how he knew her. Naruto explained that Akame had told him her story. Tobi recognized her as the Biju. Kaguya acknowledged this, noting that Naruto had purified her with his spiritual energy. Naruto offered to make her human, but she would lose all her powers. He asked if she would give the world another chance. Kaguya agreed, wanting to stay with Naruto to learn from him, as he was different from others. Obito, feeling his time was running out, expressed his hope for Naruto's happiness and a large family. Naruto bid farewell to his friend, acknowledging their shared goals of peace for their loved ones. He promised they would meet again someday, but Obito joked that he hoped it wouldn't be too soon. As Obito vanished, Naruto looked up at the night sky. Kaguya asked what they would do next, and Naruto suggested traveling through each region to help people. Kaguya reminded him about his friends and fiancés, but Naruto planned to send them a message later. Together, they disappeared from the location. The Alliance members arrived to investigate the chakra signatures but found only a vast crater, with no trace of Naruto or the others. Naruto and Kaguya traveled together, exploring various lands. After 6 months, Naruto married his fiancées, and Kaguya also found love and married. They welcomed children in each village, and the Kages worked to clear Sasuke Uchiha's name of past crimes, a position that Minato entrusted to him. Naruto was recognized as the leader of the Uchiha clan, helping to restore its honor with the information he provided. He was named a Sannin of the Mist, acknowledged for his contributions during the war, even though he was never in the mist. He traveled with Kaguya, who became both his apprentice and wife at his request. Despite having wives in different villages, Naruto managed to spend quality time with each of them and their children. His children awakened the Sharingan at its peak, and with Naruto's guidance, they mastered its powers. However, his children from Konoha often caused him headaches. At the urging of his wives, he chose to forgive his family. His brothers, having been exiled, understood that Naruto had to mature quickly if he wanted to survive in a world full of challenges. Sasuke held a deep respect for Naruto, having witnessed him stand up against powerful foes, including a Biju and Danzo, all in a single day. He had married Sakura, and their bond was strong. Sasuke often challenged Naruto, but the latter was elusive, always managing to slip away. Many genin admired Naruto, dreaming of adventures like his. They had heard tales of how, at such a young age, he fought against criminals and saved their home on multiple occasions. In the Land of Water, whenever Naruto visited his family, the genin would eagerly ask him to teach them something or share a story. In the Land of Lightning, the Raikage was always curious about who was faster, but Naruto proved to be twice as quick. The Land of Earth had its own matters to attend to. Sasuke had married the granddaughter of the Kage after defending her from rogue ninjas during a visit. In the Land of Wind, his wife Temari kept her brothers in check, earning their respect, while his other wife worked as a teacher. However, whenever Naruto visited, she would often tease him, showing a possessiveness that even Mikoto, who was usually more reserved, did not exhibit. Matsuri would often try to get close to him, but thanks to Kagaya's intervention, it was made clear that she was the only one allowed to do so. Naruto received news that Ino and Sai had married, and that Shizen, Tsunade's apprentice, had wed Yamato, for whom Naruto served as the best man. Hana was exceedingly jealous, being a source of headaches for Naruto, but Kurenai, the most understanding of his wives, always came to his defense, even against Anko or Hinata. Without her support, he might not have remained intact. One day, Sarada Uchiha encountered her sensei, but it was not a pleasant day for her. After losing to a ninja from the Land of Wind, her father, the Hokage Sasuke Uchiha, scolded her. Her mother supported her, but Sarada longed for her father's acknowledgement. Instead, she felt their relationship was strained, often leading to arguments over trivial matters. Frustrated, she took her anger out on the wrong person, causing her father to shed tears. Unable to bear it any longer, she locked herself in her room. Time passed, and as night fell, she made the decision to leave Konoha in search of strength to prove to her father that she could surpass him. She slipped past the village gates and ran through the forest, not knowing how long she had been running until the first rays of dawn broke. Thirsty, she approached a dry riverbed for water, but was soon surrounded by a group of rogue ninjas. They taunted her, intending to have fun before demanding a ransom. Terrified, she braced for the worst, but then he appeared. With a single swift motion, he dispatched the attackers effortlessly. It was Naruto Uzumaki, the legendary hero of the ninja war, now an Anbyu from Kirigakure. He acknowledged Sarada, revealing that his children often spoke of her. Kagaya introduced herself, stating that they would be her escorts. Sarada expressed her admiration for Naruto, noting his legendary status at such a young age. However, she was reluctant to return to Konoha, believing her father did not want her. Naruto reassured her, explaining that Sasuke struggled to show his love due to his traumatic past. He encouraged Sarada to consider how she would feel in similar circumstances. Kagaya mentioned they had important documents to deliver to Tsunade, the Mizukichi. The trio arrived and spoke with Sasuke, who was concerned about repeating past mistakes. Kagaya proposed a solution. They could take Sarada with them and train her, allowing her to choose her own path along the way. Naruto emphasized that ultimately, one must choose their own direction in life. Sasuke hesitated, wondering if Sarada would want to join them. Naruto assured him they could find out. Later, when Naruto opened the door, he found Sarada and the secretary blushing, both flustered. Sasuke reprimanded them for their behavior, and they apologized. Naruto explained everything to Sarada, who accepted the opportunity to be trained by a hero. Her mother was emotional, nearly sending Naruto to the hospital if anything happened to her daughter. During her journey, Sarada learned to harness the Sharingan in unique ways and met Naruto's wives. They traveled across various regions, helping those in need. Sarada grew to admire Naruto even more, as he always lent a hand to others. They spent time at the sea, where she learned new skills and improved her combat abilities. She also experienced the pain of both loss and victory in battles, forming friendships along the way. In a conflict that Naruto quelled with his immense power, Sarada mourned her lost friends but vowed to carry their memories in her heart. As their journey came to an end, Sarada realized that if she loved someone, she would fight to protect them with her life. Naruto expressed his pride in her growth, reminding her that if her dream was to become a Kage, She would need to watch over the village and its greatest treasure, the children, who represented the future. Though she had lost friends, they would always be with her, watching over her. Sarada remarked that they had arrived back in Konoha, curious about her father's reaction to the fruit Naruto had given her. Naruto recalled the fruit that had enhanced her abilities, allowing her to stretch and deliver powerful blows. Kagaya noted its many uses, including the ability to deliver strikes strong enough to even challenge Naruto. Sarada understood that she had her own limits. Kagaya announced that they had arrived in Konoha. Sarada embraced both of them, tears streaming down her face, knowing that upon entering through that door, they would no longer be her teachers. The entire village had gathered in the Konoha Stadium, along with Naruto's wives, to witness Sarada's progress. After a challenging battle against the ANBU of Konoha, which left them in awe, Naruto found himself running away upon seeing Sakura, and even more so when Sasuke handed Sarada a fruit that transformed her into a stretchy girl. Unfortunately, his wives caught up with him shortly after. Naruto sighed deeply as he bid farewell to Sarada. Unbeknownst to him, Sarada held a secret admiration for him. He was her platonic love, and thanks to him, she had discovered her path and embarked on her own adventures. Naruto lived in Kirigakure with all his wives, in the finest house in the village. Sarada often visited him to train or seek advice, while ninjas frequently challenged him to battles. He cherished his time with all his children, but whenever Kirigakure needed his assistance, he was always ready to protect his home.